FNCS Major 3's Finals Day. Today is going to be absolutely outstanding, where we get to see people like Clicks, Fuga, Peterbot, Kanata, Polyo. We get to have a good time enjoying watching them battle it out for a Grand Finals Championship and to get placed in the FNCS Finals at LAN in Lyon, France. I believe I pronounced that correctly. But if you're here, you're hanging out, if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and alert button. Let's sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Good spot on the map. We have our game plan, so we just have to follow that and just play with it. There's not really anything to be nervous about.
You've got Rapid and Bolts with you, and just how do you feel as a member of this trio again, with those two by your side?
I think I'm more confident now because I have been playing with Bolts for the whole year. I know how he is as a player. I know who he is. I live with him as well. And Rapid, genuinely, we got 6th place, not playing a single scrim in the first grands. Now, we're literally playing every single session. We haven't been out of the top 5 on the leaderboard in the sessions, so I think now it's the best time for us to win, and I genuinely do think this land call is going to be easy.
What in this season do you think is going to be the recipe for success, or is there anything in particular in this comp meta that you think really bodes well with your playstyle?
I think it's not even my playstyle, because the thing with me, I'm just going to do my role, for my trio. We know this meta really well, and we've been grinding scrims, and I would say our mid game is really good. We always make every end game, and in the grand finals, if you make basically 12 end games, the chance of you top 3 in that grands is 99%,
Do you think that Surge was your big hiccup from the last major?
Us landing bottom right Hopeful, not pulling the zone, didn't allow us to survive Surge, right? There was a game we had 8 eliminations or something, and we were still below.
Is that a big part of the reason why we're seeing that shift from your team over to Crime City?
We wanted to go Foxy starting, but to be honest, Crime has better loot than Foxy. The only problem is that there's no shrines around Crime. There's 2, but they're pretty far, so it's kind of unlucky that happened. But Crime, we've been learning it. We've been trying to get people to trade with us there as well, so definitely that will allow us to also be able to have a chance to win.
I love to hear that, because you are definitely someone who has kind of garnered a ton of respect, both from other players in the competitive side of things, and then just obviously the community as a whole. Kanata, thank you so much for your time, and
thank you.
Best of luck in Major 3.
Bet. Sounds good. Thank you.
First place, grand prize, $180,000. Dude, that is crazy. This is one stacked lobby, chat. It is going to be exciting. So if you're hanging out, go ahead and put a W in the chat for this Major 3 Grand Finals.
Welcome to the grand finals of Major number 3. This is day 1 of NAC, and after 2 days of competition, we'll have a whole more complete picture of which trios are going to global championships in September. Are you hyped? Because I am! Oh my gosh, who else is hyped? It's your analyst, it's Kelly, it's Vivid. Guys, get in here! Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Here we are, grand finals, day number 1. We have 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and then after those 12 combined games, we'll know who's going to global championship, and we'll have someone hold the Blade of Champions high. This is going to be a crazy weekend.
It's going to be a crazy weekend, and it's been a crazy few weeks. Honestly, since the season started, there's been so much drama, so much hype building up to this moment. And honestly, the hype's been building up since the start of the year. Since last year's Globals ended, Vivid, I have been waiting for another Global Championships now for almost a year.
Hey, TT, what's up, man? That event was outstanding, man. It was something else. I mean, it wasn't like the best live event they've had so far since I've been started, but it was a really good event.
Championship here this weekend, which is all
How you been doing though, TT?
Grand finals. We got some players coming into a grand finals for their first times. Some of these players are trying to qualify for global. Some of these players are trying to win their first FNCS. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on this weekend, and let me tell you something real quick. EU, you were an absolute show. Shout out to Prodoxy, playing so well throughout the day as well. That was a nice little warm-up for NA.
Oh man, yeah, if you have not watched the stuff in EU, you need to take time, go do that, because they had 6 amazing games, and they'll be back tomorrow for 6 more amazing games. Let's talk about us. How did we get here? Obviously, if you've been following, you know how we got here, but for those of you who might be new, checking this out for the first time, welcome. We're so happy that you're here. We had 2 majors, a Pro-Am, and then now here we are, major number 3. The next stop is the Global Championship in Lyon, France. It is going to be a fantastic time now. What that, of course, means is we have more players looking to qualify for that. And some trios competing this weekend already have spots secured. So they're just playing for prize money, man. More on that in a second, because first we got to take a look at the lobby list. Let's see some of the names. Obviously, over the course of the last few groups, we've seen kind of like small, like vertical slices of the you know, what will appear to be like a grand finals. But this is it. Take a look at some of these names. And of course, guys, you know, there was something that happened this week. I don't know, something a little small. You know, last chance qualifier. That's right. So trios who didn't make it in through the first 3 groups, they had 1 final attempt. And guys, I'm happy to report, Muzz is here. We did it. Yeah.
Muzz made it in.
Imagined in a world where Muzz almost didn't make it into the grand finals here. Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx not having the best group stages, and that could be due to a few situations that we'll talk on later. But as far as the last chance qualifier goes, Game 1, they get the victory royale. We knew that it just wasn't even going to be a struggle for them. And honestly, I love to see them go through, but we know that now that they've qualified, but they didn't qualify through the group stages, they are going to be contested. So that does have a few question marks for how they're going to be performing today.
I mean, contested is, of course, rough in a grand finals, but if there's any like light for this trio, for me, it's how many games that they keep winning, right? Kind of qualifying for groups in general. They won so many games throughout like the play-ins throughout there, and then qualifying for the LCQ itself. They won so many games, and then of course in the LCQ, you have to win a game to actually make it into the grand final. So this is a team that knows how to win games. They've shown it. Can they do that in grand finals when they make it off spawn? Because if they do, they could easily break into the top 10.
I love it, man. I'm so excited to see Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx performing here this weekend. Another trio who made it through on the LCQ. You can see on the bottom right side of your screen, we've got Liam, we got Neko, and we've got Zavi. They went ahead and won game number 2. I'm excited to see how they perform today. I mean, for them, I'm sure they're thinking, hey guys, you know, we had to take it to the last chance qualifier. That's already stressful. Oh wow, we've just found ourselves in a lobby of some of the best trios in NAC, and many of them are qualified, and we're trying to qualify as well.
Yeah, they are going to be landing that southwest side. They are going to be contested by Aim Red. I guess I should say they're contesting Aim Red over in that side. And honestly, I think as far as competitive prowess goes, that these two trios actually probably have a lot in common. There's a lot of opportunity here for this kind of split chance. I don't think that this is the worst drop spot for them, considering where all the other big teams are landing, Vivid.
I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure, right? Liam, Neko, and Yavi, they've only made 2 FNCS finals each, right?
Wow.
So they combined 6 for this trio right now. So, you know, this is still kind of like early days for this trio and a lot to kind of learn through. And grand finals, they are always so tough for trios who are kind of newer to these types of lobbies. We'll have to see how they do, though.
Look, at the end of the day, it's experience, right? And that's okay. You know, as long as we play to the best of our abilities, we leave it all on the table. I think that's something that you can walk away from with your head held high, right? Of course, there is one final trio as we bring up back that lobby list. Bottom right side of your screen, it's Naps, it's Cyrus, it's Zyrelli. The last trio, they got the last victory out from the last chance qualifier. I said last a lot there. That was crazy. But again, similar situation, right? We're finding ourselves in a lobby full of just very good trios, right? If it wasn't already stressful having to kind of like the lights come on and now we have to perform against them, they're also probably thinking in the back of their minds, could we qualify to globals? How do we do that with so many trios standing in our way?
Let me add one last to that description. This is the last time we'll be seeing them because they're going to be contesting Acorn Agers and Poyo, and I just don't know how much screen time they're going to be getting. There's always surprises that come in through the FNCS, but my goodness, what a team to pick to drop on, Vivid.
I mean, yeah, you got to be feeling pretty confident to go head to head with that trio, the ones that were kind of taking it to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual in the first place to kind of, kind of shift them out of that drop spot. But game number 3 of the LCQ was so crazy. It was either between this trio or Edgy's trio kind of qualifying. Those were the last 2 teams in game number 3, and it went down to the heel. So it was either like Peterbot was going to be contested by the team that won, that being an Edgy, or this trio was going to win and they were going to go ahead and contest Acorn. So the storyline there was absolutely crazy. Game 3 of LCQ was so much fun. If you got some time today, go ahead and watch that one back. But yeah, there's 33 of our trio, Zeke.
Man, this is stacked without a doubt. There is something kind of like interesting, and it's the fact that like there's some names on this list that I feel like should have been here, Vivid, and maybe they're not. Some of these players are basically missing. Where'd they go?
Yeah, right. It kind of feels like when you look at the lobby, this is like, man, it feels like some of our players are kind of missing, right? It's like, I swear there are some names that we're used to seeing on the region who aren't here. And yeah, I mean, that's just a straight up fact, right? Some of our players have actually moved over to the NA West region to go ahead and try to qualify to the globals through the spot over there. And we've, of course, got Bucky, we got Baka and Pars who are already qualified to globals, and then Epic Whale, Miro, and also, Paper and Victor V are also over there. Kelly, right? There's like so many names that I feel like we were missing. I was like, wait, where did all these guys go? Of course, they're on NA West.
First off, production, please never change that picture of Bucky. I want that to be used for every single time we talk about him. It is the best picture ever. To me, I just can't believe that there's only one spot available in NA West, and there's honestly a lot of big names that are still vying for that final spot. Bucky, though, is a great team to be able to potentially take away that last ticket that they have to global championships. They got first place out of consistency out of their groups. They got top 6 4 of the times out of the 5 games that they played. They obviously just have so much understanding of the game and, going from NA Central to NA West, which a lot of people would argue is an easier region, they're bringing a lot of that knowledge from a difficult region to something that is quote unquote easier.
That's gonna be tough, right, Kelly? It's gonna be tough. What's not tough is Victor V dancing there. I really like that. Production, feel free to reuse that somewhere later on the show. Let's talk about the trios who have already qualified. So again, there is some trios we'll be seeing right now who have already got themselves a spot going to the global championship, which means they're basically playing for prize money, maybe to gatekeep other trios and say, whoa, stay out of that top qualifying spot. Maybe they're looking to change up, fight each other, secure a spot in global championships, right? There's so many little things each one of these trios are looking to accomplish this weekend. This is a look at major number 1. We can see from NAC. Remember back then we had, Poyo, Peterbot going head to head. They qualified in major number 2. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs, Visual Braids, and Diminished, and then Reed Cooper Curly got themselves 3 spots. But now here we are once again back down to only 2. Guys, when we start to think about, I don't know, where some of these trios are landing, what does that look like for the map? What does that look like for my potential rotations? Yeah, north side of the map, it's Kelly, it's not great. It's not great. Help.
It's not looking super hot, especially when you consider you got King, Phaser, and PHZen also coming in from Brazil, and they've been looking so good recently. So it's not just the NA winners that we have here. We also have players, foreigners coming in to take over our region, Vivid. But honestly, there is a lot of big teams on the leader or on the map right now, which kind of pushes the rest of the lobby to these kind of outward edges because the big POIs are already taken.
Yeah, and of course, throughout the weekend, we'll keep reminding everybody at home, but don't forget, all of those 6 trios that are already qualified to the Global Championships can, of course, not qualify again, right? So if they happen to find themselves in top 2, top 3, whatever, their spots are going to roll down. So we're potentially looking at top 8 to qualify for the Global Championships with just 2 spots, though. It'll be interesting to see who goes ahead and claims that.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? When you have to think, because normally we're used to hey, you've got to be first or second or top 3, right? But top 8, you say? That seems very
easier.
Yeah, it sounds very easy, right? Comparatively. And more on that in a little bit, because first we wanted to talk about Storm Surge. Obviously, it's going to make or break some trios, right? And in a lobby like this, where some of the very best are going head to head, you have to lock down your Surge strategy. We have some data here from Majors 1 and Major 2. And as we kind of look at these numbers, I think it's interesting. And remember, those are different seasons, right? Currently, we have each major kind of going up just a little bit, right? But this is primarily a heal off season. So I feel like some of these numbers could be a lot higher than what we've seen in the past, right?
They could be, and it's possible that we're going to see them much higher today. Obviously, as the majors go on and the game changes, the heals change in the game as well. And there are a lot of heals in the game right now, Vivid, and that definitely causes a lot of Storm Surge trading to happen, as well as these heal offs that we've seen so many times in the end games.
Yeah, it's often the items that are in the game can kind of dictate how Storm Surge actually plays out. It's going to be one of the most important factors throughout the weekend for sure, and it always is in Fortnite competitive, and it requires a lot of experience, right? You need to be really, really good at the game in order to, aim, hit those shots that are kind of required. But like Zeke was kind of pointing out right there, right? The heal off meta. Why is that kind of a thing? Well, that's a thing in the first place because of the heals that are actually in the game, right? There's just a plethora of them, whether that be through the hero caches, the spires, or the vending machines that are kind of re-added back to the game. So many heals makes it so that way teams are kind of, they have more heals than they can physically carry. So oh, listen, I have a bunch of heals that I could kind of waste away. If I go ahead and take damage in exchange for going to be able to deal damage back to other players at the same time, that's going to be worth it for them. And, so kind of look for some of those bases around the POIs where they actually land, because they're going to want all those heals that they just looted at their POI to be near those bases so that way they can use them.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of people running around, picking up a med kit and then looking up and then throwing it up into the sky. And you're where the heck's that guy? Oh, there's a Surge base up there. Oh, that's crazy. Let's talk about something else. We joked last week when we kind of ended group number 3. The storyline for finals is obviously Peterbot versus Poyo, 2 Titans who last year kind of came together, formed this unstoppable duo who just went on to win and win, and they play second one time and you're do they bleed? Nope, just kidding. They win again. They win globals, and then at the start of the year they go their separate ways, right? And it's kind of that's kind of weird, right? Why wouldn't you want to continue winning And then over the course of the year, we've just suddenly, they found themselves in like the middle of like beefing with each other, which to me is like interesting because you're like, guys, you are two of the best, and now you guys are beefing over what feels like nothing. Just start winning everything again. But if we look at some of like their accolades, I mean, these are two top dogs in NA, right?
100%. I mean, you know those Kench stats that get posted every time you see most eliminations, most damage. It's these two names that are almost always on the top of that leaderboard. And honestly, you say, you know, the start of the season, the storyline, but honestly, it's not even the start of this year. It's been 2 years now that this storyline of Peterbot and Pollo being such dominating presences where they kind of just shape the rest of the competitive year for the FNCS has been going on. And although we do have the global championships, I feel like this is a bit of a conclusion, Vivid. And who knows, maybe we'll get a part 2 for the script later, but we have one major win for Peterbot. We have one major win for Pollo. So whoever places better out of this major is the winner, right?
I mean, yeah, maybe. It's so funny, right? You guys are kind of talking about this as if, you know, the battle is kind of taking place on the leaderboard. But no, this battle was actually taking place in the early game at a POI. And, you know, kind of like Zeke mentioned, it's like, what are we fighting for, right? We're both already qualified to global.
Hold on, chat. Peterbot and Pollo's teams are both landing in the same spot?
Right? Peterbot was like, you know what? Fine, I don't really want to land here anymore.
Oh, snap.
I want to be uncontested for this.
Peterbot changed.
And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go.
Oh, wow.
Hit home on that point because, like, I didn't.
That's crazy. He changed up.
I saw that these two trios were going up against one another, right? I feel like you would want to be uncontested for an FNCS that you're not really fighting for anything in terms of, you know, qualifying for globals. You want your best chance to go ahead and win some more money, win some more accolades, right? Why are you contesting one of the best trios on the region willingly? And yeah, we've kind of been talking about this the entire season, and then finding this buzzard beater that kind of happened, right? Peterbot's like, you know what, fine, let's just go ahead and go to Brutal Box Bars. But looking at this right here, this social post, right? In Grands, Keen, every island, every spire, kind of sending a message to the rest of the lobby as well, being like, hey, listen, I'm going to be there. If you're there, you're going to have to fight us. And Kelly, I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight this trio.
Yeah, no one does, especially now that they have kind of the most spawn rate, the high spawn rate out of any big spire is right next to Brutal Boxcars. So you know that they're going to get all that incredible loot really early on in the game. And they just have so much control over everything around them. And we saw what they did during the group stages where they went for Rift Island, I think 4 out of the 5 games that they played. This is the scariest trio that we have easily in the lobby, and for them to just kind of go, yeah, I don't want to be contested anymore, and then to ego and bully essentially the trio that was landing in Brutal Boxcars off of it is just something that only Peterbot's trio can do.
Yeah, I mean, to Vivid's point, right? I don't want to fight. I'm not trying to fight Peterbot. You want to? I'm sorry. I've been playing this POI all year long, and you want to come here? I've been wanting to find a new POI anyway. What a crazy time! And I guess we should also talk about.
What's up? How you doing?
Coming in, we all kind of thought.
I appreciate that.
Okay, if Peterbot and Pollo are beefing, and we know that Clicks is like another one of those.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Better and better.
I'm not gonna try to take an attempt to pronounce your name. I'm just gonna call you SL. I don't want to pronounce it wrong. I think it'd probably be what, Slaughter, wouldn't it?
So, what does this mean? Like, I feel like I came in and I was like, yeah.
Honestly, Clicks. I'm pulling for Clicks all the way. I honestly, truly believe that this is Peterbot's FNCS to lose, not to win it this time. I don't think he's gonna win it. I think this is Clicks' to win.
Are gonna look to be uncontested. It's not as easy for us anymore.
Who you pulling for?
Not as easy going for the win, but I don't think Clicks, Higgs, and Neonzo are too concerned whatsoever. You know, look, going all the way from their drop spot over at Supernova Academy that they just have downloaded to a T. And then you look at their history as well. Major 1,
nice.
Major 2, they get 2nd place. They've just been moving up the leaderboard. And if you look at some of the scrims that they've been having, Clicks' trio has just been on a...
Yeah, but I do appreciate you subbing up. I really appreciate that.
Survive long enough to be a trio in the end game. So many times we see them a duo or even a solo, and out of all the trios I've seen, they have such incredible solo potential, but if they just make it all the way to the end and they don't spend all of their mats and hoping for a refresh that never appears, I think that they easily have first place contention in the grab.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really, really good. And I got to say, like, one of the things that I like the most about this trio is just how well they get together, like, not even inside of Fortnite in general, right? They kind of like hang out outside of the game, right? That just means that they're really good friends, which is awesome, right? Because that just leans into the chemistry thing that I think is so important in Fortnite competitive. Now, I do think it is important to say, right? We're kind of looking at that drop map right there, and we're like, oh yeah, the top 3 teams on the region, they look like they're going to be uncontested. But as we know, NA does not disappoint. The story continued to develop throughout the week, and LCQ kind of changed that map up very, very quickly, right? One of those trios kind of qualifying pronounces, hey, listen, we want to go to Demon's Domain now, right? So it's like, boom, and now Acorn's trio kind of contested. So is it going to be like a Peterbot versus Clicks kind of grand finals? Is somebody going to last minute kind of land on Peterbot? Because I'm kind of seeing some whispers on social media right now as well. I don't know. Everything's going crazy.
Of course. The grand finals before globals. Kelly, why not, right? Like, let's just have a great time. Let's just send it all. We already qualified, right? We already have a spot at globals. Why don't we just send it and just see what happens, right? Oh, God.
I mean, if any trio can do it, I think it's this one right here. I think that they have a lot to prove. I think that there's a lot of eyes on them right now, so the pressure is definitely on. But I think that out of all the times that I've watched them, since we've been watching Clicks now for, 7 years, this is the most locked in I have seen them. I am so excited for all 3 of them. I just feel like I'm seeing highlight reels from each player individually throughout the last few months. They are ready to win it, but can they do it?
Listen, I actually think they can. I think they're in one of the best spots because we talked about all these changes kind of happening between the other 2 trios that are kind of on the region that are dominant right now. They've had to deal with so much throughout the season. They got to keep changing this. Clicks, Eggs, and Yamso, they've had the same game plan throughout. They've got to be the most comfortable.
I believe, man. I believe in Clicks, Higgs, and Zoe. I believe. All right. With that being said, though, let's take a small break here and go meet up with your casters, Monster G Face, Jacob PR, and get their thoughts on the grand finals.
We might be giving you a small break, but we got a lot to talk about here, Jacob. We've been waiting for this weekend. Another finals ahead of us.
I know they talked about 5 different teams that already have their global championship spot secured. Well, let's just throw another one in the mix. A 6-team King, Phaser, and PH Zin. They have a record-tying 6 FNCS championships between 2 of them. Monster, they have 16 FNCS championships, the most in the lobby out of every trio. Yes, that might be coming from Brazil, but that just goes to show they're willing to invest in themselves, change regions, and try to prove that they're one of the teams to beat in all of Fortnite.
And one thing's for certain, the stats are telling us that the Brazilian region thresholds, the damage is on average lower than NA. So it's very clear that you're coming to a much more competitive region to go ahead and get some serious practice in. What I am curious about is where they have positioned themselves. King, Phaser, PH, they're at the Lone Wolf layer, but there are no easy pickings around them, Jacob.
Yeah, you saw that drop map. A lot of our global championship qualified teams are in and around that drop spot. But I kind of see that the most recent evaluation cup, they got a first place win. They closed it out. They go for that island, and the Wanderer's medallion just kind of ups that kind of star power of your fragger. They do put it in King's hands from time to time. So I'm looking at maybe that being the difference maker, because in order to get access to that island, Monster, you have to condition the lobby. You have to let everybody know it's not going to be an easy fight up here.
That's the thing, and they are that wild card. So, Zeke, we're looking forward to seeing what this team's going to do here today.
Bro, I'm so down, right? And I think it's interesting that Jacob brings up conditioning the lobby, because, like, I feel like in group stages, that's a lot easier to do. When we're in a stage where there is so many teams who have already qualified, these are some of the best teams in NA. I don't know how we condition them. We're going to do our best. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't. Guys, I do want to talk about something very interesting, though. You know we love data. All right, our best friend, Kinch, he put together a little simulation for us. We said, Kinch, hey, listen. First off, you look nice. Second off, if we know the trios that have already qualified, and we are looking to fill 2 more spots, can you run some numbers? Can you crunch some data and let us know which trios we think could walk away winning? We got a cool little chart here. Why don't we bring this up? Because I think some of you are going to be shocked. Because it's Kanata, it's Rapid, it's Bolt, and it's 65%. Let's go, Kanata! Woo!
Oh my god, I think you're just as loud as Kanata's going to be once he gets his ticket to Global Championships. Rapid Kanata bolts in first place for the simulation. And obviously, if you look at the numbers, if you look at their history from this season, it is not a surprise why. They have been performing so well. And going all the way back to Major 1, where they got 6th place, Major 2, they got 7th place, although they were playing with Sphinx, not Rapid, but then picking Rapid back up. And throughout the Div Cups, the performance evaluations, even the scrims, this trio has been performing at the top level. It's honestly the best that I've seen them play in so long. We either see them getting victory royales in scrims or 2nd place. They've shown that they don't just have to be high ground teams, they can play low ground as well. But what I love from Kanata is, or this trio, is the use out of that exotic pistol, the knockback pistol. They have just been disrupting the high ground. Either they're on the low ground, making sure that high ground keeps getting knocked, keeps getting chopped, or they use the pistol on the high ground and essentially just punish anyone that starts to peek up at them. This trio just has proven time and time again that regardless of if they're on the low ground, high ground, or if they're chopped or not, that they have a solution to the problem.
Yeah, and I feel like NA is so like top heavy, right? There's 3 trios that kind of people have been putting to kind of win this FNCS, right? Peter Bod's trio, Acorn's trio, and then Clix's trio. But I feel like over the last week, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts have actually entered that conversation of potentially winning this FNCS. That's how good this trio looks right now. And then honing in on Kanata himself, right? There are kind of 2 things synonymous with Kanata. One, of course, is the fact that he's made it to every single grand finals, FNCS grand finals. And then the second is that like something always happens during the meta that kind of changes his entire game plan like a week or 2 before, and he's like, he just always hates it, right? But this season, no, that's not the case, right? He's feeling pretty comfortable. Nothing's really happened over there to the trio. And then also there's actually a third thing as well, is that Kanata always has a very solid Storm Surge strategy. He always seems like he makes it to the end games very consistently. So the fact that they're looking good throughout the week, nothing really crazy has happened on the map for this trio. I feel like they rightfully have kind of entered that conversation to potentially win this FNCS. And I think, Zeke, they are sitting very comfortably in terms of having a shot at getting one of those global qualification spots.
Bro, I'm so down. I'm so down. Kanata, I gotta see you at Globals. I just gotta, okay? Now, of course, let's bring that list back up one more time, because in case you miss it, in case you're slow to read like I am a lot of times, there's another name on there, Booga, Threats, and Craze, with a 42% chance. Guys, if Mr. World Cup doesn't make it to Globals, I'm not going! I won't be there! Yeah. I'm not going!
I mean, Booga, Threats, and Craze, when you see Booga's name, he is just synonymous for competitive Fortnite all the way back to the beginning and still competing at such a top level. And I'd love to look at actually the history of this trio, just seeing how Booga has been performing since Chapter 5, because a lot of people seem to kind of always consider him as like, oh, you know, he's like washed, he's not a top level competitor anymore. But every single year, every major, we see him, maybe not in the top 10, but when we do, he is making sure that he is making a statement and even getting so close to qualifying, getting 6th place in Major 2, just missing out that global spot by 1 placement. But after picking up Craze, Vivid, I am so excited to watch this trio play. I feel like Craze has just been the puzzle piece that they have been missing, and I think that as a full trio, they have so much potential.
Oh, they absolutely do. When you kind of take a look at this trio, the roles, they seem very defined, right? You, of course, have Booga there for the IGL, the calls, the game plan, what to do when, right? Because he has so much experience in Fortnite competitive. And then you have Threats, who's, you know, not only been a teammate with Booga, right? So that's comfortable for them, but somebody who's known for his aim, right? This guy will 100% be towards the top of like a damage done leaderboard at the end of these 12 games without a doubt. So they got the guy who's going to get him the calls. They got the guy who's going to get him the Storm Surge. And then they now have the young gun, Craze, who's going to bring the mechanics, who's going to find them the eliminations, find them the refreshes that they kind of need in the late game to make sure that they can make it into the later stages of some of those zones. Yeah, Kelly, I got to agree with you. This trio is looking very good on paper.
I like it, guys. I mean, this is just stacked, right? Like, this is going to be one of the craziest majors I think we've ever seen. With only 2 minutes left to go before we kind of start kicking off the competition, I got to hear from you guys. What are you excited to see? Obviously, this is just day 1, right? And we talk about all the time, day 1 teams versus day 2 teams. You know, what are you guys hoping to see out of just day 1?
Well, now I'm excited to see who's going to be dropped on. Is there going to be the surprise contested, like Vivid saying, these little whispers that's going on that could completely shake up the way that things go in the FNCS? And there's one thing that I always say about Fortnite is that it is unpredictable. You truly do not know if a POI is going to even be there the next day or who's going to be landing on you. The best thing about these players is their adaptability.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the season, right, we're all been like, man, there's kind of like a lack of tournaments. We can't really see what's going on the NA, and then the changes that happen every single week, right? It's like if you go ahead and take notes throughout the season in preparation for this grand finals, right? And it's all like just like a stack of paper with all those notes. Yeah, all of them just get thrown out like every single day. It's like, and you just got to rewrite them down. So I'm excited to get into game number one. I want a formulated kind of plan and an expectation to be set for the rest of the 11 games, because as of right now, it kind of feels like we have no idea what's going to happen. So game one for me is going to be like, okay, what's going on? Let me pay attention to every little detail.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot. If you have to pick what's a tree to win right now, who's it gotta be? Who's it gonna be? Pick one.
Oh,
Don't think about it. Gut reaction. Go.
Peterbot.
Kelly's going with Peterbot. Listen, you know, I love Peterbot. I've kind of been on the Peterbot train for a very long time. I think they're going to do very, very good, but I think the storyline would just be too good right now to not say Clicks Higgs in the outset.
Yeah.
I mean, come
That's
on.
fair. Look, you know, Kelly, I feel like there's just so many names, right? It's like, dude, you just look at the lobby list. It's like, bro, you could tell me like 20 different trios, and I'd be like, yeah, all of them could win. Absolutely. You know, we'll have to just see how things unfold, how forgiving the zone is, and we all know it ain't forgiving at all. So with that being said, it is that time. 6 games today, and then 6 games tomorrow, and we will finally know and see the full picture of which trios will be going on to the Global Championship in Beyond. Fortnite fam, buckle up, because game 1 starts now.
Thankfully, Monster, I've been buckled up since the start of the show. And let's take a trip real quick. Major 1, a 14-point difference between first and second place. Major 2, 11-point difference between first and second place. Monster, I hope this weekend that trend continues.
Major 2 was absolute cinema. I think it put NA just at the front line of pure entertainment. No matter what we know for certain that we are in store for great games and some wonderful action. And then we've already talked about it. You have a wild
Godzilla versus the Fortnite Kraken. Did you clip it? Please tell me you clipped it.
Side of the map. I almost feel bad that they are all so close to one another because anything can happen now.
Yeah, especially if we get a lot of those North Zones, forcing those teams to kind of interact very, very early on in some of these games. But I want to say about that probability chance that Kinch kind of broke down. To me, if I was one of those teams that was not in that top 5, that would light a fire in my heart to kind of perform the very best that I can. There's only 2 more spots up for grabs with 6 teams already qualified. So you don't even necessarily have to shoot for the top of the leaderboard. But you guys heard that sound. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 1.
All right, chat. Game number 1, Major 3 Grand Finals, NA Central. Go ahead and place y'all's picks. I did place a poll, so hit that poll. Let us know your vote, and let's get up in here and let's get it. Let's go.
As we get to watch this here with front row seats to the action, Jacob. Obviously, it couldn't be a better time now to push your way through to globals. We already know most of the big ticket teams have nothing to worry about. It's about what spots are remaining here.
Yeah, and already I can see the drop map. The dust is settled. Everybody marking their spot early on before the tournament. Oh, I'm contested so-and-so. Oh, I'm going here. You can see Peterbot uncontested. Clicks uncontested. Kanata uncontested. And right here, right now, uncontested as well. If you look at the opinions of a lot of the Fortnite community, those are the top 4 teams that are in the race for the championship. And to start off game number 1, Monster, all of them uncontested.
What I love too is like all the interview content we kind of got in lead up. You got to hear essentially from the players themselves. Kanata, how he has no doubt in his mind he'll be taking his seat to globals. How Acorn feels like now more than ever this is more competitive now that he isn't wiping Pollo out the early game of the map here. And then let's jump in with Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx. Obviously, last chance qualifier on the line when it matters most. They come through, they clutch up, they put in the work.
Hey, who knows, TT? One day, maybe.
A team like Bryce, right, clashing up against this squad right here. This is a player, this is a trio that have
Sphinx is down.
and
Shadow's hurt.
shown that they can even win in LAN settings as well. So this is a pretty big battle, Jacob.
Yeah, no, and I kind of agree with it. I like the way you were kind of heading with that conversation. When you look at the names of Dash, Skittles, and Bryce, you may not see them as kind of the top names, a name to be scary, but already throughout this season, they kind of moved on over to the Resistance base, and this not been an easy fight no matter who has been contesting this side of the map, and already proven they could be a force to be reckoned with. Yes, Muzz, Shadow, they still got to fight for that reboot card. We'll see how much success we find over there, but back over to the last order. This is where you can kind of see that off-spawn fight. 3 teams over here, Monster, triple contested. Nico's in such a tough spot underneath. Liam shows up at a perfect time to pressure not one, but all 3 of those teams to try to slow down the push.
Nice little tag there for Liam to kind of open this one up. You know, first order is not big enough for 3 trios by any means, so these fights are going to get
I personally think it's starting to get exciting. Have you tried hopped into Blitz yet? They had that 1 hour of Kamehamehas, which was yeah. And then now it's like switching between like sniper stuff only, then it's shotgun only, and you know, it's just changing up right now.
To the lobby. Curb with 13 HP does have some heals in his inventory if he could manage a way to escape, but it's just not only that team that you have to worry about. There's still a 3rd trio there. They might not be all 3 members up, but there's still a threat. But in the distance from Porta Potty, Liam, that's why you know they're landing here. They just know the terrain so well.
Such a good read, such a beautiful just kind of angle play there from Liam, but more importantly, talk about holding his own in the 2v1, just in the box fight capability. So Liam clearly feeling very much good, warmed up. Take a look at that tag right there to give him the advantage. Everything you
I tried Marvel Rivals. I just couldn't figure it out personally, so I stopped playing it.
Jumping into the other things though, Sphinx getting picked up here, looks like from the reboot, but Dash, Bryce, and Skittles absolutely ready for the action here. Get a couple opening tags. Shadow going to come down to him to go on and put up some good defense right now, and Muzz playing wonderful side angles there. Is going to go on and defend properly.
Yeah, I see the idea. Sphinx fresh off the reboot. They know they got half damage there. So they thought for a second he was kind of positioned by himself. They looked like they were going to push him by, but Muzz right there basically saving the day. They get the reboot up. Sphinx doesn't even get downed, and that's going to be the biggest difference maker. Because he gets downed, you know as well as I do, this trio probably pushes, trying to keep their numbers intact, but the fact that those trees essentially saving the day, not giving them the line of sight to get that knock on the Sphinx, forcing them to kind of disengage on out. And you know how stacked this side of the zone is. They're trying to move on over, but they're stuck between now Muzz's team and Reed's team over at Flooded Frogs.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. This rotate's not going to be easy. It's going to get real exciting here for Skittles, Bryce, and Dash. And I mean, it's from one straight into another.
I enjoy playing Fortnite, man. Heck, I know it doesn't really matter now because of Blitz, but I actually hit my 100th crown victory royale today. First time ever. Hey, it's Peter Bot, y'all. Who knows? He might not make it in-game. Come on, get him eliminated. Take him out.
That is no stranger to the upper Fortnite competition, right? What you really have to be careful of is how high the thresholds are going to be now as the game starts to develop.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that, you know, Vivid, Kelly, Zeke.
Yeah, I could have got it a couple days ago, but I wanted to get it on stream. But yeah, we got it in the Kamehameha event on on Blitz. Hey, Kanata.
Surge tower 6 to 7 layers high, spreading the distance to cover that render distance you were talking about, and the amount of heals around these uncontested POIs, Crime City here being one of them. You saw Ritual kind of converging all those heals at the bottom of these ramps all into one location, so when they do take an immense amount of damage, it's so easy for them to start to heal up, get back into full health. And the other difference maker is, even if they do get a down monster, they're so far across the map by the time they try to push over, if they were, that player is going to be up, he's going to be revived, and he's going to be full health.
Yeah, but what you're looking at right now is like not all Storm Surge is treated equal. Like Kanata.
Oh, come on! You ain't gotta play with your friends or that friend and deal with them. I'd find another group to play with. It's like me and Code Red. We're actually contemplating getting a lot of practicing in on our builds and stuff this year, and then possibly taking a run for FNCS next year.
Kind of seeing Oliver just going and getting all the scraps back. We talked about Ritual trying to bring.
Yeah, he's got an invisible gun or weapon. My bad, weapon. Pew pew pew.
Fraggers, support players. Well, somebody's got to get the heals to keep everybody healthy. Booga doing the same thing. Utopia, they kind of spread out in a triangle formation. Usually threats kind of towards the north of Utopia. Craze watching the south side of the map. Booga watching the Shining Spans part. And he noticed no team went on over to this bunker. He immediately beelined over with his misform. Grabbed all the extra loot there. But he is only C rank, so there is still going to be more and more.
Yeah, my building's a little rough right now. I just, I got to practice it, warm it up, get it better. Practice more on KBM because I know once I get that down pat, I'm gonna be a whole lot better. Because the editing on KBM is so easy compared to controller.
Kind of playing deep in the storm right now. Doing a nice little wide rotate here as they try to find themselves into the new zone.
Talk about the island. They brought up the tweet a little bit saying Boxcars, Island, Spire, we're keying absolutely everything. Ironically enough, the fight's going down below the island, so if they can find some rifts, they can easily try to get out of this position, take the high ground on over. It might be just a little bit too risky getting caught in those wind tunnels. You're just kind of open, susceptible to getting tagged up, and that's Taki, Isho, and Ver underneath. And this is a team that's been getting better each and every single major as individuals and as teammates.
One thing seems pretty clear right now is that Ishu, Taki, and Burt have gotten the better of Peterbot's team. As far as this initial engagement is concerned, you saw all of the shields on Ritual and Cold were at least around that 50% mark, and they seem to have kind of had to slow down there. So likely giving up the island, but getting the better of them, at least in that initial exchange.
Yeah, damage. It's like currency. Allows you to flexibly walk around the map, rotate from zone to zone, especially if you get one of those dreaded max pools. As Ritual Cold, Peterbot, they took that rift I was talking about. They got on top of the island, realizing no team's really going to contest him up there, and immediately goes from the island back on over towards Brutal Boxcars Mountain to try to take these priority positions in order to start to continue to accumulate that storm surge.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. The team hot on their heels here. This is just what looks to be a...
Yeah, I mean, winning the game is one thing. Making a run for it, that's a totally different story. I don't, at my current level, I 100% will not win an FNCS. Even if I was teamed up with Peterbot, we wouldn't win. But, yeah, as long as I get practicing in and, grind, I could potentially, make a chance at possibly, even making it to land.
Where, they are able to take down one of the 3 trios that did land over here. I believe they have a 3v2 advantage, and the zone is still close by, so they don't have the pressure to rotate on out just yet. With Neko and Zabi, it's a whole different story. Depending on whether or not they got the reboot card or not, they might not be in that position to have the same flexibility, especially pressure coming in from both sides. Zabi getting most of his shields knocked off. And they're just getting surrounded. You see them just taking that different approach, just trying to lurk around, hide the video visuals, and just kind of strike when they can.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks like desperate.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Was it like a cash cup kind of type deal, or just a regular tournament?
Zavi, just so much pressure coming in, forcing him back into the first order low ground. He seems hungry to try to chase down that elimination. Neko's kind of desperate here to escape at this point in time.
Yeah, Zabi had no choice. He used the porta potty, but you can kind of see him on the lone island, the south side of the map, kind of leaving Neko. Luckily for him, he did have that misform. Tries to create distance, once again, using the porta potty, and he's just going further and further towards the north, farther and farther away from his teammates, which...
Oh, nice. That's cool.
On the other side, at least they have a chance to go back and get that reboot card, but actually...
Well, congratulations to you on that, man.
On the map, Scares able to get that knock onto Madden. His teammate follows, and there goes the last one trying to be the hero, but he's going to follow them back to the lobby.
Clicks, chat! It's Clicks!
Little update here for Clicks and Yamzo. See what it's looking like over here. Several dashes here on Clicks' setup right now. Still playing the Supernova Academy very closely here at this given time. And we know what teams are off to the north. Most likely to be Reed, Cooper, Curly. Have Preston's trio kind of nearby, and off to the eastern side, Soneto, Ocean, and Cam. So really, any one of these trios can already be on the move, but it seems like Yamzo's hot on the heels of Reed and Cooper. Little does he know that they don't see him here, kind of lurking. He'll likely get those opening tags. I'm surprised to see Blake's trio playing this zone kind of deeply like this. So just telling of the situation at hand here. They want to make sure that they are not rotating too soon into anyone else's warpath, if you will.
They got a couple options here too. They can go ahead and ride that first launch pad as deep as possible, and I think that one's going to be the case. But right next to them, there's that bunker, there's the rift. But what this is also going to do, because we talked about the surge towers, the overabundance of hills, all of them kind of collecting them. If they go at the bottom of some of these surge towers, they could find a little bit of extra resources that they can use. Heals to make sure to keep the ones in their loadout untouched. It might not be the worst plan, but I will see the most drastic thing that is happening to a lot of these teams that are in that same position outside of the storm is you're kind of minimizing your win potential when it comes to that heal off at the end of the game.
Chad, I do got a question. If they just destroyed the building at Demon's Domain, how is it still there?
From up above, looking for kind of some opening tags here, and there is a lurking trio still inside the zone. We knew that Crisis team was kind of moving behind, and big two-tap here from Reed onto Yamzo to put him down. Higgs is going to have to come to support ASAP. If not, it's not looking good right now for Clicks and his teammate. Playing for the quick pickup here. Here, it all kind of unfolds right now. Reed backs off. Kind of recognizing, wait a second, I don't need to open up here, but Curly falls, and a huge mistake being made there, and here comes Muzz's trio.
Ooh, third party.
Collapsing in, taking full advantage of the chaos.
This is a prime example of why they sit in their surge towers, Monster, even after they get a knock. There's just too much distance. The revive came into play, and as soon as they were going to crash, Muzz's team got the knock onto Curly. Now Cooper and Reet are forced to try to stretch and use a lot of their materials in the fourth zone to try to make space. Shadow is putting down pressure. Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs, they've disengaged on out. They're just watching from above, smiling ear to ear, saying, hey, we started this, as Curly actually does get cleaned up by Dash. Monster, that is another trio around this spot on the map.
That's exactly where my head was going. Bryce and Dash's team seeing this all unfold here. They start to look in. They want a piece of the action. Why not find a few tags here? And you know they're thinking about Muzz's trio and how they were pushed off the drop. So that's personal for sure here. Clixianzo Higgs get bailed out of a treacherous situation and live to see another day. The team that is most affected right now is obviously Reed's team, but look, they've got in the reboot card and they seem to have skated out for a quick reboot here to come.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking of like Blessings. It is a north zone this time around. So even though they're going back to their POI, Flooded Frogs, there's launch pads over there. They can close the distance, dash sprites as well. So I do expect them to get their teammate back into the game. But how much Storm Surge did they just lose off of him going down and getting rebooted back into the game? That might have impacted them later on as we continue to get closer and closer towards the ending portions. As Minish Visuals and Braids, they've rotated up from Foxy Floodgates, and they've kind of centered themselves in that middle portion of the map, getting as much Storm Surge as possible. I saw multiple knocks in the feed on them and on other players. So right now, they just got to focus on their rotation, which seems a little bit easier because you see two more teams on top of the Brutal Box Cards Mountain, Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid being one of them.
Yeah, I saw Oliver OG's team affected there. Phaser taken down by Oliver OG just moments ago. So now it's all up to King, PH Zin, but it seems like they've managed to pick him back up and get him back in the game. And look, that puts them below the surge. And this is exactly what we just kind of expressed, right? When you get eliminated and brought back in, you are effectively losing all that progress in the game.
I lost the plot.
It truly is a huge setback. So
it's a good name right there. I'll give them that.
how can King, PH and Phaser play this one out? This is exactly what we wanted to highlight kind of in those opening moments. Those breakdowns were all about
I don't think we really seen Polio since they dropped into their drop spot.
Yeah, and essentially they need a
Very nice
elimination and some. Exactly that. They get that knock on the Blake. It did look like Oliver tried to go ahead and turn back, save the day, but he doesn't know. Full trio's narrowing down, trying to get that elimination. 84 more damage for Storm Surge, but they still find themselves below the damage threshold. And with 2 eliminations for Diego and Blake, they're 600 above Monster. All they need to do is survive this onslaught from the Brazilian powerhouses.
Pretty great defense here by Oliver OG, though. I didn't expect him to be able to kind of make a move like that, but Oliver calls for the dash out. Definitely wise to disengage here. Seems like King, Xen are not looking to give this one up. Oliver's going to go in and fall. Big crack from the side angle there. It's just a matter of moments here now before Diego will fall here too, but not before he takes down some serious damage. Wait a second, that Siphon's going to keep him in the game here. We can't count him out just yet. Cooper,
1,300 above the storm damage. That's crazy.
That early elimination, Curly going down, losing the storm surge. So many teams are being infected by that investment going sideways. And now with Cooper down, Curly's gone. Reet is just on the hunt trying to take down Phaser, but it's just going to get more and more tough because I saw Higgs in the distance as well. And there's that first player.
Is Reet going to go down? Or is he going to stay alive?
That first elimination, but he goes down. What is going on?
You can't pay for action like this. Reet versus Phaser one-on-one. This is where Reet shines, though. He queues up into fights like this all day.
Oh, and Reet goes down.
Phaser, who connects the dots and closes the conversation right there.
No way, chat. That is crazy.
Look who's coming in. Other teams that need that damage. 668 below here for he lost a plot, but Phaser, I mean, he's warmed up. He's already done it against the best of the best. I think Plot's got something to worry about here.
I think this might be Chimp. OG Chimp. He may have lost the plot, but he might not have lost the skill. He's ready to kind of go ahead one-on-one against Phaser. Phaser's playing this so safe. He has 3 medkits. He has a decent amount of builds. He just needs to stay alive and continue to create distance. It's only bandages on the other side. He might not know this. This might be a hindsight thing to talk about. Monster B just needs to continue to stay alive. He doesn't even have to put pressure back. 6 builds. He continues to push forward. He knows his time is limited. Another big shot coming out from Phaser, but he did force to cancel that first medkit.
Very nicely done by him as well. Plays the med kit, gets the Siphon to kick in as well, and this is a huge damage tick happening.
He didn't just lose the plot. He lost the battle right there.
Is that just, ticking away too fast. Too much time spent in the zone, and that's how it ends.
Storm sickness.
But I didn't think it was going to be this entertaining this early on into game 1. It just goes to show that everybody, you know, when it comes to the practice, the eval cups, the divisional cups, even those scrims, it's really all being put to use. All those tricks being exposed here early on. And you're seeing them with those risks that some of these teams took early in game number 1. It didn't pay off. They might start to change up their thought process going into the next.
It really does make you think about how much time you spend in the zone. Uga threats and Craze, though, putting the laser to use here. Very, very nicely done there. They're going to open up elimination onto another player there for Craze's team, but Peterbot, Ritual, Cold have somewhat found their bearings. Just 114 above the damage threshold here. This is not usual for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, but this is where they shine best. They've made it to endgame, and now everyone has to be very much on their toes. Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs just sections away from danger here, and they need a fight.
Yeah, below the damage threshold, above the damage threshold. They find the open opportunity there from Yamzo onto Soneto, and immediately, while Clicks heals, the rest of his team pushes forward. They have that trust in each other for them to catch up. They clean up the elimination, get just a little bit more damage for their Storm Surge, but they're not in the zone just yet. While Higgs needs to heal, Clicks as well. The damage is there. Yamzu is going to be the one leading the path, trying to build that perfect tarp of safety into the zone. And you're seeing the whole western side of the zone is stacked like a bunch of pancakes.
This is where Booga, Threats, and Craze cannot be slept on. Endgame experience coming in full effect here, and now they've somewhat positioned themselves up for the first to take high ground. Another trio off to the eastern side here. Seems like Surge is also active. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clicks right below this base here. So majority of the lobby pulling the zone here. That's a very favorable outcome.
We're seeing just looking over onto that team. The med mist smoke goes down. They don't
On
necessarily.
chat, are y'all seeing Poyo out there?
By the active storm surge.
Oh, there he is on the left.
The time to peek either, especially since they're above it. They're peeking through the cones. They're looking at high ground. They're saying, hey, is right now too early. They did pull it on their side for the most part. But on the other side, Pollo, Agers, and Acorn, haven't seen too much of them, but 500 damage above the threshold. They have a clear rotation because as the zone opens up, it's going to give them more and more of a path to choose from.
Take a look at the highlight here once again from Yamzo's perspective to go ahead and initiate the knock here, kind of clean things up onto Soneto's trio and get them right into the position that they need to be in here in the end game. These elims also start to add up. Don't forget those points are super critical here to the overall tournament format. Booga, Threats, Praise back in the mix here. Give up the high ground, play for the mid layers, find a huge elimination here to keep them in the game. And just look at that. The vets starting to get active here, and what a find. Dashes here for the end game is absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, on high ground, who would have thought Bryce's team from the storm to the skies here are the first to take a stab up top. I wouldn't have even thought they'd have enough mats, and I guess I was right. They really don't have much, but they're putting up a flex here.
Yeah, but at least this is going to give them a little bit of bird's eye view. The biggest thing is I need to know if anybody on this team has a misform, because that's going to make it easy for them to get the eliminations, drop down low, get the resources, and go right back up to that high ground. But if they don't have it, that's just going to make it more and more risky. The zone does pull a little bit in their favor, but the little builds that they have, it's getting more and more on the edge of, do we go for it? Do we give up height? Do we drop down and try to get elimination? I don't think they're in a safe spot no matter what they do. 1,000 above the threshold, though, for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. They're just focusing on their rotations. They're letting those elimination opportunities come to them.
Skittles and Bryce actually find the elim as well. They might get the refresh they're looking for, and then look at this. Look at a crash course into Kanata Bolts here on the mid-ground, forcing them off to the side. Rapid, wait a second. What are you doing, buddy? You left your team behind. Someone's lost the plot for real this time. And he has now had his team singled out, but look, they turn around and managed to secure a little bit of height. Kanata forced off the high ground. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot now playing almost intentional low ground here for eliminations. This is the difference between kind of those group stages and finals, right? It's not about winning. Now it's about getting points here.
Yeah, that consistency, the eliminations, 4 points per. A 1 win with 10 eliminations, Monsters, over a 100-point game. But Kanata Rapid Bolts, we saw them getting pushed by Dash and Bryce. That was high ground team, and they said, you know what, you want this layer? You can have it. They immediately built up with the little builds that they did have left. Everybody's probably in a similar situation when it comes to material count, and they're using their eye in the sky to their advantage, going ahead and shooting down on the teams. But Acorn, Pollo, Agers, exactly that. They're contesting for the high ground, and they haven't fought through the same amount of chaos as every other team, so that might be theirs to keep.
Oh yeah, look at how quickly Kanata folded his hand of cards there. Nope, you guys can have it. Pollo, Agers, Acorn head their way straight to the top. And listen, high ground might win games, but low ground wins tournaments. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cold are still in this one right now, racking up the eliminations down here, and it seems to be
Flex is down.
Control. Flex is down, and now Higgs and Yamzo are the last two left alive. Yamzo playing deep side of the storm here, kind of swings around, finds Bolt, shuts him down. 2 more elims sent to the Yamzo's pocket here, and things are now starting to look very favorable for him.
Yeah, every team in this lobby, but maybe 2, are in shambles, are missing at least 1 player or a big chunk of health.
Ooh, Peterbot went down. Peterbot went down.
It goes down. Cold is doing his heel off towards the back. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn in game number 1, uncontested at Demon's Domain, are in the driver's seat. Look at the
Cold went down.
but Cold falls as well.
Ritual went down. Ha! Peterbot's team's out. Oh no, Higgs is down. Come on, Yamzo.
Expect to win this weekend's tournament here. This grand finals is just starting to heat up. Yamzo gets a little siphon here delivered to him. Pollo still in the game here, healthy as ever. Acorn alongside him. Yamzo just a wild factor here. Now kind of setting things up. He's got a misform to go out and play with. Trying to see if he's got a win condition before him, but no, he doesn't. Instead, has to go ahead and take the fights here. Shot coming in from up top, though. Too much pressure. Has to misform around the outskirts here. Jacob is starting to get interesting. Decisions to go up might just happen here.
Yeah, he has no extra heals, so he knows he can't play the backside of the zone unless he gets an elimination or a down. Jojo Fishy on one side. Visuals trying to break their way through. They're getting stuck. They're getting smushed to the outside of the zone. HP is going down. The Storm is doing a lot of the work as Yamzo is trying to steal that one away, but he gets taken. Jojo Fishy gets it in the nick of time. The Siphon is now coming into play. High ground is diving down, but Acorn falls to Visuals. Nobody here is a full trio.
Oh, Yamzo went down.
Not in Ager's house. He
Pollo and them's gonna win this one.
forces outside of the zone for Braids to play that heal off, and he only has a med kit and possibly some storm Storm Sickness on top. Timing is going to be crucial as Braids is trying to make that last-ditch effort into the zone.
GG's, and Polio and Azers get the first round game victory royale. W's in chat for that in-game chat.
That end game came boiling down pretty quickly. Talk about a game that heated up. That was incredible action. You know, I could put a ribbon on the tournament and be pretty happy with the action we saw just in game number 1 there, Jacob. Talk about exciting.
Yeah, we saw it throughout the game. We saw Yamzo look up, couldn't get height. We saw Kanata go up there, challenge it, take it from Dash. And then at the end, they waited for that perfect moment. You almost got to give all the credit to Acorn, the IGL, even though he did go down here, making it a little bit close. But he was the one that probably made that perfect call that turned their game around and eventually turned it into this. The 2v1 Braids, even with all the builds in the world, did not stand a chance against Agers and Poyo. The Major 1 champion strike first in game number 1. Zeke, what are your thoughts?
That's it. Tournament's over. Poyo's better than Peterbot. There, I said, okay, see you guys in Globals. See you guys there. Bye.
Hi, Zeke.
Wow. I cannot believe this just transpired, right? A hectic game, to say the least. And it's crazy that I feel like every time we look at like a different trio, it's like, oh, hey, them. No, it's them. It's them. It's them. They're on height. What is going on? So much chaotic. So many chaotic things transpiring in this game, but at the end, Poyo and Agers managed to just stay together, right? Say, hey, look, we've been here before. We just need to stay calm, cool, collected, and they start the day with a VR with 10 eliminations. Kelly, that's too much. Whoa, whoa.
It's such a good start, and honestly, it's Poyo, Agers, and Acorn that bring it every single time. And Jacob was talking about it. You saw all these different trios, all these players looking up for height, trying to take height. But it's Poyo, Agers, and Acorn that can literally be down, like, you know, just to 14 builds on the mid ground and somehow convert that into a strong height take. Poyo's ability with that mythic AR is just so dirty, so disgusting. He can just get eliminations from the low ground that are just everyone is so distracted by what's going on. Agers, Acorn, and Poyo play that end game perfectly.
I mean, MDF made the call, right? The end game was absolutely stacked, talking about how all of the trios that we kind of expected to win this weekend, they were all kind of found in the end game at one point, and then not to mention also teams that are qualified to the Global Championship with Braids visuals and a minute in the mix right there as well. What a statement, though, from Acorn, Poyo, and Agers. I mean, complete dominance, right? It looked like the high ground was all but Kanata's, but the big boys going head-to-head up there for the win. Incredible stuff.
So many things happened in that game. So many things to break down. So much nuance. But first, a short break. When we return, we'll dive into some of what we saw at game number 1 and start preparing ourselves for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. I almost danced, but I stopped myself. All right, welcome back. Game number 1. I cannot believe it. Pollo, Acorn, Agers get themselves a victory royale. It was insane. 10 eliminations as well. But there's other things that kind of developed in that last game. We wanted to highlight here Clixie, Amzo, and Higgs. What was crazy about that is the fact that Zoe had to kind of solo clutch there toward the end game. And I mean, I feel like every time I feel like I see Zoe doing this in the end game, he's always, especially when he's solo, he's always clutching like this, right? I don't know that I've ever seen a situation where it's just him and it's like, oh, we're gonna see something. Oh, he's eliminated. It's always like, bro, how is he in top 5? Like, what is he doing?
You know, we talked about this at the start of the show, that if this trio can just make it, all of them alive at the very end, that victory royale is within their grasp. But so many times we see them make it down to either a solo or a duo. But honestly, if there's anyone that's going to be a solo clutch, you want it to be Yamzo. He's so smart and he's so fast with these plays. And that's part of the reason why we see them currently in 6th place right now. Obviously not the best place that they want to be. They did get a 4th place finish there, but you know, 5 more games to go for today, 6 more games to go for tomorrow. Clicks, Higgs, and Ziamzo. This is just the start of their competition.
I mean, this game was just the return, right, to Yamzo. This is exactly what we saw in Major number 2. The solo clutches is what actually kept them in contention out of Yamzo to actually win the NCS. Of course, we all know they got second by just a couple points, and the difference was absolutely crazy. But Yamzo, the solo clutches during that Major are kind of what made it so close. And, listen, XSET kind of put out this piece earlier this month, or a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was, Higgs was like, hey, listen, is Clix the best teammate you've ever played with? And he was like, no, Yamzo is. And we are kind of seeing why he believes that right now, because Yamzo just will always put on a show, even if he's the last one alive on the trio.
Dude, it's so difficult, right? Just think about how much pressure is on, in that situation, in grand finals. And it's just like, he's just bobbing and weaving, changing layers, finding elims, making it the top 5. Crazy, crazy stuff. Let's also talk about Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual in this game. So, they're still uncontested, right? That's great. We kind of figured that would happen, and that's great. I love this positioning from the trio, though, right? Being in that front low, they just have all of this free, everyone that's trying to backside rotate, it's just free pickings, right?
Yeah, especially when you can see that they were a little bit low on mass right there. So while everyone else is kind of peeking high ground and kind of fighting for it, they're able to stay kind of in the back of zone, actually towards the side a little bit, where everyone else likes to stay in the front. They're able to kind of get these angles on all these players and grab elim after elim and refresh after refresh, which is what they desperately needed in this end game right now. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot did such a good job on the low ground, and to have 2 exotics onto Peterbot has to be a crime. Vivid, that's just so sick.
I mean, yeah, this trio looked like they were actually going to win it. I loved the position they found themselves in the mid ground, like Z kind of mentioned. They were able to just look back towards everybody kind of rotating in, pick up so many refreshes. I was like, wow, this looks really, really good for the trio. 30 seconds go by, we come back. Peterbot has no shield, but he's looking up at a high ground right, lands that pistol shot up there, knocks 2 people off the high ground. Oh my gosh, they can go for high ground. But it's like, no, the tunnel vision kind of happened very, very quickly. They became those teams that were kind of rotated in and forgot that teams could be looking back at them, which is where we saw Jojo actually take out Peterbot right there. And then from there, right, the trio kind of fell apart there on out. But yeah, I mean, I still like how the trio is kind of playing, right? Kind of playing off of their eliminations and then looking towards the high ground. Love that game plan.
Dude, you know what I love? Aoxy, Jojo Fishy, Pikes. These guys got themselves a victory out in group number 3, right? I was actually asking, he's like, when was the last time we saw these guys? It was just group 3. It was not that long ago, but they got a victory out, and now here we are in Grands. They pull off a 3rd place, 11 eliminations in game number 1. This is quality Fortnite, ladies and gentlemen.
They were just, I wish we got to watch a little bit more of them, because on the low ground, Aoxy getting 6 eliminations. Jojo, I thought that it was over for him once he went down to a solo player, but elim after elim, he was not slowing down. This is what I want to see out of this trio, and hopefully they bring more as the games go on.
Yeah, I mean, big game from this trio. Big game from Jojo Fishy specifically, right? Making sure to kind of play the heal up, play the meds right there, and then jump back in the mix, pick up a couple more placements, a couple more elims right there. Well played.
I'm ready for more Fortnite action. Game number 2 is upon us. So, casters, over to you.
Game number 1, Monster, was already so excited. It has me at the edge of my seat. And looking at the leaderboard, I didn't expect eliminations to play such a crucial role this early.
Yeah, who would have thought it, really pick up as fast as it did? And you said it best. This is why you don't push early knocks. Even if you feel really confident, it's very clear that one mistake and your entire game plan can go downhill. And that's what's so dangerous about that northern side of the map. So let's jump in the battle bus one more time for game number 2.
All right, chat, hopping into game number 2. We already had an outstanding game 1 with Pollo's team coming out with a VR. Who's going to come out with a VR in the second round? All right, chat, put W's in the chat, drop your votes, cast your votes, and let's get it, let's go.
I think it went better than we all expected.
Nah, it did. The excitement levels are through the roofs, and honestly, that puts some of these teams on notice. You know, Reed Cooper Curley being one of them, that there is no room for mistakes, because I talked about the point differential for Major 1, Major 2, less than 15 points for both of those majors. It's gonna come down to the wire if things do continue in this trend. The contested fight we didn't necessarily get to see too much of last game. Liam's gonna go down first. It is towards the outskirts, towards the right side of Shogun Solitude, left side of Demon's Domain, full south on the map, and they're able to clean up not one, both of those eliminations already for Gary, Aimred, and their trio.
Yeah, fast start for Aimred here. Madden's got big decisions to make. Say single build, tries to find an exit strategy, but doesn't seem like he was quite successful. But in a second, might be baiting them. The information there, that ramp, saying, oh, he went this way. Yeah, right. It's just behind this wall right now. You think it's gonna work?
I want to say yes. Let's just go ahead and say yes. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's just too sneaky right there. I think the biggest downfall is going to be if he tries to move, because this actual spot right here, Monster, doesn't have the most loot. If they want to continue for Gary, Aimred, and Angel to load up, continue with the rest of their game, and actually have a good game, well, they're going to have to go elsewhere, but they return back. They see him at the tail end, and that's the full trio out of the game.
Yeah, the math wasn't math, and they were like, hey, buddy, you couldn't have gone that far. And Madden V ends up getting found out. Well, great start for Aimred. Little trio elimination there. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow clearly seem to be the stronger duo here at the Resistance base out the gate. This time, Bryce's team giving them a little bit more respect, right? Skittles and Dash saying, hey, let's just play the outskirts here. We don't necessarily want to clash too early. And they're going to go ahead and probably take their odds up against Reed's trio here later with the outskirts rotate. But Shadow, Sphinx, and Muzz seem pretty adamant on inching their way towards them, like force a fight almost.
Yeah, you saw that mark on the minimap, though. They know exactly where they went. They rotated towards the north, and they're going to go back on over towards the east if they do want. There's a lot of loot over there. East of Resistance, west of Flooded. There's also a Slurp Chuck if they don't have the shields that they want, or just want to save some more. Another uncontested fight we saw in game 1. Pollo, Acorn, and Agers. They win that game, and in that game number 1, Agers put up 1,744 damage, the most assist in the game as well. Even though he booked that final elimination, it's just going to show how flexible all these players are.
Oh yeah, putting in the work right there. And you know, Acorn's biggest fear is shutting down Peterbot early, right? Like, you really don't want them to have too much momentum in that last game. Seemed like, I mean, they were setting themselves up for a crash course to a victory, but yeah, things just went south. So Acorn's team, if nothing else, is one of the most consistent when it comes down to it. Bolts, Kanata, and Rapid also having a fairly, great start to their tournament. Remember, they're just playing for a global championship position at this point, right? They have a lot more on the line here than some of the other teams.
Yeah, and I think, it's Kelly, Vivid, Zeke, that were talking about it, last week during group stages with Kanata and his perfect record, 27 FNCS Grand Finals appearance. Well, celebrating that's going to be short-lived because he's fighting this weekend for number 28, that global championship spot to remain the only perfect player to qualify from them all is Liam, Neko, and Zabi. They get that first down onto 1. It looks like they are going to go back-to-back, getting 2 of the 3 eliminations off spawn at the first order.
Repeat of game number 1. This time a little faster than before. Back to Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid, though. Putting big pressure on that trio that they were tagging up originally. Seems like that first elimination might be giving them the confidence going to take the fight. We saw before, this is where mistakes can happen, though. You start to deviate away from your original plan, but seems like this is very much in Rapid and Bolts' favor here to go ahead and initiate this onto Fredbot, but Aaron's got that side angle here, so they have to wait for Kanata. Beyonzo, Clicks, and Higgs doing the same exact thing, finding themselves an elimination on the outskirts, and then collapsing in to get the full finish.
Yeah, you're seeing the zone just kind of dictating a little bit of their game plan. Last game, it was towards the north. They played it slow, stayed towards Supernova, and just kind of played for that surge. This time around, it pulls towards the south. They knew not too many teams were going to float around their spot. Isolated fight, they take it. Kind of the same thing happening over here, but they are going to be in zone. They're fighting for that Spire loot that you saw in the distance. Fred, Aaron, and Caliper, they were the ones that kind of claimed it for themselves, or at least as most of it as they could, because Bolts and Rapid immediately pushed over to try to disrupt as much of that play as possible.
Yeah, I will say that's one thing that is almost underappreciated is how much preparation some of these top trios will put into any scenario with those early game zones, right? They really will determine what strategy they put into effect. These are not decisions made on a whim. These are very much calculated routes that have been almost methodically planned out. And for Clicks to, kind of showcase that, you just love to see it. But jumping with G-Money, Aviv, and Rise, we didn't really get to see too much of them early in the last game. Just seems like they had a bit of a slower start, if you will, but one thing's for sure, they're definitely catching good ranks this time. Spire's kind of spawning here in their drop, so Outpost Enclave treating them very well.
Yeah, not only the Spire landing over here this time around, we are going to see a huge upgrade. It is going to be the Outlaw Yoink shotgun we saw Peterbot using in that last game, but the zone is also favoring in this direction. That's going to give them a little bit more flexibility. They're going to have priority on some of those rotations. The only team they just got to be careful for is Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo, and this is the perfect counter to all those surge bases. P8's in.
Look at him
catching
go.
Chimp off guard. And there's another one. He's trying to slide down as quick as possible. Nah. I just seen that trick. Goes down the mountain. They have the launch pad. The choice is right here from the Brazilian Kings to just try to chase down another elimination if they so choose.
I love this. They're like, oh, you want to just chill in a big base? All right, buddy. We're sending you crashing. And this is why they are the most devious team in the lobby. This is the team that you just don't know what they have in store for you. Showing up here on the region, putting their own 2 cents into the entire mix here, and really keeping everyone on their toes. What a clash is going down right here, though, from Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow against a full trio. And you got, like, King Phaser now seeing this all go down here from the distance. They might just end up showing up.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Reet and them rotated out of this position as well, so probably everybody looking their left saying, good, easy surge, no risk, they're fighting in the distance, and no matter who wins that fight has to continue to rotate in us. This is what I'm wanting out of this position. I think Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow, and their counterparts of Scuffy, Monty, and Core realize what's going down here. They cannot continue to play this because it's too much of a risk. Both teams choosing to disengage 2 different directions, play this one out because the zone continues to pull towards the south. It just makes it more and more of a dangerous position to keep yourself in.
That's the caliber of just accuracy right there. We'll play to Muzz, putting that big tag there to kind of open up, release the pressure. This is another look from PH Zin, the chop down. Go ahead and find Chimp. Zenetto sitting Cam on the other side here. Just 8 points earned in game number 1, so a lot of time to make up for here.
I love how players find tricks like that. They find so many nifty tricks, and that one's more known, but if you guys are wondering, if you dash into the launch pad, it kind of launches you forward, gives you the launch pad effect. You can open up the parachute, and you don't go as high, which means you're not as easy of a target. As you see some of these geysers being used, but they're going for alert play right now, sir. Taki, Ishao, and Vert, Seek, Donnie, and Joji, both teams kind of going at it, but one of them's kind of preoccupied with getting Surge across the map. We literally just saw this from King Phaser and PH Zin.
Yeah, I was going to say, they seem pretty distracted right now. And I mean, I feel like if you're the team playing Lurk on teams at these Surge bases, you have a huge advantage to catch players kind of out of position here, but I think they make a little bit of a mistake here not to jump on them when there was just 2 in the base, but they're going to be content to kind of hold it down. I think they're almost giving the soft signal, say, hey, look, we didn't get the Elim. You guys can move on. Don't worry. We don't want no beef here. It's all good. And they're resetting their HP pools now.
That was an accident, man. We didn't mean it. Just keep on going. And this is the thing right here, because you saw the zone pull far to the south yet again. There's a geyser. You could double geyser, cover distance, but neither team has a chance to use it. Osid says, let me go for the high ground. They're not going to leave. Let me try to push them out. But it's also being a risky situation, because if they don't go ahead and try to disengage, they're going to stay and fight you. And the longer you are in zone, I said it for game number 1, it's going to happen here again in game number 2. That chances of winning the heal off goes out the window.
Interesting. They're forced to med-miss here because Cam couldn't find any excess heals, possibly left behind by Bert's trio there. And that's going to be one big key med-miss down. Here comes the redash. Just go ahead and get ready. Donnie's team now had more than enough time to kind of situate, rotate out ahead. They'll be the ones putting up the resistance. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow here at the resistance base. Kind of finishing things up this time onto Skittles, Dash, and Bryce here. And Bryce trying to hide, but they ultimately will end up getting racked up onto the point threshold. Aoxy, Pikes, and JoJo leading the elimination counts, though, and continuing to do so here. That's the momentum kind of in the sails here for our Group 3 stage. Kind of Game 1 winners. Could be their season.
Hey, it could be. 11 eliminations, third place. Second place on the leaderboard after placing third. Kind of beating out straight through eliminations, and now we're kind of getting a taste of how they're actually getting the job done. It's these early game fights. This one might be a little bit more risky. Remember, Game 1 pulled north, and you see 3 teams in this location, even at fourth, all of them lurking slowly up the side of the mountain. It's not going to be as easy to chop down as a surge base before, but they're just kind of hoping one of these teams disengages, drops down, tries to leave, and they run into them.
Game 2 feels a little different, though. It seems like teams have almost threw the bases out the window and said, no, we've had enough of that. And they've almost changed their strategies to those that have kind of based up in the general area. Cyclops, VLS, and Ace Cube still forced on the defensive. Starting to gas out here. Just a couple more 100 material counts left here. Meanwhile, Calipper, Fred, Aaron inching their way up to the top, likely to try to clean up the fight as it resolves here in the coming moments.
They got to be careful. They're getting lurked on at the bottom of the mountain as well. The lurkers are being lurked. 2 teams fighting up above. One of them actually disengaged. Cyclops, Bleaks, and Cube. Eoxy gets shot at by the third party, so he's going to have to rethink that situation, and that causes a little bit of commotion underneath, because now that lurking team's position has been revealed, and with one team disengaging, that gives an opportunity for another 3v3 to go down at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, JoJo's team's now officially downloading that information there. Aaron seems to have been cracked by the team in the distance that they were trying to lurk up, and they almost seem forced to take this fight here. I have to assume they haven't really gotten a chance to get big damage in. JoJo finds Fred there. Fresh builds. I'm surprised he didn't scope for it. Saw a little bit of hesitation there, as likely the team's trying to decide, what are we going to do here? Take the fight, play it slow.
Narrowly missing that opportunity thanks to the dashes, but JoJo takes one of his own. 3 HP elimination. Kind of needs it for the Siphon, but he's getting tossed, turned, flipped upside down for a moment before he actually gets knocked, but 1 HP. Aaron's trying to live on a prayer, but Pikes, Aoxy, they know how much damage is there. They're trying to continue to go through these builds and try to finish this one up. I think it is a 2v1. The other one did get knocked out. Caliper's going to have to fight this 2v1 the best that he can, but they're just going to drop down low, realizing, hey, we have a 3v1 advantage. If we force this res, we're forcing him in a position to either res, we keep the 3v2, or fight us in a 2v1.
And they do get the double pickup, so they'll be 2 times as fast here, right onto the wall. No, he had to cancel it, but Calipper finds a monster retag, and then a follow-up. The Siphon comes through. That's the finish onto Aoxy and Pikes there. How did this all just unfold so quickly? Now it's all up to JoJo. Clearly, JoJo was fired up, though. He's the one who initiated that opening elimination here. Double res on both sides. Talk about a full reset. Well played for Calipper. You gotta give him super props for that.
Yeah, this just does not get any easier for JoJo officially. They need to figure out a way to swap some ammo. He has 2 shots left in his Sentinel. You got to make sure those shots count if you're not going to go ahead and re-up with your teammates, as he's looking all around the side of the mountain. Information, anybody else lurking around, because that was what just happened to them with Aaron and Caliper sneaking up on the side of the mountain. Now they're being extra careful. 2 builds left, though. All this investment to take this early game fight did not turn out how they hoped.
You know, I'm thinking that right now pressure setting in as well, right? Reality saying, hey, wait a second. We're almost 100 points in the tournament. There's no way we drop game number 2 right now. We just got to get this reboot going. We've gotten damage. We've done enough here. We actually don't need this fight.
And luckily for them, Aaron Caliper getting distracted by a whole nother team trying to rotate in from the side of the mountain. Cannons Crossing, Shogun Solitude. That's going to be Causers, Scare, and I think Magma on the other side. And they know, they just saw that team up there. They were hoping they already rotated out, but it is in zone. And just the hard part for both of these teams, Aaron Caliper and Jojo Fishy down below and his duo, is how are you not only going to get your teammate back up, but get the resources you need, because this whole side of the map is going to be stacked with teams taking those mountain ranges.
Get to see it. 172 and then 131. Wow. Just straight perfect shots by Caliper to keep him in the game. Masterfully done for them. Way to really fight your way through here. The final stage. That's just proof that teams deserve to be here. Monty, Scuffy's, and Coldo. Little cancel on the reboot there as they kind of wait things out. Another team floating nearby. Seems like they're the first to claim this reboot here, so should just be a couple moments before they'll get a chance to go and play this pickup. Peterbot and Cole's team on the move right now. A lot of action here.
Yeah, you can kind of see where they're rotating from. Their initial drop spot of Brutal. And that's the thing about Brutal is you do not have to move early on in the game. It's relatively center, so even if it does pull south, you can kind of get served and all the teams rotating in as they find that open opportunity onto Gray, get the down, and immediately beeline it over. Preston takes some damage, and that gives them a little bit more information as they pick up that second elimination. That was only 2 players on that trio live, so they're all sent back to the lobby to watch and figure out what just happened.
Talk about like material count they much needed. That's a full kind of pickup for this team. Early refresh right there to really give them momentum to keep pushing here and now. And this time they have a lot more damage. Last time we were here in this setting, they had about just 100 above, so things for sure going in their favor here and now. I'm curious though, last game we saw by the time zone 6 and 7 came around, teams were getting affected by storm sickness, right? You can't underestimate the storm this kind of late into the tournament stages. You really have to start finding your way to safety.
Okay, I would be lying if I didn't say my jaw just dropped seeing them 499 below the damage threshold. I'm not sure what has been going on with this team, but they're almost 3 eliminations down when it comes to Storm Surge, and they are on the clock because it's going to start to activate 25 damage every 7 seconds. That's why they're pushing now, because they know timing is of the essence. Break it down onto 1. They do have the side angle from multiple. That's Taki, Isho, and Bert on the other side as Cam tries to go in, gets the knock, comes at a sacrifice, but he does get the Siphon to clean that one up. His teammate Soneto falls on the other side, so it still is going to be a 2v1, but they trade that one away as they take down Taki as well. 2v1 situation, they're immediately going for the double res, but it's the same mistake that cost them as Bert sneaks around, gets the elimination and the Siphon, bringing it to a 1v1.
You thought he left? No, he was hiding under the base. And Sid may have actually did enough to at least end the surge dump number there, right? He got the elims, go ahead and cancel it for the whole lobby, but my gosh, the pain has already been taken into account here. Vert does not want to mess around with that 2-tick zone right there. That's going to be big damage. Look at the play here. Doesn't even allow him to get the elim. Almost gets the full finish as well. And it's the Siphon that keeps him in the game. What a huge set of eliminations. That's going to be his 4th one for them. A lot of points there. At least it's not a zero-sum game 2 here, but as far as how far they can make it here, Jacob, that's going to be a hard ask. This is quite the end zone, though. Look at this mountainous terrain here. This is going to be absolute chaos here.
Yeah, for the sake of the lobby, I'm pretty sure they hope it figures out a way to go south, kind of normalize out the terrain as balanced as possible.
Oh man, what an end game it would be to be there, dude. I ain't never thought of that. How epic would that be, chat?
Down the side of the mountains, and you mentioned that situation earlier on, and it's just going to be drastic because you saw how many teams were up the south side of Demon's Domain. That's where the reboot is at. We're already in the 6-7 zone. That HP will be chunked out by the zone if you do not have the heals, so it's a huge risk versus reward scenario if any of those teams on that side of the map are trying to get their teammates back.
Yeah, and all this elevation, you'll be pretty much loading in right there, center line, into the line of fire, if you will. So this is all just types of sketchy situation unfolding here. Threats, Booga, Craze fighting for a global spot right now. So far, so good. 72 points coming into game number 2. Tournament off to a hot start here. In the distance, see players like G Money just barely holding on. Reet and Curly kind of survived that last storm surge. Seemed like there's just them two standing. Acorn, Boyo, and Agers, though, are going to be the kings of the hill. sitting very much strongly at the top. And then the zone pull. Okay, buddy. Things are just lining up here for them.
The script is certainly scripting today, and this is the JoJo Fishy fight earlier on in the game. This is the same build fight that they had here. Pollo, Acorn, Age was taking full advantage of a monument that was placed before them. Up on top, zone pull, multiple teams having to come from that edge of the mountain as well, from bottom up to the top. They literally have the best view in the house. Cooper, Reek, and Curly might not be as lucky. They are close to the zone, but you see how stacked up is that eastern edge overall.
Now, I wonder if Clix's team even knew that they were there. No, they didn't. But Cooper, Reek, Curly catch one. He seems to have slipped out there. Okay, I was holding my breath for a second like, wait, Clix or Yamzo might actually fall here, but it seems to have gotten out of that sticky situation. Reek, Cooper, and Curly are pretty desperate, though. They need a little more damage. They know they're pretty much the next team over from falling under.
4 of our global championship qualified teams are on this side of the mountain right now. Gary gets down by Reek. Kind of gets taken by his teammates, though, but that's not going to stop them. 3v2, they're just going to bulldoze their way through that cover. Aimred's going to be by himself. I'm not sure how much luck he's going to have getting out of this situation, but disaster strikes again. Curly, Cooper, both of them go down, and the pressure is all on to King Reek.
Yeah, it's Clix and Yamzo. They end up getting that side angle there. Once they pushed in, they were on the layer. And look at that, they pretty desperate for the builds here, so they're almost going to be forced to probably pick this up here. Yamzo seems to have been the one who, you know, jumped into things, but they'll have to potentially split some mats, so they're not in the best scenario for an endgame that's going up and over a mountain by any means. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, on the other hand, seem to be very much comfortable. Things are going to go pull back west. Yeah, so it's going straight over these kind of elevated section here. Take a look at the highlight. They kick things off. Aim red found by Pewterbot and Ritual there, healing through the builds. And look who doesn't have to move at all. Acorn, Ager, Spoyo, so far above the damage kind of threshold that they need to be at. And again, the zone has pulled favorably for them this far, so they'll be the last to rotate next.
Yeah, it does go down the side of the mountain, but exactly that. They can just take their time, watch every team
need some lights.
front, and just kind of continue to maintain their position above, because they're just going to land right on top and build up yet again. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, they're alive. 5 eliminations, 86 points, and above the damage threshold, but they need an elimination, whether they're getting the Siphon or any of those resources. Reek was able to get one towards the backside of the zone, but that heals are only going to last for so long, because he has to find his way in now or never for Reek.
Still holding on here, but he's in the zone. Damage starting to add up. Pollo forced to kind of give it up here. Double dash to get across. It's Acorn, Pollo, and Ager set up for high ground, but they know best. This is definitely risky, right, to hold height this early. Even into the end game, although they've been gifted, they will have to stay on their toes if they want to pull a back-to-back victory royale. But one thing's for certain, a top 10 should be very much in the conversation, in the books here. Look at Crazy Threats, though, making their way across this awkward terrain here. Try to stay out of the line of sight, out of the action. And this is just beautiful zone reads. Great rotates here. Take notes, guys. This is how you do it.
In theory, they might be able to get priority on that slow side of the zone, but Kruga's kind of damaged up, forced to dash around. Peterbot holding another team outside of the zone. He's going to get one onto O-Zone. That brings their total eliminations to 6, over the 100-point thresh mark. No extra heals in his inventory, Monster, though. And you can see Cold, no misform. He's going to be stuck with the dashes. That's all that's left over as they get to the front side of the zone. Now is their time to start popping off, because they have to start accumulating the points, keeping it consistent, and keep it at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. They're choosing a day one strategy to just play ultimate load, find eliminations. I wouldn't put it past them if day 2 is going to be high ground day. You know, just come out the gate looking for big victories, but we're still early in the tournament setting right here. For some, it's just about getting your groove, playing it how it kind of comes here. But Peterbot and Ritual can play any situation. You just give them a chance to. And look at that. Find themselves a nice little chug jug as well. That's going to be very much welcome, given that they don't have heals here. Ultimate low ground, though, they have full control here. Things are going to be bouncing back towards the canyons, crossing down and over. And look, no one here has a lot of mats. This is why you don't see anyone contesting any kind of mid-ground layer. It's all very much low-level gameplay here.
Yeah, exactly that. And no one's even looking up to kind of contest high ground because they don't have the resources, even if it does look free to take. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, they've been conserving all of their material zone after zone up until this point, but it continues to move over towards that bridge. King's in a tough spot. Two of his teammates went down right before his very eyes. He's used the misform to reposition, but it was Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold that did the damage to Team Brazil.
And they find King here now as well, putting in a little bit more pressure. Cole's going to go in and trust in Ritual to go ahead and clean that one up. Ager's going to be the one who finds the elimination. Peterbot finally starts to turn to high ground now. Pollo comes down, trying to put that extra pressure in, and just note how fast Pollo was to attack right there. Pulling out the fangs here. Clicks, though, getting back.
Clicks is getting his whites up, finally.
Just trying to stay alive here. V looking for a side angle, too, but come and be available. Instead, it's Cold who snipes that elimination. Another one for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual here.
Yep, 30 on that Chug. He knows it's not a lot, but it could be just enough. He even finds one more use onto that misform, but shots coming from the side, so he has no choice but to move forward. That's Higgs, that's Cliz, that's in his warpath as he continues to fire down, but turn around rapid. He was
Ooh, Peterbot's down. Cold's down.
Peterbot, Cold have just been dismantled, leaving Ritual by himself, but he's able to get a spot in his own as he runs out of mats.
Clicks is going to fall there as well. He tries to play a medkit play in the zone. It's Bolts who's last standing here. Mess kind of missed.
Ooh, Higgs is the last one standing for Clicks in the arm zones.
Fourth place now. Sees Ritual here. Tries to go.
Ooh, get him. Come on, get him. Haha, yes. Good job, Higgs.
Agers and Acorn are here to stay, though. Looking for the second victory royale now, Jacob.
Oh, and back to back. Pollo, Ayers, and Acorn with back-to-back dubs. GG.
Back-to-back games, 105 points again over that 100.
Wow, that's crazy.
In these two games alone that any other team probably has combined, and that just shows how dangerous they actually are. That just shows how practiced they actually are. This just goes to show that you cannot leave a team like
crazy, chat.
And this is why they are so scary as a
More W's in the chat for that one.
I mean, Acorn surprises us time and time again, and then you just have Agers really earning his weight right here, fighting alongside Pollo. We can't say enough great things about this trio here, but to win 2 games in the grand finals, just to go in and kick it off, talk about a wonderful, wonderful performance. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, they do it once again, Zeke. How do they do it?
You know, when we talk about consistency, this is the kind of consistency we dream about. Back-to-back victory royales, 10 eliminations. Guys, they are far ahead of everyone else. Oh my gosh. Guys, where do we even begin? We were sitting there watching this game, and it's like, in 7th zone, we're like, oh, look at that. They're above everyone. Oh, look at that. The zone pulls favorably for them. They don't have to spend any mats. They're just sitting on high ground on a mountain, 1,000 above Surge, and they have a medallion. I mean, Kelly, they had it all this game.
Yeah, I mean, from their start to getting Rift Island to this smart positioning of themselves around Zone 8 to build up the tower on the peak of the mountain. The zone pulls in their favor. They're able to control high ground. And Vivid at one point while we were watching was like, yeah, no one's going to even try and take high ground. There's just no shot. And no one did.
Yeah, I mean, obviously their position was really, really good. Coming off the mountain, you can establish high ground pretty easily with that. But it was like, yeah, right around that Zone 7, Zone 8 mark, the zone's kind of pulling up to that mountain and then going on the other side of it. It just made every single team that was not Acorn, Agers, and Pollo in complete shambles. I mean, everybody had to invest not only materials, but then all of their heals because they're getting shot in the back from all the other players rotating. Like, it just created such a mess amongst every other team because of how that zone pulled that I was like, yeah, nobody has the mat economy or the heal economy to even look up at the higher ground. And sure enough, Acorn, Agers, and Pollo kind of walk away with that one uncontested up on the high ground.
Oh man, and you gotta feel too like they knew that so early on, right? Like the moment that you sort of go over the zone and we go like north, and it's like, oh look at that, none of you guys have anything. You gotta walk up here and look at our big storm base, like. Oh my gosh, that was 2 games. Let it also be known we've not gotten a heal off 2 times in a row. Shout out to NA, let's keep that going. Wow, Pollo Acorn, Agers, an extremely strong start out of here. Don't forget, they've already qualified. They're just playing for money. They're playing to make sure that we go to globals. Their drop spot is uncontested because that's what we're trying to accomplish here. My gosh, we're going to go to a break, okay? Because I need to take a breather. When we come back, we'll break down more of what we saw out of that game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I will have to say an instant classic on that last round for sure. They definitely, that was their match to win regardless. Nobody contested them on high ground. Like, when does that happen? When does that happen, chat? All high ground's always getting contested. But that round, they didn't. Nobody contested it, and everybody fought to get around that mountain. Dude, that was epic. I wonder how an FNCS would go if everybody was contesting on high ground instead of playing low ground like they do. I wonder how it would actually go if everybody played high ground. That would be an epic game for sure. What do y'all think about that, chat? Alright, chat, don't forget to like, sub up, and check out the memberships. If you're new to the channel, please sub up. We greatly appreciate it.
Pollo really took that song very seriously. He went harder than harder goes and got 2 victory royales and 10 eliminations back to back in the first 2 game grand finals. I'm still in shock, but it's fine. It's cool. Zeke will recover eventually. Let's talk about some other trios that performed crazy good in this last game. Clicks, Higgs, Andy, Amzo. Higgs, what are you doing, bro? A solo clutch out of this last game. 10 elims from the trio. Second place? What is going on, Kelly?
I mean, if you have watched this trio over the last few weeks, you would not be surprised to see Higgs being able to clutch out this solo ability. He's done it so many times, but honestly, what we've seen out of him specifically over the last season, he has just had so much growth. There was a lot of questions as to if he was locked in. There was a few times where he just wasn't ready, wasn't queuing up for tournaments, but he has turned that around. We have seen him just download the game to a T, and he is now showing what his ability can be once he's locked into the game.
This is one of those games where it's like, okay, this is going to be an unfortunate one for them. They're stuck on the side of this mountain.
Chat, holy cow. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo jump from 6th to 2nd. Let's go. Let's go. They bypassed Peterbot too. That's what I'm talking about. Even though they have 56.
Shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, 56 points away from first.
Like, I don't even know.
But still, let's go. Second place, that's a plus. W for sure.
So fourth place, 9 eliminations from them as well. Dude, just in the fact that like we're still in zone in like 5th zone, right? We're sitting on the front side of this zone. Had that like pulled differently, this would have been a completely different story. But the fact that it doesn't, like, these guys just know how to operate. Like the moment that some new information is presented, hey, here's a new zone pool. Hey, there's 2 different trios in this corner after you rotate out, and they're all fighting here. Hey, Peterbot, you wanted to shoot that guy really fast? Go ahead and get an impact right here on the spot. Like, I don't know how they just force like the Fortnite RNG in their favor, Kelly, but they do it all the time.
They are so prepared as a trio for whatever situation the end game comes down to, but I almost wonder if it's to a fault where they are so confident in their playstyle that when they see another team on the low ground, they go for the aggression and then they miss out on other trios like Bolts right there, being able to get the elimination onto Cold and Peterbot. I feel like the worst enemy to Peterbot is Peterbot himself. When his confidence allows him to think that no one else is going to be looking for them and no one else is going to be attacking them, that's when they tend to fall a little bit.
I've got to say, it's kind of crazy, right? We take a look at the big 3 of the region. Agers, Acorn, Play, obviously in first place after their 2 incredible games. Click, Higgs, Yamzo, and Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual around 150 points. You know, after such 2 big games from Acorn, sure, you'd feel like they'd be further behind, but no, they're putting up incredible games by themselves as well, kind of staying in the contention. And there's just like this big gap from 3rd to 4th and 5th, where we see Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts down there as well, and Booga, Threats, and Craze. Both of those trios, by the way, we talked about, okay, they're going to qualify to the global championships throughout this weekend, but yeah, Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, it's great to kind of see them make it into the end game throughout both of these, right? Obviously a big improvement this game with the 3rd place and 4 eliminations.
Yeah, even with the loadouts being a little different than what we typically see from Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they're still able to handle this kind of low ground aggression. Bolts playing so smart on the low ground there, just making such great peaks, getting eliminations onto some pretty big names. And Bolts has just done such a good job. You know, we talk about players being locked in. I don't know if I've ever seen such a transition of Bolts from the start of this year to the end of this year out of any other player.
I'm so sorry. I'm laughing really hard here because we were told to talk about Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, and they whispered into my ear, and Vivid picked it up instantly, started talking about it, and Mickle literally said, "Wow, Vivid's the Peterbot of the broadcast," and I just lost it. Anyway, we got, you know, sometimes we break Zeke. It's fine. We're gonna go back to the action though. Game number 3 is ready for us. Casters, please help. Just go to you.
I gotta agree, though, with that statement. He is probably one of the best. Vivid, don't go anywhere. But this is game number 3, Monster. This is where things are starting to heat up. There's almost a 60-point lead over 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, you would think we're about 4 games into the tournament with how much Acorn has managed to pull through so far, but this is what you expect of that team, and you sit down, you look at the content that Acorn puts out. When he starts to really think and dissect the way things work at a high-level competition, they have no doubt in their capabilities of taking home another championship. Well, sounds like that game is ready, Jacob. Let's get on.
All right, chat. Game number 3. After this, we'll be halfway done with day 1. So far, so good. I tell you, it's getting interesting. Is Pollo and his team going to run away with it? That's the question now. Are they going to run away with it and get every VR? Or is somebody going to come up and contest them?
And, you know, there was a stat at the beginning of game number 1 around their Peterbot most damage in finals. 5 straight majors in a row. Guess what? Number 1 and 2 after these games is both Agers and Pollo. But a fight that never stops. In game 1, these 2 clashed heads at the resistance space. In game 2, they chose to go 2 different directions. But in game 3, Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow get off to a hot start. They win in seconds. And now they can play the rest of the game out like normal.
Definitely a big way to set things up, and it's just getting better and better. They are refining operations here at the base. On the other side, though, someone has now officially decided to show up and contest. We thought they might have been showing up before, but seems like they were saving that play for a little later into the tournament. And with how much of a lead they had, Agerso puts up a fight, but already now two sides are down. It's a 2v1 here for Acorn. Acorn hit up as well. He tries to slip out the side. Metmus comes down. He gets a little bit of a tick there for some HP, but he's got no bills to work with. This is not looking good.
Oh, snap, chat. Oh, snap. Polio's team went down. Holy moly. We're going to have a new VR this game. Holy cow. Dude, that's mind-boggling right there.
Halfway point of day number 1, and now that they got a feel, they can talk about it. Roughly 25 or so minutes, Monster. They can figure out now that we're being contested, we can go back to what we practiced.
You know what's crazy too is like Acorn is known for like these day 2 big day tournament returns. Very rarely does he have a strong day 1 start, and I hope we're not seeing history repeat itself here when it comes down to that trend on average. But it's Zaire who kind of kicks this one off. You see the opening eliminations there, and then they'll finish up onto Acorn. What a huge momentum shutdown there.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine, if you see that in the feed, Monster, what does that do for you? How much confidence does that give you, whether you're Clix' team, Kanata's team, Peterbot's team? I feel like it kind of puts you on a whole nother level in terms of confidence.
Yo, chat, if Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo can come out with a victory royale on this one, they're going to be in first.
He almost resets the fight there with elimination, baits him into the angle, but Jig Jr. coming through, finding elimination.
I don't remember who that third team was that initially landed here in the triple contest for game 1, but I think they got the right kind of mindset. Even though this was our drop spot leading up to this, we planned for a triple con, and that side of the map, there's so many corners, so many places to hide, nooks and crannies, that I kind of agree with trying to change up that drop spot instead of hitting your head up against the wall over and over and over again. As Cold Ritual Peterbot uncontested at the Brutal Boxcars, and we're seeing how they set up. While one kind of farms up all the metal at the actual location down below, 2 people set up 2 different towers and start to fire off for Surge. Huh?
Women's domain heating up here, Jacob. I saw them on the map, you know, I wasn't too sure what was happening here with Zonda, Power, FN, and Blue. Like, if it wasn't Acorn's team, right, getting cleanly contested by Cyrus and Zaire, like, it probably would have been Zonda's team. It was like, hold up, what's going on over here at the Demon's Domain?
Kind of just slowly.
There's 3 teams at Demon's Domain? Holy cow.
Also at Demon's Domain, 4 teams in game 3. Trying to claim Demon's Domain. They want that medallion, the extra shields, the mythic spire. There's just so much you can get. And the freedom if you go and get that Foxy Floodgate zone, if it does the island spawn over there, as the Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix, they're getting more and more aggressive. Instead of setting up their surge bases on this side of the map, they saw how empty and open the space was. So they now realize they have to go back to their normal strategy of fighting for their surge on the northeastern part of the map.
I mean, answer me this, Jacob. Do you think it's because, like, oh, we see Acorn's team get team wiped in the feed, let's make a move? Or is, like, the hit put out and everyone's like, yeah, we're coming here no matter what? Because, like, if that's going to be the trend of the evening, I mean, it's going to become harder and harder for Acorn's team to escape. Look at this.
How did we not initially see this? Where did the 2 other teams even come from in this fight? And the one that originally won it, Naps, got taken down by Vleeks, H-Cube, and Cyclops, forcing his team to disengage. Then you still got Power Blue and Zonda. And then what is this? Chocho, Aoxy, I don't see Pikes just yet, but a fifth trio at Demons?
Yeah, it seems like the bounty is up for this medallion here. Cyclops, Flex, and H-Cube seem to be the kings of the hill right now. They've got things somewhat under control, but there's just so much happening here in the vicinity. It's almost like no one's got time to go ahead and get situated. Aoxy, Jojo, Pikes end up showing up. Clearly, they've been fired up. They know what they're doing in the early game, and they're likely, again, trying to fight just for what this drop spot has to offer.
And as someone who loves Fortnite, my only question is, who has the medallion at this point in time? We saw Nabs go down. That was the original team, but did he have the medallion? Because his team did disengage. Good luck for them trying to get their reboot card back. Zonda gets third party on the high ground, forced all the way down below. He's going to get taken down by Yoxi. His teammate Power got taken down by Cyclops, so two different trios picking on one.
And JoJo holding down the other team as well. Shots coming in from the high ground. Vlex, H-Cube here just to go ahead and keep them almost pressured down from even supporting their teams. And JoJo's looking to clean this elimination up here, but seems like Blue's going to go ahead and fall to the other teams up top.
Found it, though. We know who has the medallion now. It's going to be Oxy, JoJo, and Pikes. And honestly, Monster, with how good they have been playing so far, I know it's only been 2 games, might be a little bit too early, but I feel like that's a huge boost in confidence. They can choose to either continue to fight towards Demon or kind of rotate out. They have some of the best loot in the game right now. Maybe they're just missing the Mythic Spire Rifle, but hey, can't get too greedy in some situations, but it does look like they're going to continue to push towards the center.
On the other side, things a little bit kind of simmered down here in the distance. Visuals of Minish Braids kind of watching the action unfold here. They're probably thinking, hey, what all happened to our usual setup? There's no one here to tag up. Players have almost collided into one another.
Hey, but that's a blessing. This is a blessing for Agers, Acorn, and Poyo to go down for Minish, Visuals, and Braids, because Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, we saw it all throughout the group stage. I believe Kelly broke it down like 4 out of the 5 games that they did play. They went for this island. They got that loot. The medallion was in Poyo's hands. And now that they're no longer there to contest it, Visuals, Braids, and Minish have a chance to really make something of this game. And we saw Reet in the feed early on. That one elimination was on the King, Phaser, or PH Sin. Don't know exactly which one, but they're finally getting struck back down. That's Cole. That's Monty. That's Scuffy's on the other side. They're able to kind of not only take down Curly, but solidify the full elimination. And not only are they two fighting there, there's a third trio kind of lurking on the outside, waiting to get damage when this fight settles.
Monty, Cole, Scuffy's just looking in. You know, I was looking at Reet's total points there as well. Just 21st place, so a lot of teams just struggling here as the time kind of begins to develop here game after game. We've seen so much action from them, but not enough end games here. You see Monty, Cole, and Scuffy's kind of sitting comfortably on that single elimination. They're pretty content right now. Take a look at the highlight, how it all went down. Finding a nice little angle there. Curly overwhelmed almost.
Almost got creeped too far into the Lion's Den, but almost a rematch from Major 2. That last and final game 12 was probably one of the best in history. The way these two teams went.
Clicks versus Peterbot.
But it's only going to be a short.
Oh, short-lived, short-lived. Hey, I was hoping.
Higgs get the Spire that kind of spawns over towards Brutal Boxcars, stolen away by Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, landing over at this side of the map. Makes it risky for them to contest, so they're just going to go ahead and use that boost, fly towards Brutal Boxcars, but instead of stay and fight, Clixiamzo Higgs are going to try to continue their rotation forward. Another zone here, Monster, where the zone is pulling towards the south.
How much respect they have for that trio. Peterbot just moves away like, yeah, we're not going to tail him this time. We're not pulling that Major 2 kind of, you know, bully ball like we tried to do last time, as they definitely learned their lesson in that last engagement. King, Phaser, and PH though, Jacob, what are your thoughts on, you know, their capability to perform so far, given that they're inside the top 10?
I feel like they're a good team. Moving over regions just kind of exposes, I feel like, certain plans or certain, you know, flaws in their game plan overall. But with the short amount of time they've actually spent on Central, I feel like the rest of the lobby is lucky that they already have their global championship spot, because they are a threat to this lobby. They have all the potential. My only worry for them is consistency overall through 12 games. You got to realize it's a marathon. It's not a race, but they're able to get one down to the backside of zone. They're playing it very, very cautiously, calculated, smart on their way over to try to clean it up. They know as the zone continues to pull towards the south, not too many teams can third-party this.
Very confident here from PH Zin to just go ahead and go toe-to-toe before his team even shows up, but here they come. King here, healthy enough. Phaser not so much, and third-party shots start to come in. This is where things start to go really bad for this team here. I'm thinking to myself, do they have a med miss or something here? As Phaser is kind of in a race against the clock here.
You know, know, it's funny you said med mist. I was thinking you were kind of referring to this here, the med mist smoke. And I'm like, oh yeah, the med mist is back into the game. You guys can find those at the med kit resource vending machines. And it's honestly a huge tool because if you use it right, Monster, say me, you, and Levin are truing around. If you and Levin need it, both of you stand in front of me, I can actually heal both of you with the click. So you got to make sure to kind of dig deep into those bag of tricks of the past when it was around.
Not bad at all, given that we are almost in a eat zone type meta. Like, it's time and time again come these majors. But look at this setup right here from Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. 106 points on the overall standing, so that puts them in 5th place coming into this last game here. They seem to call off the ambush up top. They're not really happy with the angle to push the team up there.
Even though they're not pushing up there, just by Bolts dropping those bigs, just kind of leads me to believe that they are going to stay positioned around Predator's Peak, that side of the map, kind of make just underneath their location. With the zone pulling towards the south like it has been, you know, a lot of those teams to the north side of the map overall are going to have to rotate in and around Crime City. So I don't necessarily think it's the worst idea in the world, and even Rapid planning ahead, building them a tarp, a path, just in case the zone does pull in that direction. They're relatively safe to the team position above.
Yeah, definitely thinking ahead there. Booga Craze threats now on the move here. 110 points. Just taking a little glimpse over at the Demon's Domain as they rotate through this area of the map here. Trying to see if there's anything good left for them to go ahead and pick apart. Teams already kind of marked out these old bases up in the distance, but they're in somewhat of a death valley. This is not really the place you want to be here. I think they know that too. Booga taking some serious damage here as well.
Uh-oh. Thought I saw Pikes going down to the team of Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. And the main reason why I see that as a little bit of importance, because that's medallion on medallion. If you're able to get the full wipe, one of those teams will be looted and ready to go. But Blake Oliver and Diego, we saw them earlier on in some of the games past where the zone was rotating so far away from them. They've had to decide whether they prioritize getting Storm Surge or staying in the zone. We saw how that affected their game plan. So luckily for them this time around, a zone that's kind of favoring where they drop, favoring their loot path overall. And they're trying to make it a quick and important part of their plan to try to get to one of those edge of the mountains over there. You see Canyons crossing just in the lift. That way they can try to just set up a base, let all the teams come to them, and then worry about Storm Surge a little later.
And, you know, they had a pretty rough game 1, but game 2 turned things around for Oliver OG's team there. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv, though. Sleeper trio right here. One that was just kind of under the radar from game number 1. Almost a top 10, but game 2, 5 or 6 eliminations in a 5th place. Definitely put them right back into the race here. And already they're off to a super hot start. This is the fastest game start they've had so far with 3 elims. So they're not going to be really worried about Surge if we had to put a bet on it. Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs on the move as well.
It's not our normal Surge towers, but it's something that they can call home. Again, looking towards the north, they're seeing all of these teams rotate by. Even some relatively safe when it comes to the zone, doesn't stop them from trying. In the distance, you see the island as well. Those Visual, Braids, and Diminish that were up there for quite a long time. You got to imagine they've kind of rotated off. And that's the thing about the island, is you don't want to be one of the last teams there having to figure out a way down. Just kind of leaves you open to taking so much damage. Aoxy, Pikes, Jojo, Fishy. I did see him get knocked in the feed. Glad to see him back up and in tip-top shape, because I do believe this is the team with the Demon's Domain medallion.
That medallion, so clutch. Clearly, every advantage is going to matter, but hold up. You got to hold that thought. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot finding themselves into another fight situation here outside the Foxy Floodgate and a full elimination team wipe here. They will fight for the island every single time in efforts for the medallions, the mythics, right? We already know this is the game plan here. You've made it very clear. You are to stay away.
Bad, man. He's just the last one alive. You can't really get down, like I said. That wind tunnel is just going to keep you in the eye, if not just them, but any other teams that are surrounding. So he's going to go down. But luckily, there's still 3 games today. There's still 6 more games tomorrow before we crown our Major 3 champion. A lot of time left. That's why I say marathon, not a race. Consistency is key. And honestly, tomorrow is where you start to think about you're going to close the gap if you are behind.
Cooper's team kind of recovering from their early knock. Keep a close eye on their overall damage, though. That's going to be a major, major setback. Visuals and Munition Breeds moved away from that kind of precarious situation we saw them on the mountains. Now trying to go somewhat more center, but this is just a world of trouble waiting beyond the Canyons crossing here. We've already seen one end game here. They could be looking to hedge themselves on a bet to stick around. They're not necessarily in a rush to move. I mean, 835 damage here, kind of okay for this situation, but come late game, you know, they'll need a little bit more, so they can't get too complacent.
Yeah, especially since they're essentially in the middle of a divot. Mountain ranges behind them, mountain ranges in front of them, to the east and west as well. As it continues to pull on over, Phaser, King, PH Zin. No eliminations so far. 128 above the damage threshold, but as the rest of the lobby starts to get active, accumulating their damage, see them fall to 93. It's a feeling of confidence in one way that you are above the damage threshold, but 93, these players know that can turn at the drop of a hat, so you have to start figuring out where you're going to get more damage, and they immediately look to the blast side of the zone, and that chimp goes down yet again, and they try to clean it up to get max surge. Mason falls, but everybody focusing this side of the zone slows down just enough for Phaser, King, PH Zin to catch their balance.
Looking at the team looking to focus them, though. It's Recooper Curly there, deciding if whether or not they want to take this fight here, but all that extra metal, it's a lot to break through. A little update on the other side here for Joji's team. Donnie, up and out of those group stages, clearly was a favorite for teams that have pulled multiple clutches in the past. And look at this, staying in the running, right? Who would have thought that? 75 points here as they've come into this third game, sitting at 9th place, outperforming the bulk of the server so far.
Kind of target teams down below. 438, just staying proactive, even though Pikes does get down by cold. Not sure if that was far away or up close, but remember, medallion on medallion could be the potential and could be what they're after, because even though you're trying to hide, you're trying to run away, that medallion kind of keeps you marked on the map the entire time. And yes, it's Pikes, Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy outside of the zone as well, and they immediately get the down and move on over to try to clean it up.
Haven't seen anything in the feed just yet, but I do wonder. Phaser, PH Zin, and King once again now in somewhat of a bad situation here on this next rotate. This time is Muzz's trio looking at them. It's Reek's team off to the side. Clicks there on the mountain. These are great, great teams, and they know when to join in on the server focus, and then Phaser's team also below the surge, so even these elims can't keep them alive for now, but countertags there are going to buy them a little bit of a window, but it's just too much of an onslaught here happening now. And down they go.
Oh, it's so bad watching that. But when you're the chosen one, Monster, you're the chosen one. Out of the lobby, and clicks Yamzo Higgs in a similar spot. Active surge every 7 seconds, 25 damage. They're trying to utilize the med miss smoke, keeping the HP high. They're trying to keep Yamzo alive, but I do think he's seconds away from getting cleaned up overall. Storm Surge still dictating the game plan of Clicks and Higgs. 34 below. That's just one shot. Doesn't matter what weapon, but Bolt steamrolls his way in, takes down Clicks, and sets his eyes onto Higgs next.
This is such a good team. Bolt, Rapid, Kanata, and they take down Clicks. This is just unfolding in the wrong way for them right now. So bad here. Look at how it works out for Bolt. That wall somehow was his. How do they even have that much control over this general area? It's all up to Higgs now. This is an actual huge moment right now for Higgs to really prove, you know, how valuable he is to this team, but 470 damage to make up for that much damage is not going to be easy by any means. I'm thinking he's got to make at least.
Come on, Higgs, you got this.
Give him a little bit more room, or it's going to be a dead giveaway. Already the server's starting to look in, trying to take their stab, and he's just only gotten closer to Peter Boss trio here on the outskirts. You know, best case scenario actually is that somehow, some way, Peter Boss team falls too, right? To keep this somewhat close, because otherwise they'll be the only team catching up to Acorn's trio who's kind of opened up that first place spot.
That's actually good to note. And now they're getting pressured as well.
Okay.
All right, Ritual's down.
By Higgs.
But he's still 400 below. That's essentially
Hit
2
Peter
full eliminations and some. And now he's the
No, and then Higgs goes down. Peterbot is currently down though.
first place are out of the game. And now third place is still in the struggle.
Come on, eliminate Cold. Come on, come on, get him. Come on, get Cold down.
The only real difference right now, Monster, between the two teams that went down is we are into the top 16. Every team that falls is more and more placement points for Cold, and these are clutch placement points in a tournament this close.
And he has the damage, right? Higgs had to make up the damage. He was almost forced to take a fight there. And granted, he might have manipulated things just a little bit. Cold has so much better odds at really taking away and making the most of this opportunity here. But that just means, Jacob, that we are going to have an even more competitive standing here as Visuals, Braids, and Minish have a chance to run their way up to the top, as do Aoxy, Jojo, and Pikes. Oh no, actually Aoxy's team was out, so it's really up to Visuals' team here. Kanata, Bolt, and others, even Booga's trio to go ahead and jump up into top 3.
Yeah, with the way the first 2 games started, I said I didn't want a runaway train of a tournament. I got my opportunity with them going down, but everybody below them slowly but surely following. That just means, like, the middle of the pack, everybody outside of that top 3, and even Kelly said it, the point differential was actually looking a little bit drastic early on. This is a chance for them to catch up, start to pick up the pace, and make this a tournament day 1 to remember. But Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt, I've seen them in this position before. High ground, they usually figure out a way to seal the deal.
What I'm saying from Aviv, G Money, and Rise. Once again, another end game. This time, 7 eliminations, though. Huge game for them so far to go ahead and put them right up into the race here for top 5 seeding so far. Muzz's team also sitting on top of that mountain very comfortably here, but focus is starting to come up onto the high ground team of Kanata's trio. Meanwhile, Cold rotating his way through the mid-ground layers, trying to save as much of a, I guess...
He's only got 4 builds, too. But he does have 5 on minutes.
But he's going to need a huge refresher here.
We got some Minish get cleaned up. I'm not quite sure, but that's the team I know that has the Wanderer's Medallion up above. Is just trying to get anything that he can. That's floor break, only 30, but at least it's something for him to work with as he's just lurking around, trying to catch somebody off guard. He needs an elimination here for the resources, for the heals, for the materials, for his tournament life, but he's into the top 14. Only 2 teams have fallen. Now a third as we get into the top 13. The superhero rank upgrade. That is what he needed.
Yeah, that's the heals that are going to start ticking in over time, and now just waiting for that misform. The name of the game is to stay alive here, earn as much placement points as possible, and he is doing just that so far. 13th place so far. Eyes on the prize here. Cold moving base to base here, just on the outskirts. The rotates are almost perfect as no one has found him out. Finally now, a little bit of pressure comes in, but this couldn't get better for him as going through these builds, right? He's got plenty of spaces to lurk and hide from, but no! Shots come in! He finds the Elim with the quick turn and burn, and talk about clutching up here when it matters.
There's always a moment like that in every major, and
Somebody's got to get rid of Cold.
Captured that moment into the top 12. I talk about clutch points; those are the ones. But the handoff from the medallion, from a Minish to Braids, he made sure that did not change hands in terms of overall teams. And now Braids is trying to run away with it. Gets to the front side of zone, creating space for him and his teammates. They are stuck as a duo in a world full of trios.
G-Money, Rise, and Aviv also now getting active here on the mid-ground layer. They have choices to make. Do they go bright? Do they fight down low? Try to get some material count to turn this fight around? We'll have to see, but Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow are cooking up as well here. 10 Elims now as they start to ride this coaster to the top.
Just trying to go unnoticed because they know high ground is pressuring second height, and right now that's Booga, that's Threads, that's Sprays. They're garnering a lot of that attention, being the front side of the zone. Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, they're using that as a distraction to rotate themselves, and they get in front of Cam, Sinetto, and Osin, and now they're trying to put the pressure onto them, forcing them outside of the zone, forcing them inside of the box. Cam goes for an all or nothing play. He's able to get the knock onto one, but he goes down as well.
Oh, the finish there on the Sphinx too, leaving it down to just a 2-man operation here from Muzz and Shadow as they're kind of putting themselves back into the race here. But Bolt, Rapid, and Kanata can absolutely use this top 10 here. That's going to go in and give them a chance for a 3rd place, maybe even a 2nd place seat here on the overall standings, but they still have a ways to go. Booga, Crazy, and Threats, though, fighting for it as well, but they're starting to gas out, running low on material. Muzz has got them on their sights here. They can still do some big plays here. They want to cap off before this last and final engagement.
but this is where it gets tough. Everybody's jam-packed like a can of sardines, close to one another. Booga gets one onto a V, but goes down shortly after. Muzz staying in the zone, but he's getting chunked out. He gets the elimination on the Booga just in time to save his life inside of the zone, but they are stuck. There's so many builds all around. They're trying to find the way out, but they might get denied, but no, Muzz does. Literally a sliver of HP. He survives.
Couldn't imagine the comms there. Shadow to go ahead and find a way out. Muzz to somehow follow through there, and although he falls, he has done so much here to earn himself so many points for his trio. Bolts, Rapid, Kanata. The refresh, though, is going to be very much welcome. They have a lot to work for, but it's going back over the...
I'm calling it right now. Kanata's team's got the win.
Not a free end game here. Bolts still fighting for it, though. He doesn't want to give anyone a chance to go ahead and stop and heal. Rapid's going to fall. Kanata's up top trying to play the heal off here. Braids escapes out with the misform here, but it's going to come down to the tag. Bolts falls to the Zorm there. Braids doesn't get it. Kanata wins in the end.
Jeez, what an end game there, chat. These end games are awesome today. W's for sure. Question is, did Clicks and them have enough points to bypass Polyo for first, or is it a close call?
Third place, and now game 3, they got that first place locked up.
People forget Kanata is a competitor at heart, and when he's fired up and he shows up...
Or the better question is, did Kanata's team sneak into first?
That has been slept on, right? These guys coming from West Region to NA Central now, just putting up the numbers amongst the best of the best, and they're doing it in excellent fashion here. What a victory royale now for Rapid, Kanata, and Bulls to go ahead and solidify themselves a victory here on the day, Zeke. Kanata! Kanata! Let's go! Oh my God! A victory royale from the boy, from Kanata, in game number 3. Guys, we just sat there in the back watching this game, okay? And the moment we realize that they're on height and 8, right? And then the zone is like, oh man, look at all these nice little triple tarp metal builds. What if I just went back over it? And they're like, okay, like, all right, first pull, that's fine. The zone's like, what if I did it again though? It's like, what do you mean? These guys had height on lock. And while everyone else is just desperately down low, trying to find some kind of peace in this storm, Kelly, they're just up there like, oh, we're just gonna go builds over our builds a third time? Yeah, that sounds good. We'll go ahead and get a VR. Thank you.
They were in 5th place after game number 2, and we saw some of our big teams, first and second, going down early there. I know after that game that they are going to be shooting up the leaderboard, and although Kanata and Rapid played that game, played high ground so perfectly, I have to give a shout out to Bolts. His ability to leave the rest of his team, go into low ground, and still somehow have no one look at him, no one even attempt to get an elim on him. He is just him. Bolts, time and time again, can show that he is ready for the grand finals and wants to get his team not just a ticket to the global championships, but he wants to get them that first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, this high ground play, it's all made available by the fact that this trio went ahead and took out Clix' trio, right? Clix and Iamzo go down. A little bit of struggle with the Storm Surge right there, so the eliminations were picked up by Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. Of course, when you go ahead and pick up those eliminations, you're going to get the refreshes from another stack trio, right? Another good trio who's, of course, going to have some things for you to work with, right? So they just have so many materials, and it's so funny, right? Because we're watching the game happen, and Zeke's like, how were they just tarping with all of this metal? Well, that's because they just had all of the materials that they needed from picking up another one of our top trios right there. And man, let me tell you something. Game number 3, Major 3 in 2025, that one might need to go down in the history books because the implications on the leaderboard, Zeke, I don't even know.
Bro, we know what the leaderboard looks like, but Fortnite fam, gotta go to break. I know, it's fine. When we return, we take a look at the standings because, as Vivid said, the implications here are crazy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Chat, in-game after in-game after in-game. What is this stacking up to be? Halfway done with day one of the Major 3 Grand Finals. And we have had a show for sure. So we got 3 more games heading up in front of us. And I'm telling you, it is stacked. It is awesome. Dude, I'm speechless. 100% speechless on what to say about this. It's just been one heck of a ride. Put W's in chat if y'all agree.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. Game number 3, Canada Rapid Bulls get a victory royale with 11 eliminations. And as Vivid said right before the break, the implications alone on these standings, very, very crazy. Because we do have to remind ourselves, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo went into that game in first place, right, by a pretty big margin. But them falling mad early means everyone else in the lobby can now try and close the gap and take.
Ooh, and Canada takes over top spot by 1 point. Holy cow. What? Clicks and them drop to 5th? Holy moly. That is crazy. Peterbot team stuck in 3rd. Oh, wow. Hey, Muzz's team jumped into 6th. Holy cow. One game can change everything out.
Another trio that has jumped up their leaderboard, currently sitting in 4th place. So many people need to put more respect onto this trio because time and time again, we see them make it to the end game. Consistency is the name of the game for this trio. And regardless of if they're able to get that big spire, if they're in the front of zone, they are able to just get so many good plays in these end games.
I mean, yeah, honestly, in minute sprays and visuals, it's like they're playing like the cleanest Fortnite out of anybody right now. There's nothing crazy going on from this trio, right? They're not playing for the high ground. They're not popping off with eliminations. They are just consistently finding themselves in the end game. And it's like almost every single time we do one of those like drone shots where we're looking at the entirety of the end game. It's like, wow, visuals, sprays, and minutes, they're in like the best spot right now in the end game. They're just playing super, super clean Fortnite.
And the fact that they have Medallion in hand, right? That just amps them up in that mid game. Dude, so well executed. But another trio. We can't not talk about Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow. What the heck were they doing this game, bro? Muzz was on a completely different level. They end that game 4th place, 13 eliminations. Oh my God, Muzz. This is what I want to see from you, dude. It's so good.
This is what we all wanted to see out of this trio. A little bit of a slow start, starting up with 18th place, then getting 11th, but jumping up that placement. Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx with so many eliminations. I love to see it. This is the Muzz that we know, but can he replicate that over the next 3 games today?
I mean, even being contested on spawn, right? I think if we were to start a stopwatch from when all 3 of them landed to face the other 3, it was like, felt like 7 seconds and the whole trio was wiped. Finding those early eliminations was key for this trio for sure.
Talk about early elims, guys. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual going down a little too early, right? Once again, we find ourselves in a solo clutch situation. Still, though, 12th place rather, with 7 eliminations. Even in a situation where Cold is put to solo clutch, I love that any one of these members, if they're put in that situation, they'll still clutch, right? So they're still hanging on to that 3rd place.
No, it's always usually the Peterbot show. When everyone talks about the trio, they literally just call Peterbot as a whole. But Cold, there is a reason why people regarded him as one of the best players for the last 2-3 years now. And to see him be put into a solo consideration and still be able to pull out those plays, that's why Peterbot picked him up at the start of the year, right? He's one of the best.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I want to talk more about so much, but we have to go back into game, okay? Game number 4 is ready for us. This is now the halfway point, okay? 3 games left to go before we wrap up day number 1. So, casters, take it away.
Can you believe a 60 or so point lead going into that game? Monster has just vanished. Now it's Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts at the top spot with a 1-point lead going into game 4.
Yeah, and you know what? Cold could have actually gone a little bit further. You saw Storm Sickness kicking in at the end there, really putting things into perspective of how these early game kind of sitting in the zone, taking fights can work against you in the long run. So with game number 4 here, let's see how players start to adapt.
All right, chat. Game number 4. We are halfway through. 3 more games, counting this one. Who do y'all think is going to come out on top? Like I said, 1 game can change it all. Who y'all pulling for? Hey, what's up, DB? Welcome to chat, brother. Dude, it has been epic. I'm telling you, epic. I ain't got no other words to describe it. But here we are, game number 4. Y'all sit back, relax, enjoy it, and I hope y'all enjoy. You think it'll be quick? Oh, we got another vote. We got another vote. Who? We got a Booga vote. Hey, it's possible. They're in the top 10. It is possible.
Tournament series here today. It seems like Ager's Acorn gets to breathe to see another day. Pollo here kind of easing up. I'm sure relaxation almost feels like it's kicking in, but they know now that they have to stay absolutely on their P's and Q's here. They got to loot quick and move quick.
Shut their eyes and cross their T's.
Every game they have to play like they are going to be contested right out of the drop. Once they see it's clear, send Acorn to kind of loot the outskirts. They loot the main.
Hey, Clicks was in second there for a moment. It was like a 50-point lead different because Polyol's team won the first 2 matches. But then they dropped, and Kanata took over his team took over by 1 point.
No bigs that are left. He has no small ammo. He is going for the revive onto Skittles, and I do think he is going to be able to get this one off. But what do you have to fight with?
Yeah, absolutely nothing. I'm also trying to just figure out how does Shadow touch down so fast before his own teammates even get there. So clearly he is way ahead of the drop right now as far as how this all worked out. But Bryce picks up Skittles here, forced to kind of retreat now with really little to nothing. But we all know this team's going to be trying to seal the deal here. There's no reason for that.
Yeah, ever since Peterbot pretty much stepped on the lot, it really hasn't been anybody else other than Peterbot. But Peterbot has not been playing like Peterbot this time around. He didn't win any in the Major 3 Group 3. Dude, he hasn't been playing like himself yet. So I mean, anything can change. We'll see. But like I said, 1 game can change it all.
For the first couple games so far, G Money, Rise, and Aviv going to be contested by Curve, Josh, and Tyler. And this is
also in Group 1 of the Major 3s, Polyo's team, they out of all the games that they played, they got it was 74 elims. Hey, it's possible. I can believe it. But he's playing really good this season.
drives good damage onto G Money, but a 3v1 curve gets taken down, and the full trio wiped off the map.
Yeah, this has been going very well for G Money of even.
Yeah, man, it was 74 limbs in total. I think they hit like 20 something limbs in one game. I believe it was. I can't remember, but I believe it was 20 something games in one, or limbs in one game. But the next closest from there was like 40 something limbs, maybe 30 something. I can't remember exactly. Oh yeah, especially against pro players like they're playing against. Dude, it's wild.
Sneaky angle on the Sinetto. That one's going to be given up. Can still fighting for that piece control on back, and what a change up of games. They've just been getting more.
Hey DB, did I ever tell you that we got our memberships active now? Yep, good old clicks.
That storm surge that we thought we were going to see from the whole north side of the map, there was a whole wrench in that game plan. Reeds on the hunt, Muzz on the hunt, Clicks Yamzo Higgs now forced to fight box.
And did they clicks change their drive, or did they already rotate over here that quick? Yamzo's down.
Right before our very eyes, Yamzo's going to be the first one dropped out of this fight.
Definitely a tough position to be in now. You know, they took the risk to come here and take the fight, but Sinetto, Cam, and Sid, they're not a team that's on, 0 points, right? They're at 96 points. They've been having quite the tournament day in the race for a top 10, but Higgs now kind of call out of position here. Forced to misform. Clicks playing the distance shots, but look at Sinetto. Quick to tag here, not looking to breathe or allow Higgs to get a moment there. And he cuts him off again. And they are just playing really good Fortnite here. And this might be the first mistake we see come out of Clicks' trio.
Yeah, and almost by the looks of it, Higgs just down below, not even building to protect himself. He was probably out of materials overall. And we're seeing how they got the drop onto Yamzo. He kind of played back, tried to go ahead and heal, but the...
Alright, I didn't know if I told you or not, but yeah, I'm glad Clicks rotated out of that. He needed to. He should have just went ahead and rotated out of that, let Higgs go on down, and just reboot him.
Agers, Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they know Agers, Acorn, and Poyo love to go for this island. Them out of the game means Visual Braids and Minish were able to get it last game, but this is a new game with them alive. They are going for the lurk. They're trying to take down second place.
Leave it up to Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold to be the type of team that will do what it takes to take home the entire tournament. They're doing it here and now. They did it last
season. Boo, Peterbot!
Time and time again, playing out before us, and you really get to see that championship mentality from Peterbot, who kind of leads this trio. Acorn, Poyo, and Agers likely have no idea what's coming after them right now, so they have to be absolutely cautious here before they go up for high ground. The moment they go up, I think we're going to see Peter's team follow right behind them.
I already heard one rift kind of go off. I want to imagine that's Agers, that's Poyo. Yep, you see them immediately start that boss, the medallion. It's moving on the island. You see it in the mini-map. So Cold, Ritual, Peterbot not necessarily making their move now. And I kind of think maybe it's due to how they spread out to get Storm Surge after they get the island.
Yeah, Roblox isn't allowed in the house.
One continues to roll out at Foxy Floodgates when we tune back in later.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're going to wait for the engagement to kind of kick off, wait until things get a little scrappy, and then boom, before you know it, a fight's going to break out. We keep in close tabs on that. Before we get back there, though, King, Phaser, PhD, kind of mixing things up here. Playing the Surge Mountains, looking to see if they can exchange with anyone here in the distance. Seems like King isn't...
Oh, you're good. You're good. It's only not allowed because, the adults that like to get kids' addresses and come to their house. That's the only reason why.
Game after game, whether it be pushing them out of the drop or winning it outright, just in the lead. Cooper's trio, though, getting closer and closer here. Look at that. Find Bryce as well. Oh, Cooper's team's coming in, though.
Yeah, me and my wife, we made subs at the house. Man, they were pretty good. Yeah, and threw my homemade sauce on it, too. Oh, I'm telling you, that stuff was good.
Curly Cooper and Beat positioned up above, just spraying down. Gets a little little tricky here with that kind of elemental house that's already there, the environment where they can hide in, not really waste materials, not really give up too much of their location. So Reek, Cooper, and Curly are really going to have to start to make that decision. Do we stay here? Do we hunt them with the zone pushing away? They might have to start thinking about that instead.
Craziest part is that if Muzz's trio just decided to pounce on them, they were so lit up just from the storm, right? Like, kind of traversing the territory here. And even now, they haven't stopped to go ahead and med kit up. So I wonder if they're going to go for just a late med miss. Shadow, Muzz, and Sphinx, though, want nothing to do with this. They have a long way to the storm as well. So it's right about the right time to go in and get out of the storm.
Dude, that does sound pretty good. Shoot, I made my homemade sauce at Super Bowl Sunday, the first time I actually fully made it. And for Super Bowl Sunday, we always eat wings and pizza. Well, after my wife made the wings, I tossed the sauce in the or toss the wings in the sauce. I'm telling you, the best wings I've ever had, and I've had some really good wings. Yeah, give me just a second, I'll get to you.
They're going to be so far behind, like, probably the last team in the lobby. They'll be the last team as far as overall damage is concerned so far. Scuffies, Monty, and Coldo not looking too good for this team as they kind of get...
Yeah, I plan on getting this sauce set up for retail and selling it. And we're calling it slap sauce.
Meanwhile, we knew it was going to happen. Just give it a little bit of time. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot seem to successfully ambush Acorn's trio here.
Yeah, they did get the elimination onto Acorn as well, so they do have a numbers advantage here deep into the zone. Ager's on the other side. Cold just making sure to stay with the rest of his team, and now they have their eyes set on Pollo up above, 3v1, but Pollo...
There you go, there's the Discord link.
In that position, drops down a few layers, he's chased around. Luckily, he was able to hide where he's at just a little bit, reunite with Agers, making Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot kind of second guess what they're doing here.
And you got to think about it. One mistake, and Pollo's going to chew you up and spit you out, and it'll be a 2v2 before you know it. Peterbot goes toe-to-toe with them. They go for the breakout. Tries to misform around, cuts off Agers here. And this is high-level gunplay at work. Peterbot known best to just hold his shotgun, track you through the walls. But other teams are putting in their attention to the matter here too. And look, this is what we talk about. All of a sudden now, they're forced to kind of reset here.
Yeah, and those visuals Braids in a minute. They were the ones that got the island last game. They say, you know what? You can have it. They had no idea this would play out the way it did, but that's allowing them to continue to accumulate that storm surge, focus on this one fight, and really distract and disrupt it as Pollo goes down next. They're able to steal away the medallion, the mythic Spire rifle, and now they have the choice. Do we chase Agers, get that third elimination? And it does look like that answer is instantaneous. Cold wants a piece of that pie.
Look at that, just going straight after it. Peterbot's there to catch him though. And in the spider's web they go to be devoured here. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold take down their immediate competition. It makes you wonder who's next, Kanata, right? They might just come after you too. Here's the setup though.
I'm gonna have my wife try to put another Discord link in to see if that works.
Come here for metal, and it was all she wrote.
I wonder how long overall. How long? Because they got there quick from brutal boxcars. They hid in there. They didn't really have resources, a ton of materials. They were trying to farm underneath, but they knew they had to stay quiet. That's one of those long games that played off perfectly for them because they got one of the...
Dang, Pollo and then went down again.
Get their Demon's Domain loot back, even though they no longer land over there. This is looking like one of the same song and dances we've seen at Tournament Pass.
Just also, you really think about it, like, this is what preparation looks like. You may think they're not watching your VODs. You may think they're not doing the research on you for when the time comes, if they have to go ahead and, you know, pull that play out the hat, if you will. And just like that, they were very much prepared here. And that's 2 games in a row. That's going to just straight destroy the momentum Acorn's trio was building up, right? So that's something else to consider. Here's a real fight, though. Iamzo, Higgs, Diams, clicks here. They have so much to worry about. They need a lot of damage.
Yeah, luckily for them, somebody rotated over towards Supernova. It's given them an opportunity where they wanted this right here and now. Might be another question, but regardless, Higgs is able to get that first one on to Preston, starting to build up the Storm Surge that they lost, going down, forced to be revived, but Clicks is getting aggressive, continuing to put shots down. Gray feels the pain. Core's just trying to disengage, but they have all angles surrounded.
Welcome in, Big Chungus.
Gray goes down. Number 2 has been achieved. They waste no time even cleaning it up. They try to
Take it, that Big Chungus is you.
The full trio is down and out.
Hey, yeah, nice.
Got the damage they lost.
I was gonna say it was almost favorable that team just med missed and kind of reset. They needed to just milk that damage. They need as much as possible here. Yamzo, Clicks, Higgs. Luckily, this game's off to extremely fast pace, right? As teams have kind of got their groove going and geared in, and you see what teams like Peterbot are kind of making happen here on the lobby. So no surge warnings just yet. That even in itself will be a little bit of a sigh of relief.
I guess Discord just doesn't like me, DB.
For Vive, Rise, and G Money, though, winning their early drop. Again, no pressure from the surge has just allowed them to go ahead and play very comfortably and kind of stick to the.
I know I say it every single time he comes up on the screen, but I'm still going to say it again. I guess Viv likes cheese at 2 a.m. I don't blame him. Cheese is pretty good.
Opportunity. Get the early surge, do exactly what you said, opens up the flexibility. And this is kind of the same path they took in the last game, even though it's a little bit of a different zone because of the bunker. There's extra heals underneath if you have the superhero rank upgrade, and you can use that rift. Depending on where the zone goes, depends on how safe it actually is, but more times than not, we see teams wait until the last possible moment, drop a med miss smoke, heal up, and then travel through the zone where everybody else has it cleared out.
I was going to say, it's probably almost, you know, perfect for G Money's team that they get hero rank A off the drop. Has the elims, but then just the way they play it out with the spires and whatnot in the vicinity. So that's actually a little bit of a game changer for them in its own. So keep tabs on them to see how consistent they can be. Overall standings there, though, as you can see, Acorn is not in this game here in game number 4. Now back-to-back early elims. Meanwhile, Seek, Joji, and Donnie, what can they do here?
131 points, not too far gone.
And chat, check out on that super chats. The more we get on super chats, the more we'll be able to do V-Bucks giveaways. And heck, even further beyond that, we might be able to do some PlayStation giveaways, Xbox giveaways, PC giveaways, stuff like that. So if y'all help with that super chat, that helps with that too.
Top placing games, you can kind of play slow and steady to try to win that race, and that's what you're seeing across the map. The gameplay kind of changed from a lot of these surge bases towards the north to just a little bit more aggression early on.
Hey, I understand that, DB. I definitely understand that. And hey, the more we can get this channel out there, I want everybody to hear this. Okay, so our goal, well, my goal for this channel, once we get going and get well known, I want to be able to start donating to St. Jude's Hospital to help find the cure for childhood cancer. That's one of my goals for this channel. So if y'all could help us get us out there to be able to achieve that goal, that would be awesome.
Cold and Ritual double back to this island. They got Muzz's team underneath them. Clix's trio on the move right now. They just can't seem to catch a break away from these top dogs, essentially.
You're seeing like a whole night and day difference. 1,000 damage above the threshold. Peterbot with his medallion, landing shots 150 plus.
Yeah, I can say it's very, very possible. Just got to get the right video to make us go viral.
Build that confidence. I'm not sure if that one is going to be in the zone either. I think that one's just off the edge. They're going to have to start to rotate in eventually.
Flex. Slow lurking right now. They see the team here. This is perfect. They wait for them to get on the zip line.
Really, once we hit 1,000 subscribers, all it is views from there. Once you hit 1,000, if I got 10 billion views, for instance, but I'm at 1,000, I could be making just as much as people like Typical Gamer and stuff like that. People like that.
That's what you like to see with teams like this, you know, taking control of their own destiny. Mistakes will happen. I doubt anybody can ever say they've played absolutely perfect in a tournament before. It's only how you bounce back from situations like that, and they did more than just bounce back, because they're also at 185 points, keeping it close in contention with the top side of the leaderboard. Game number 4 here. This is where you start to close out the day, and kind of where you finish kind of dictates the amount of confidence you have going into day 2 tomorrow.
Look at that, taking no risk. They're going to misform up and over as well. You see what happens when you take a zip line. You never really know. Sphinx, Shadow, and Muzz. I like this positioning. Don't like what I'm seeing with the overall damage.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely trying to look into some memes, create some memes myself. We actually try to do a meme. Like, okay, so have you ever seen those videos where I'm doing such and such? What are you doing? Well, we actually created the very first one ever in Fortnite to that, and we hadn't got much from it. And trick shots, I try trick shots, but I ain't quite good at that just yet.
But then I start to think about those exact eliminations. Those are a contested fight. There's no shields off the drop, 300 damage. Yeah, they might have got another elimination after that, but very, very similar scenario on the Bryce where he had no HP, he had no shields. So don't let those 4 eliminations fool you. They have not been able to get a ton of damage. Even Reek Cooper and Curly rotating away, denying some opportunities there as Clicks Yamzo Higgs getting pressured from up above. Muzz team we were just looking at, but Sinetto and Cam right across as well. They let their position be known, and they're the ones outside of the zone. That's not...
Yeah, that's roughly where we're at on our views is 2,000, give or take 200-300. We actually had a video recently hit 13,000, no, 14,000 views, and we had one back in Chapter 6, Season 1 hit almost 12,000.
About 100 to 200 damage that was absolutely welcomed for this trio right here. Now the Booga's team's got their eyes onto Sphinx here, who's kind of leading to rotate at the moment, but the South Pool is going to force everyone out pretty early here. Peterbot not looking to take any contested battles at the moment. They just want to get to safety here.
And they're decently well connected because of Visual's Braids diminish underneath. And then they kind of reconnect on the way there. That's Ritual, that's Cold, making sure to use the extra resources they have to make sure that their position is going to be secured. Just on the edge of zone, though, that's the biggest thing to take note of. Every other team, like Muzz, like Clicks, even Slepsy up there, just going to have to rotate in that direction. And it's not going to be easy because you can already see Muzz is already trying to hold one team out. Now imagine the cascading effect from here on out.
And the mid form starting to run low here. Shadow, Muzz, and Sphinx. Shadow's just got one here. That's not the optimal situation you want to be in the end game here. Muzz does as well. Yeah, so this entire team's really leveraged their misforms heavily to make it to end game. But you know what? This is where they shine best.
I mean, you're literally the second person in this stream to tell me that they quit Fortnite.
But we haven't seen them in a better position on NA than we have right now. So very cool to see Muzz kind of find his true form here late into the year. Look at the wide shot, though. No easy choices here for any of the teams. You got Clicks on the other side of the wall. A Minish trio there. Peterbot right up top. And the zone's going to pull straight Eastern, so they all got to move.
Yeah, and it's starting to look kind of frightening when it comes to the zone. We're getting closer and closer to those mountain ranges as Muzz landing a couple of crucial shots, almost getting the knock all the way across. Obviously wouldn't have been able to push over and get the elimination, but you're seeing the difference in their Storm Surge threshold, 363 above, feeling more and more confident here as the game does go on. And that's a huge change because this is a team did not even make it out of groups, but during the LCQ, they get first place in Open. They win the first game to qualify, and it's a perfect time for them to catch fire.
You see the difference right here for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual's team, who didn't have to misform their way off through the early game. They're able to really position themselves well now come this final zone rotates here. Aaron falls to the hands of Sphinx, so he was late on the road.
So it was pretty much affecting you mentally. I get that. I can respect that.
Let's see where they get to end this game number 4 here.
213 points. They're literally almost one more point away from overtaking that second place spot. Steel trail to Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts throw when it comes to that leaderboard. You see them on the map right now, front side of the zone, but relatively low. King Phaser, PH Sin, starting to create a little bit of distance between them and everybody else, but you have to be careful. You hear that exotic pistol, the shockwave effect, kind of frightening for a lot of those teams that are going to be on the high ground, as Peterbot did exactly what you said. They cleaned up another elimination from the distance.
They're picking them up. I'm looking at the distance, though. You see Kanata situating for a bit of height as well. What is going down here? Are we going to see another back-to-back here? That'd surely be an anomaly. But Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata are starting to set themselves up. Meanwhile, Ritual's team starting to rotate straight south. Curly's team making their way through a re as well. And
The AR starting to sound like a shotgun, chat.
Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata overextending outwards. Hungry for any type of traction here, but nothing's going to go on and reveal itself just yet. Still, 14 teams remaining here, so a lot of placement points to be earned.
Yeah, and they're just starting to set in, so this is where the real difference maker is. You spend all the time in this game, you cannot go down. A couple of rare missed opportunity there by Cole, but he's immediately going to use the miss form to get out, and they overtake and throw a whole nother team out of that position. That's scaring Cole. They get forced down a whole nother layer, but Peterbot wants, Peterbot takes, and there's another example of that.
King's Trio gives up the high ground as well. Look at the low ground, though. Yamzo.
Ooh, clicks went down, chat.
Here. Some bodies, visuals, really quick plays around the side angle to secure the elimination. Tries to see.
Higgs went down. Yamzo again.
What just unfolded there? Something went terribly wrong there. Now Yamzo forced to play this one out by himself. We've already seen Yamzo do this before. Clutch up the big points in the end.
All right, we'll be live again tomorrow. It'll come up in Discord, so you'll see when we go live. Make sure you got your notifications on for Discord, so that way you know when we go live.
That's exactly what they need. You saw the probability.
God bless you, brother.
For the global championship. Luga's slow to start out the tournament. They're ready to pick up that pace. Bold, Ritual, Peterbot, same thing for them. 203 when it comes to points. Sphinx, Shadow, and Muzz using that med miss, the regular old med miss, and he's doing exactly what I said. He's trying to heal both of his teammates with the one usage as Yamzo barely finds his way in. 3 HP, 50 shield, flank onto Cooper, but he missed that opportunity there, but he's still floating around, lurking for more, but he gets...
Dang, and he goes down. Daggone.
For Muzz's team here, they are all well on their way to top 10 and 10 eliminations as well. Peterbot, Ritual, Coldo starting to make a big move here. Up for high ground they go. They get ever so closer, and this is them just kind of feeling the water out, right? How warm is it? Is it time to jump in? Here goes the med miss. This is giving them a lot of opportunity now. Also puts a lot of kind of thought and focus in on Kanata's team. What are they going to do as they know there's a team working beneath them? Meanwhile, Minish clutching up by himself as well, keeping his team very well in the running for a potential third place seat here on the standings. Sphinx makes it out the side though. The Minish just kind of lurking by. Eating way too much storm here though. Someone's lurking in the cone behind him too. He's got no idea. This form comes out. He's just trying to stay in the game right now. Still 7th place, little med miss form, and then a siphon there onto Sphinx too. And a Minish just going crazy here. Meanwhile, Cole's team is up for high ground. The island's coming into effect. Cole lands up top. Peterbot, Ritual have control of it.
And they already have that elimination cleaned up onto Kanata. They've overtaken it. Booga Threats and Craze are the ones trying to threaten underneath. Bolts, Rapid, they're the only duo left in this game. Everybody else is trios, and they're flying around. The threat of the island, the full trio goes down.
Kanata went down. 13.
The knocks continue to go through. Rise is trying to...
Booga's on top.
Booga's scrambling around. He steals away the high ground. No builds left for Peterbot, but he's still ready to take that challenge. Down goes...
Peterbot's down.
Up he goes, but down again. The teeter-totter of emotions.
Booga wears down.
Booga falls as well. Craze's trio is all out. It's G-Money. It's Aviv. It's Rise. 3v1 situation.
Hello.
They have heals in the Chug. They have bandages just in case. But what does Ritual have on the other side?
Ooh, and Ritual goes down. GG's. GG's. 2 a.m. cheese, Aviv. GG's. What a round.
A big game now for Aviv, G-Money, and Rise. Fighting their way up somehow. Just the most surprise win ever, as we didn't even see them lurking there on the low ground. They came into this game in 7th place, neck to neck with Booga, Threats, and Craze, and they've overcome all of the immediate competition to pull in a huge victory royale, and that surely is going to bring them up.
I think the real question is how far did Polio's team drop after their loss?
Yeah, they were kind of focused.
So they dropped mid to late game 2.
Rise said, "Go ahead, you guys can take it. We will be the ones that steal it away when the dust settles." Game 4 goes to them with only 2 games left. Are you excited for more, Zeke?
Dude, you know I'm always excited. Oh my gosh, Rise, G-Money, the big cheese, Aviv, victory Royale, that has got to be the most chaotic game we've seen today. Oh my gosh, the changing of the hands. The fact that at the end game there, we saw like 6 people on the low ground, just everyone just like, hello, you know, like, oh my gosh. I just cannot believe it. And with 12 eliminations, guys, this is exactly like the jump start we need, right? Suddenly finding ourselves climbing up those standings. They have got to feel so good. And with 2 games left, you know they're amped.
I mean, the best way to get a good end game is to start with a good early game. And we saw them get that big spire, they got the exotic pistol, then we saw them rotate over into the research lab. So obviously they're getting a bunch of loot from that area as well. And to be able to just carry that into the end game as well, and to do it like ninjas, like we heard the casters say, we weren't really paying attention to the low ground in consideration of Aviv, G-Money, and Rise. But Elam after Elam, while everyone else is fighting for height, look at this. They're just able to get all these fish in a barrel, these easy elims. I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Game number 1 had that fight for height just a little bit, right? Kind of created some chaos. And then games number 2 and 3, they kind of slowed down. Boom, game number 4 happens. We probably had like 4 or 5 height changes throughout the game. And Rise is just sitting there calling, hey guys, listen, they're going crazy up above us. We'll just chill down here, look up, and pick up all of these free eliminations and the victory royale. Well played by that trio.
14th, 1 elim, 5th, 6 elims, 6th, 8 elims. Now a first place with 12 eliminations, 261 points from the trio. But where does that place them on the standings after this short break? We find out.
Always got to be after a short break, don't they? Don't they always have to do that on everything that we watch? TV shows, game shows, you name it. Movies. Heck, even when you're in school and watching a movie, it's always the hype part of the movie, and then the bell rings. Come on now. Who can relate, chat? Why is it always got to be the same highlights from a thing before? Why can't it be highlights from the current?
Welcome back to the FNCS, everybody. Game number 4, Rise of Eve. G-Money get themselves a victory royale. Now, obviously, we said 261 points. That's a lot of points, but where are they on the standings? We'll find out momentarily, because the answer will shock you. It's second place. That's right.
Oh man, chat. Peterbot is first. Aviv is in second after that. Kanata dropped to third. Booga jumped to fifth. And Clicks and them dropped to 8. Ouch.
Sort of, kind of, 50% there, but my
Y'all dropped to 7.
the trio. Now,
Ouch.
obviously we talked about them before.
Ouchie, ouch, ouch.
Break, so we got to double back, right? We got to talk about Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, guys. Where do we even begin? Because I feel like from the trio, this was a crazy game. We saw them contest Rift Island. We saw them sit in a building. And
crazy to see a team with 2 Victory Royales being so far down, while the other ones that got 1 Victory Royale ain't even in top spot. That's crazy. This just goes to show how much a limbs and staying alive every end game matters in this stuff.
And they waited, and Vivid, you were like, oh, they're waiting by the chug barrels. That's what they're doing. And sure enough, once they claimed Rift Island, Acorn drops down. This is how you know that VOD reviewing and practicing and just watching what your opponents are doing, less of what you're doing, just can benefit you so much. And then obviously converting that into a high ground control at the very end, but obviously so much chaos was going on that even Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold can only control so much the end game. But what a game to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's their best game so far, right? Picking up the 2nd place right there for the trio. I almost won it. Honestly, I feel like, taking down Kanada's trio, if they would have done that a little bit more cleanly, then I think they would have went ahead and won that game right there. But as soon as they went ahead and took the higher ground, Booga and Craze, of course, playing spoiler up on the higher ground right now. And I gotta say, Zeke, the leaderboard is honestly a little bit more crazier than I feel like we're really kind of talking about, because it's like we kind of came into the lane and it's like, oh man, we're playing right now with 6 trios that are qualified to the global championship. But right now, that spot is only rolling down 1 time because of Peterbot in 1st place. 2nd and 3rd place right now are going to globals.
I mean, dude.
Oh, sorry, Zeke. It's just an 88-point difference between 1st and 8th place, which I don't know if we have ever seen it be that close. We'll see like 1st through 4th be really close, but just look how close, and look at all of the names that are here. This is NA Central. These are the biggest names that we have in NA, all fighting for the top. This is no longer about, is it Peterbot versus Poyo, or this is about who is the best in NA, and everyone is showing up right now.
And even just look, Kelly, right? 7th through 4th place, only 10 points, right? 15 if you look all the way down to 7. Like, this is like such a close race, even down to 8th. I'm sorry, I apparently can't read, but my gosh, this competition is so unbelievably close. Of course, they're Kanada. I don't know how they continue to find themselves in these situations, right? We catch them in this like surge base in 9th, and then suddenly, boom, they've got high ground. And though they didn't have eliminations, they clutch a placement in a 4th place. Like every single trio, it feels like is like maximizing. It's like, hey, you know what? I'm in a situation where I'm not going to be able to make it, but this far, they're like, cool. I'm going to do everything I can to just get every single point I can with what I have. It's just every trio is executing at such a high level right now, Kelly. I'm losing my freaking mind. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, I think we all are right now. This is what we wanted to see, and honestly, only NA can bring it. The trios know that they had to put on a show for everyone. They want everyone excited for the Global Championships, Vivid, and right now, I am super excited.
Real quick, I got to highlight, right? Kanada's trio picking up that 4th place. 0 eliminations. You got no refreshes throughout that entire game, and you made it all the way to the end game. That is impressive. They're looking really, really good, and I got to, tip my hat just a little bit to Clix, Yamzo, and Hig as well for kind of making so much out of that game where they went down in the early game trying to push over towards another POI. They went down. They still kind of made something out of that game, keeping themselves inside of the top 10. Those 2 trios right now making the most out of, what sometimes seems like nothing.
Bro, the fact that they camped the zipline, dog. They
so
camped the zipline. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Again, it's just like, you've got to just commend all of these trios doing everything they possibly can. We've got spots to global championships. We've got a lot of prize money, life-changing amount of prize money on the line right now. But with that being said, I know you want more games. Only 2 games left to go before we say goodbye for the day. So, casters, back over to you for game number 5.
We are really closing out at the end of day number 1, Monster. And Kelly said this is some of the closest Fortnite we have ever seen when it comes to first all the way down towards 8th place. It just means one bad game going down outside of the top 17. No eliminations could cost you a global championship spot.
Yeah, most definitely. And then you got to think about with game 5 here and then the second day right ahead of you, how much preparation have you prepared for this championship? Because what I'm looking at as far as the standings go, there are teams that, well, jumped into this conversation, so it can really show us that they are extremely ready for this opportunity. So let's do it one more time for game number 5.
All right, chat. Game 5 of 6 of the Major 3 Finals. Let's get it. Let's go. It has been an outstanding showdown. It has been one mix-up after another mix-up through the leaderboard. Who knows who's going to end up on top? But let's sit back, relax, enjoy the games. Come in and chat. Let's conversate. Make sure y'all don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and alert button if you're new. And hey, check out the memberships.
Honestly, it's perfectly said, because it almost feels like with the amount of shine that was on this contested fight, Peter versus Pollo, star versus star, best versus best, Kanata went and said, you know what, I'm not even going to focus on what they are doing. We're going to focus on our game. Brings back Rapid, adds the IGL, a little bit of brain. Kelly said it as well. Bolt's playing some of the best Fortnite he's played in a long time, probably one of the most improved players from the start of the year. And even Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo changing up their game plan coming into this tournament. You said visuals, braids, and a minute. Coming into this tournament, I had about 4 teams I think could take the top spot. Now, I say 5, 6, 7 teams that could be a threat.
This is scary though. Aviv, G-Money, and Rise still have to overcome the biggest hurdle, which is get past the drop. Now, they have been very, very consistent at doing this in the 4 games prior. However, here and now, every game leaves things up to chance. Aviv touches down first. Unfortunately, doesn't find a weapon, has to break his way through. G-Money gets one here, too. There goes a quick heal. Seems like Rise might kick this one off with a quick elimination. And here comes the backup for G-Money and Aviv. So far, so good for the Vets.
Yeah, second time being contested here. Curve saw Rise first, reacted to him, but G-Money is just waiting right behind. Gets 2 of those eliminations. And exactly what you said. This is literally the second time in a row off spawn they win their fight. And the 5th game so far they can continue to hold their spawn leaderboard.
It's just very, very intense. That is not an easy drop to master nor execute on. You saw how quickly the fight kind of breaks out there. There's no drawing out that draw spot like some of the others might kind of play out. Talking about that, Shadow Muzz and Sphinx have done so much damage to Bryce's trio. They are now vacant to the drop. They're like, bro, I just want to play the game. Let's get out of here. And off they go.
Yeah, just kind of the nature of contesting. You still want to do good, still want to give yourself a chance. That global championship spot or the incredible amount of prize money with each and every place so you get higher up on that leaderboard. The Agers, Acorn, and Pollo have averaged 8.1 eliminations per game this season, the highest of any trio. And honestly, I wouldn't have necessarily expected it myself with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual being in the lobby, especially them being contested at Demon's Domain most of this season, but it just goes to show the work that they've been putting in.
Well, this kind of begins to put other things into perspective for me. We know Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot are very likely to target their immediate competition. It almost makes you wonder, we were highlighting how prepared they were for strategies against Clix's trio or Acorn's trio. But I don't know if they had Kanata, Visuals, Booga, Muzz, right? These teams on the menu for like, what do we do when those teams are hot on our heels and have the capability or the ability to be the next champions of the Major 3. So these next couple games, I think, are going to be extremely dynamic from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, and we might just see them revert back to whatever their original strategy was to take the lead and run home with things.
Yeah, I just want to add to the importance of these last 2 games because right now we're talking about how close it actually is 1st through 8th place for the most part. With 2 games left, all it takes is one mistake to kind of throw throw you out of that contention. Utopia City, they're not necessarily just fast farming, but you're seeing the strategy of Booga Threats and Craze, how they're able to get the loot out of these buildings so quickly. And coincidentally enough, by chopping out these buildings later on in the game, if the zone does come to Utopia City, that's one less place for any team to creep around and hide.
Yeah, and I think they usually leave one for themselves, you know, like, all right, we're going to chill here. But this time, they're just scrapping it all down. Talking about Rapid. See, he's setting things up for later into the game. But yeah, this overall performance from Rapid and Bolts, man, this is a team that it's really a duo, right? That have, I feel like, stuck by one another for maybe 2, maybe 3 years at least of history worth of competition. We've seen them alongside one another. Kanata just clearly has made the best choice in kind of upgrading his trio here.
Going back even to what's familiar with the return of Rapid. But again, you see kind of the strategy of a lot of these uncontested drops. One player immediately goes up, tries to start to build that Storm Surge. The other two farm up, they get the loot, they get the extra heals, they throw it to the bottom of those ramps. That way there's not too much danger of trading off those shots. And we're kind of seeing how other people on other sides of the map, they don't have the luxury because of mountain ranges. They're not able to get up, set up their own surge bases. They literally have to go box to box, take a little bit of a risky fight and a risky scenario in order to try to get their damage. This Aim Red uses his misform. All he's really trying to do is get closer and closer to his teammates, so that way disaster doesn't happen.
Era's team, kind of the one that has made it past the early game. Had a couple opportunities to earn placement come the mid game, so they're very much kind of in the tournament, middling amongst the others. Still looking for that breakout opportunity. HQ, VLEX, and Cyclops doing the same exact thing. Their strategy, however, slightly more consistent overall. But these are the teams that are definitely those X factors, right? You let them loose in the mid game, and you never know. If they're below the surge, they give up a good fight.
Yeah, sometimes when you almost have nothing to lose is when you almost play your best. Kind of surprise yourself at times. As Donnie, Choji, and Seek, Shining Spam, they rotated towards the north. That kind of hoping the zone would go back to where it was in game number 1, but it is pulling on over to the western side this time. So they look back, Taki, Isho, and Bert, a team that they know positions at the north side of the map. Just a quick couple of shots, get information, maybe even try to see them disengage and rotate on out. Kind of get a feel of where their pathing is going to be, because they do have a lot of open space towards the south that they could utilize that the other team does not.
So far, game 5 looking to be business as usual. Even for Peterbot, cold ritual here. Like we mentioned, when they have the lead, they tend to kind of ease up. Meanwhile, look at the feed. Not looking too good for Reef there. We'll give a little update in a couple moments. First, though, Peterbot cold have to kind of recover here. Force early med miss, so exchange not going too great for them.
So I might be crazy, Monster, all right? So feel free to call me crazy. Say maybe I'm thinking too much into it. But have Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold been changing their outfits every single game?
I think they have been. But you know what?
And that to me is huge, because you know how players like to kind of target players, that their outfits, they know exactly who is who, rotating where, especially depending on what portion of the game it is. This is definitely kind of keeping teams on their toes in a little aspect. Maybe not game-breaking, but at least it's a difference maker.
And not to mention, they haven't been in the same place twice for 5 games now. So you just don't know who exactly you are getting involved with. And that's a whole different factor you have to weigh when it comes down to taking a fight.
Changing things up again. Visual Braids and a Minish. I think anytime they notice that Ager's, Acorn, and Poyo make it off spawn at Demon's Domain, it's just too much of a risk to contest that island. Ager's, Acorn, and Poyo have made it known every single game. We are going for this island. We are going for any team that goes up there. They're just kind of letting them have it. They do have a mountain range on Foxy Floodgates itself. You see they still have loot to kind of get from underneath inside of the POI itself, and then a whole abundance of extra metal. They're just trying to stick in what got to them this far, and honestly, that's a smooth, collected game plan.
It's crazy. From this far, you can see the little pixels, like, okay, there's one on the right side. This player jumped over here. Like, They're just tracking very nicely. Great visuals. Coming out ahead with a couple extra tags there. Not bad at all.
That stat was crazy. They haven't placed outside of the top 11 in any major this year. It said major 1 and 2, but let's throw major 3 in it as well, because the worst they've placed today is 7th place. They are on a run. They already have their global championship spot secured, but this is the type of run you start to be on when you start to threaten for an actual FNCS championship.
Keeping things interesting for us right now. Aaron's on the press here. Not looking too good for Zonda, man. He's sort of hiding out here. There it is. Wrapping up that team. Full trio wipe for Fredbot, Aaron, and Caliper here over by the Canyons Crossing. Not bad at all. But there's still one game ahead of us. It's not like the group weekends where you only get 5. This is the standard 6 and 6. Reed seems to have been picked back up. Takes his team after getting the knock. Didn't full collapse in.
I think that's one of those things. Almost a lot of players kind of know that in the back of your mind. The distance is too far, especially it's trios and not duos. You get the revive just a little bit faster. Reed Cooper Curly probably thought it was something personal between them and Clicks. That's a battle they've been going on from tournament matches to scrims. And so they realize, hey, we maybe made a mistake. We let our emotions get the best of us, and now they can have a chance to kind of pick back up, dust themselves off, play the rest of the day out, build that confidence, and kind of be like an avalanche from day 1 into day 2. You have the momentum and just let it roll its way to what could be a top spot. Shadow Muzz and Sphinx still towards the outside. This is no different than what we've been seeing so far throughout the games, especially with these South Zone pulls. This is a part of their game plan overall and how they're getting Storm Surge.
It's very interesting. They saw their opponents hit the med miss there, and now they're forced to med kit up if they want to take this fight and basically have even terms. So Sphinx makes the call out. Look at that. Initiates, cuts him off, and it's like we've seen this before. It's not looking good right now for Cole here. Sphinx is playing very, very fast. Kind of maneuvering here, but jumps into the spider's web. Doesn't matter. He manages to escape here. The first knock is on their side. Here comes Shadow for the backup. And I really just love to see this team perform well, especially given how much history I've seen as these players have grown over the years, especially with Shadow and Sphinx. It's almost like Muzz is just trying to keep up with the young goats nowadays.
That's just unfortunate, though. Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, they pushed him out. They were able to get that first elimination. They forced the other 2 out, but that was enough. Smiley and their trio towards the outside. Cold landed right in the palm of their hands. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Didn't even know that full trio is there. And he goes out like a light. Luckily for them, though, I'm not sure they saw his teammate, the lone wolf that's out there now playing this one as a solo. And with the zone pulling south, I wouldn't be too surprised if they get him back in the game.
Yeah, it's like one of those things, you know, you do laundry, you find a couple dollars in your pocket, you're happy. Yep, that's what it feels like to get delivered a free elimination. Boyo Ager's Acorn, though, sitting back up. Some prime positioning here.
Don't be worried. Don't be worried.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was say Muzz is down. Don't be worried. They're just rotating into zone. And they're letting Muzz go down because they can get the double revive, knowing this is how we're going to save our med kits, save our med miss smoke, and only really use it if they have to. But they did find out Monty kind of sneaking around as a solo.
Oh, look at this. Bryce's team finally escaping the drop here. They get to see a little bit more of the sun on the other side of the road here, but the agent, Phaser, and King show up. Let's go ahead and clean up things. Although one may have gotten knocked here. Phaser now, forced on the back heels. Bryce is still pretty healthy. King and Phaser looking for the reset. This might be a mistake allowing them to actually get their way back in, but no, they just pick up the card, and I think they're going to go in and disengage here. At 101 points, you know, they're still very much in this tournament right now.
Saw King choosing to keep the extra heals, the extra bigs that you see in his loadout, instead of that misform. I think that's an interesting decision, but a smart one overall, knowing they have to go ahead and go right back on over to Lone Wolf if they have any hope of getting their teammate back in the game. Dash, Skittles, and Bryce are making that decision to follow them through and through. They know they got that first elimination, so they know exactly what they're looking for, which is an opportunity to get that reboot.
Yeah, it's almost like King notices Phaser doesn't have one either, so he's like, all right, we ride. Let's go. And they're just tanking up here, getting ready for the fight. Gotta be careful, though. Fast rotating like this, you can still get burnt. But Bryce, Dash, and Skittles managed to get across without taking any damage. Meanwhile, Osid falls pretty quickly here to the side angle of Cold. This is just outside the brutal boxcars. I mean, guess they didn't heed the warning. Peterbot did say, anyone step foot in this area, we are gonna push you.
Oh, here we go. This is what I love to see. The Superman sprite melts through those builds. Cold gets tagged up a little bit and immediately hits the moonwalk to get back into the box with his teammate, healing up just a little bit. The advantages of being a trio here, separating your opponent. Sinetto up top, Cam down low. He's lurking around trying to get a sneaky play, but while he's lurking around, you see Peterbot feeling all the confidence in the world, trying to continue to pressure on over, close the distance. Sinetto gets caught by himself. Cam trying to be the hero, but he gets spotted as well by Peterbot from underneath. He's trying to go up higher and higher, but I feel like his demise is around the corner, barring any miracles.
Just a matter of time here. There it goes. Peterbot finds another one here. This trio is cooking with propane. They're at 3 eliminations now. Plenty of damage on the board and more points as they start to pad that lead. Jumping back in with Skittles, Bryce, and Dash. Well, guess what? They have officially dropped the Brazilian legends themselves. King, Phaser, PHN will have to queue back in for game number 6 here. Skittles, Bryce, and Dash find themselves 1,000 damage above the surge threshold there and well on their way to another end game here. But they don't have too many heals, so we'll see if that becomes their biggest hurdle now.
Yeah, this is exactly how they found him out. Separated Phaser and King. Even with the dashes, Phaser goes down. Just this quick one pump because of fighting in the zone. And then they drop on the King, and the numbers is just too much. Even though he gets a down and a good shot on the dash, they're all 3 there. Just kind of closing out. And that's the thing about Dash, Bryce, and Skittles. You know, we said it yourself. They went from contesting Muzz, actually fighting it, to going on the outskirts, going for different loot. That's adaptability in its finest and right before our very eyes.
What's going on here? Forced to stay in the zone because you have how many teams above you? Is it just a single trio, it looks like? Others in the vicinity. This is going to turn from bad to worse here shortly. The zone's going to start doing a lot of damage. And there it is. The fight kind of breaks off. So, I mean, the clock is ticking here.
Probably not liking where they were in terms of Storm Surge. Trying to force the fight while they can. Immediately it turns off and they say, hey, maybe this is something we can handle later. And not as risky of a situation. You said it yourself, a huge lack of heals overall. It just means that they're on the clock when it comes to a fight like that. And if you don't win it, it's just one less game you're going to have to play. And it's only the 5th game of the day. You're going to have one left over. This is where, no matter what has happened in your tournament so far, game number 5 is where you got to start to build that confidence.
Good zone awareness there, though, to find and rotate. That's going to give them no resistance. Little update now with Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow, though. Front side of the other zone here, and they're going to go and walk their way through into some new positioning. I like this. I mean, they have the room to kind of work with here.
They're lurking around right now, not giving up any audio, visual. Recooper Curly, they probably know they were there at one point in time, but don't know anymore. And they do have that yoink shotgun underneath. They can pull players towards them to try to get the full box. Rise, G Money, and D keeping their hot streak of back-to-back outpost contested drops. They win those. They're stretching it far into these end games. It's only top 20 for now, but you can see over 1,000 damage above the threshold, full loadouts, even exotics, heals on top of that, and different dash sprites for mobility. So they're set up and ready to go no matter what this game throws at them.
A lot of players coming out of the canyon, crossing deep inside the storm there. That's a surprise. Booga Threats, though, operating as a duo right now. So Lost, teammate in the sauce there, but Noxie lands right in front of the box here. Threats and Booga have to give this one up. 228 points as well. at how consistent they've been so far. This is by far and away their worst game. And then the zone pool's so far away now. You're going to have players like Vera and Noxy who likely need damage, looking to kind of press the issue here. Booga, though, cleans up Vera. Singular tag. Stormsurge does the rest. Who's left? Noxy. He knows he's got this advantage here. They don't even seem like they want to wait him out. They want to go and push this fight, get it wrapped up quickly. They got to go, though.
Yeah, especially since they are a duo on this rotation. They don't have that third player to alleviate any of the pressure on the way over. So they have one of the max pulls on top of that. Timing is of the essence, but Noxy is there by himself. And they're going to continuously kind of look back on their way through this rotation to try to cash him and track him. Maybe try to get the elimination later as Veer does go down. Noxy was able to misform, and that's how he was able to escape. But not everyone has that luxury.
Little update with Bolton. Rapid. No Kanata here as well. Okay, so a couple top teams fractured. Down and out. Key players here so far. Acorns trio seems to be pretty healthy. Positioned right across from Bolton Rapid here. But if there's a duo that can do it, this is definitely one of them who've played so well so far. This game, they were positioned third coming into things. Look at Threats and Booga. Just waiting it out, and they were like, hey, you know what? We want that Elim. We need those builds. Thank you, nom nom. Noxy gets deleted.
Had a feeling that was going to happen. 920. And is that them? No, that's a full trio. I was about to say, that team that's just on the south side of the map, if anybody is a duo and missing anybody, and the zone pulls towards the north, there is a lone reboot van down there on the south that could come in handy depending how risk reward you're willing to go ahead and take it. As Muzz gets it down on H-Cube in the distance, clicks Yamzo Higgs, sees a lot of action going down, and they wanted to take part in that one, but that's cold. That's Ritual Peterbot, the ones they're focusing on over in that side of the zone. Even with the men miss smoke going down, it's causing at least a little bit of distractions.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's causing a target. They're like, wait a second, is that team weak? No, they're not. However, does end up attracting a couple shots right there. Old Ritual Peterbot survived the storm. 5 Elims right now. Front side of this next rotate here. An extra misform there to work with, so they'll be just fine. Here's a replay of how it all went down. They find HQ's team trying to play the med miss here on the front side of zone, waiting for things to rotate through, but they leave them no time.
And HQ wasn't even their original down. That's just awareness over 9,000 because it was Muzz that actually gets the elimination credit for that one, but they just get all the spoils of that battle, all the loot and more. As Poyo Agers Acorn back in the game after, what was it, games 3 and 4, one of them being contested, one of them being lurked and snuck up on. Not necessarily the moments they thought they were going to have, but in here, this is where you have to start to pick up the pace, make up for that lost time, because they had almost a 60-point lead after the games.
This is what's really interesting. You start leaving Acorn's team to their own vices, and they make it to another endgame. One of the most consistent. D-Money, Rise, and Aviv also finding their consistency as well. They have such a good footing on the lobby right now. They're right in between Clix's trio, right in between Peterbot's team as well. Here comes the rotates. They go dashing out across, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are just adding up more and more to the tally here. 6 Elims now. As we're approaching the end game, this is going to give them a little bit more material to work with here.
And the thing is when they're in this type of flow state monster, you're not going to beat them by matching them placement for placement. We've already seen that through last major. You're going to have to get eliminations to close that gap because that's exactly what they're doing to kind of extend their lead game after game, even the ones that they don't necessarily win. It's their consistency to pick up those eliminations that matter. As Mason, Golden, and Chimp up above, they're going to be on the high ground for now. You see them extending over, spending a lot of materials here in the 9th zone to try to keep it intact.
Comes rotate, nice little misformer on the outside, trying to catch up with Rapid. Just gotta let them in. There it is. They got themselves a nice layer to go ahead and work with here. Meanwhile, look at Rise, G-Money, and Aviv. Just in full control right now. Clix's team is on their layer. Another team, Ritual's trio, on the opposite side there too. Things are starting to heat up here. Agers caught on the backside of the rotate, so That's one down.
Something you don't necessarily see every day is them kind of getting separated and kind of jumped on in those tight situations. It's cold. Peterbot Ritual, they cut off the path that it did look like they were looking for. The zone continues to open up. They may not be on the high ground, but they're just controlling the tempo down below, claiming all that space, 2-3 boxes wide, and they're staying hip to hip just in case anybody breaks into this box. They can all pounce and attack together, but the spray is coming in from all directions, front of the zone, behind them as well. Shadow forcing Peterbot to just disengage away from Ritual and play as individuals.
Gotta keep turning up here, though. Even though they're hurt, they're inside the top 10 now, and this is where we start to see Peterbot do Peterbot things. Keys his way into the box. Already clearing out the low ground layer. Cole starting to reset, but has to turn. Finds a little tag there. Peterbot follows up to clean things up. Ritual, though, carrying his own as well as things are heating up here on the low ground. Meanwhile, Bolt playing the backside of zone. I see Acorn and Boyo still alive. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs might be the only healthy, strong trio in the low here.
And they got a couple of extra heals in their back pocket, but no. Higgs goes down. You see him immediately dropping over that loop, giving the upgrade on over to Clix. He's getting forced further and further back. Clix trying to peek a shot. Doesn't want to give it up for free. Doesn't have a lot of materials here. 3 builds left, but he's able to get the knock onto G Money, but his buck comes to an end. He gets taken down. That was another big elimination in a tight moment, but he is also left by himself. Peterbot, with 5 eliminations as a solo, has to continue to go big.
He takes down Aim Red, takes down Clix, and he's still going. Meanwhile, Muzz, 5 elims right now, playing as a solo right now. This is the best Fortnite we've seen from him in any major in quite some time. And then he follows up onto Rise and just deletes him before he can even react. And just like that, he'll finish inside the top 8. Peterbot still at it, though. You cannot count him out, and he is maintaining the lead here on his own, literally putting the team back on his back, as is Yamzo. In 5th place now, though, Jacob, he is still working his way through, and he's not out yet.
Yeah, there's 7 missing players away from teams. Angel's able to get the elimination onto Boyo. Acorn goes down as well, so they outplace him yet another game, even though there's not too many placement points, being the difference maker here. But Peterbot popping his minis. He knows he has the misform. The Chug in the back pocket as well. Final 3, 2 of them running around as solos. Peterbot goes down. Yamzo.
Come on, Yamzo. Oh, no. 2nd place, though. He didn't lose the plot this time. He found the plot, chat, with the victory royale on game 5. That means one more game left, and this day 1 is finalized. Let's get it. Let's go with some W's in the chat.
For a moment there, but they said, give us a second. Let us cook. Well played for them, but the amount of solos there, too, though, in that end game, Jacob, was really keeping things interesting. I mean, you had Yamzo, you had Peterbot, you had Acorn, all lurking on the low ground. What a game.
It definitely was, and with all of that kind of chaos you're talking about going down, they just immediately take the high ground and don't really get contested any step of the way through this end game, taking down solos, letting them do the work, and eventually Yamzo did go for the challenge, but it's just too little, too late. A big game from them, from 18th place, flying up the leaderboard. Where do they land? Don't worry, Zeke will tell us.
I can't spoil it that quick. All right, Jacob. We gotta take a look at the standings after the break. Then we'll take a look. Hold on. My gosh, though, the trio. This felt like the game like 2 ago, right? Where we had the trio on height. They laid out the triple tarps, right? And then the zone just kept pulling back over their builds. At that point, right, it's just on this trio. Hey, we just gotta just be calm, cool and collected. Zoe's down there solo. Peterbot's down there to solo. They'll clean up the lobby for us. We just got to be there at the end. And that's all they did, right? They really just played this out very textbook. And with these other, like, incredibly immovable forces just cleaning up the low ground for you, it's like, oh, yeah, you guys got it. Keep on fighting down there. It's all good.
Mason, Golden, and Chimp already proved themselves in Group 2 when they grabbed the 3rd victory royale, and there were some big names there that they were able to beat out. So to see them be able to continue that momentum into the grand finals, that's what I love to see. 11 eliminations is definitely going to have them sitting pretty in our leaderboard.
Yeah, obviously we're kind of seeing a pattern up on the higher ground for most of the games today, right? The team that's up on the higher ground, nobody's really looking up right there. And honestly, that was just a matter of fact of the lobby as it currently stood, right? We were going through some of those end zones and it was like, wow, everybody seems like they're a solo or a duo. Nobody really had the firepower behind them to contest. And like Zeke said, there was just so much mats up there, right? It was like the triple layer of cone. So hard to do anything about it in the first place, but just well played from Golden, Chimp, and Mason.
That's right, man. I'll go ahead and spoil it. They're 9th place, but what does the rest of the standings look like? Let's find out after this short break. Welcome back to the FNCS. Anyway, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the FNCS. One game left to go. Get it together, Zeke. Last game, Golden, Chimp, Mason got themselves a victory royale. Now, I went ahead and spoiled it. They're in 9th place, right? Jumping from 18th, as Jacob called out, going into that game, all the way up to 9th place. Well executed from the trio, but the job's not done, right? We have one more game to go. We've got another 6 tomorrow, but let's take a look at these standings. Guys, the top 3 did not move. I am very concerned right now.
All right, Clicks jumped up to 6.
Into that game, and Peterbot decided,
Acorn Polio and Ayers 5th. Muzz jumped up to 4.
Oh, I guess I just turn it on. Go ahead and get 3rd place with 11 eliminations. Okay, Peterbot. Okay.
He can't.
Somebody needs to bypass Peterbot.
Cold ritual and Peterbot time and time again. When we think, oh, this is it, this is the tournament for them to lose, they just start climbing up the leaderboard, and with even
somebody needs to contest Peterbot and start game. Somebody needs to contest them. Take them out. Start game.
Low ground, getting all these eliminations, and we know how Elam heavy they are, but for these solo clutches. matches to come out, for them to also get these placement points to survive to the very end. Vivid, it's looking a little rough for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw on the leaderboard right there, they have the most eliminations throughout, right, with 44. Although, surprisingly enough, Muzz's trio close behind with 40. But yeah, right now, it just seems like this trio is just all gas and no breaks. It's like we tune in with them. They've got enough mass to go ahead and build like a little tarp, stay safe for a little bit. But nah, they just keep making the edits on the trios. And I mean, we've seen it happen time and time again throughout, right? They just instantly can lose a member or two. And, you know, when that happens, it just seems like it doesn't matter. Whoever's left alive on the trio, you know, we've seen Ritual clutch up, we've seen Cold clutch up, and now we just saw Peterbot clutch up as solos. They just refuse to go down without, like, breaking into that top 5 right now. It's working out very, very well, but that's why we kind of see 0 wins right now. Is because, yeah, they are all gas and no breaks. They're finding the eliminations, but inevitably they're going to have somebody go down. So, yeah, they're not getting the wins, but they are finding so many eliminations, and it's working out top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I feel like in those situations, like with the trio, it's, I don't know, and you guys are gonna make fun of me for this, but it's like, I feel like they go down to a solo, and that person's like, oh no, I'm a solo, and you get like the Grinch where he gets like the smile and the little hair like uncurls, then they just pop off. I don't know what's going on. You know what, you're right. You don't need Victory Royale if you just walk with 10 plus eliminations per game. All right, crazy stuff.
Zeke,
Aviv,
to add on
go ahead.
to that, I think that there is a lot.
I want to say, I think Vivid's a WWE fan.
When you're a trio and you
Better get in where you fit in.
Being a solo, you're kind of allowed to unlock all of your chakra gates or whatever that Naruto thing is. You're able to be by yourself and play to the best of your ability. You don't have to worry about sticking with Ritual and Cold or whoever you are as a solo player. And so maybe it kind of unlocks this innate ability in Peterbot.
Okay.
Well,
I like
all
that.
gas, no breaks.
Really quickly though, Aviv, G-Money, Rise, second place right now. That game, they got 7th place with 7 eliminations. And again, guys, we have to kind of talk about consistency, right? Because if we're trying to stay as high up this leaderboard as possible, because remember, there's still a bunch of trios in this that have already qualified. So we need to make sure we are staying basically within that, let's say, top 5 at all times. This is a really good pace, right? But we cannot miss a beat. We cannot be eliminated out small. We can't make a mistake. And I'm just concerned, right? Like, because it feels like these guys are firing on all cylinders. But eventually something has to give, right?
I mean, for right now, they're in second place, so I don't think anything's giving just yet. Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, individually, incredible players joining together, and I had like a little bit of a rough start for this season, but slowly, bit by bit, if you look at their placements throughout the tournaments, you know, getting 21st and 13th, and then in the play-ins, they got 6th place, and then they got a Victory Royale in their group stages. They have been locked in practice for the last few weeks, and it's really showing in their placements.
You know, obviously the leaderboard is seemingly right now pretty close together, right? Like everybody's really, really close. And I think the incredible thing is that like almost all of our teams are kind of, they look like low ground teams right now, right? Every single time we tune in with them, they're kind of trying to control the front side of the moving zone. Some of them are trying to control like the back side of the moving zone. It's kind of crazy how this meta throughout some of these end games is kind of phasing out, where it seems like everybody's playing low.
Yeah, that was definitely not on my bingo card, right? With some of the trios in this lobby, I would have thought, we're going to see a fight for height every single game. Not the case, but this is the last game on the day, okay? This is where we cement ourselves and we prepare for day number 2 with one last game. What are these trios looking to accomplish? How high will they climb these standings? Let's find out together. Casters, over to you.
There's only this last game for the day, Monster. Now, we're talking about a 58-point lead from Peterbot, but let's talk about the global championship spots as well. Aviv's team, Rapid's team, they're already the 2 teams that would be looking at it, but it's about 15 points down for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx that are still in that race as well.
Yeah, definitely. That is going to be what the real question is at the end for some of our teams here. Well, we get to do it one more time. Let's jump on for game number 6.
All right, chat. Last game of the night. Who is going to get themselves the momentum going into day 2 with a victory royale tonight? Y'all go ahead and cast y'all's votes at the top, and let's get up in there. Enjoy this last match. Hope everybody's having themselves a blessed day so far, and we will be right back at it again tomorrow. So just hang out. Let's enjoy this last match. Let's get it. Let's go.
We've seen Peterbot take almost the tournament into into his own hands and manipulate the outcomes by targeting other teams that get close to him. But who will do it to them? Almost feels like the question, does anyone have the heart to go toe-to-toe with them and really try to take first place from them?
Yeah, that is a big question to ask because, you know, in last major, it was Click, Yamzo, and Higgs, but it was a different song, different dance. They were the top two teams with just small amount of points separating those two. And for Aviv, G-Money, Rise, Rapid, Kanata, and Bolt, there's too much on the line. Even Mud, Shadow, and Sphinx down below on that leaderboard in terms of global championship spots. So I think we're looking at one man. I think we're looking at one team. And they've been battling all season long. And I'm going to make it known, if anybody's going to stop them, I think it's going to be Agers, Acorn, and Pollo.
That would be kind of a plot twist, right? Where they're like, all right, you done did us dirty a couple times here. You've set us up for failure. And all of a sudden they try to go ahead and counter them back. Well, be keeping tabs on it. Skittles, Bryce, and Dash kind of mixing up the strategy here. So it seems like they haven't been really happy with being pushed out of the drop so fast. The last game, that didn't work out at all. It seems like they probably are feeling like, hey, we have better chances just standing our ground here, taking the fight. Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow on the other side have so much more to lose, though. They are very much in the conversation, in the running for a win here on the weekend. For that reason, they're not pushing too aggressively just yet.
It's almost like those mental games you're talking about. But I did see some action go on in the feed. Our last game winners, one of them does get taken down. That's Mason. Kind of gets back down to the lobby early. It's Tyler, Josh, and Kerr playing drop spot roulette. They find themselves over Outlaws Oasis contesting Oliver, Blake, and Diego. A surprise contest might have been what they needed. They win the off-spawn fight. And with only 20 points so far, most of those coming from this game, this might be what they need to start to build that confidence, to start to build that momentum. Because where you land here really says a lot about the type of day you're going to have tomorrow.
Super rough for Oliver, OG, Blake, and Diego. They have had, overall, one of the better days that they've ever had in the grand finals lobby start. Just approaching top 10 had they not dropped the ball in game one. But with game 6 now not going in their favor, that's going to be a massive, massive upset. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn, likely the only team that could be the kryptonite to Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot's domination so far here. But that is still to be said.
Kind of seeing over here a different switch up. I said it already on the other side of the map. A new team contested Diego, Blake, and Oliver OG, which leaves only one thing: Monster, G-Money, and Rise, and Aviv to be uncontested once more at the Outpost Enclave. And honestly, what better situation could you have risked for if you were them? But it's almost looking at both sides of the coin, because now where's their surge going to come from off spawn? It almost forces them to change up their game plan for a third time today.
Yeah, I'm looking at their games, 6, 8, 12, 7 elims. 3 of those coming from the drop is super important. I mean, that's 50% to a third of their average elims per game came from the drop spot. So that's honestly a big chunk of their points too. Could be the difference maker that sends Aviv, G-Money, and Rise spiraling down. We will just have to see, though. Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow strategy doesn't change at all. They continue to just play aggressively towards Bryce, Skittles, and Dash, pushing them out of the drop.
That's how that fight started in the beginning. We tuned in when they were already essentially winning it, but it's just quick finds, get them separated. And they do it again with a whole nother trio that's trying to rotate through their new POI that they claimed for themselves for 4 or so eliminations right out of the gates. Depending on where the zone goes, this could be a game for Tyler's team, because they also just took down Chimp.
I was just going to say, wait a second, Tyler turning online right now. Chimp falling in the feed there too. Would not be surprised if they just key their way through what's left of that team. I mean, when you have nothing to lose, why not? Just have fun with it. Turn up and show out. Let's see it. Tyler, Curve, Josh laying right into the hands of Chimp. There it is. Caught him off guard. Caught him out of position.
That almost looked like elim number 5 there for a moment. Bullets cannot rapid. They hear all of this noise going down on this side of the map, and normally we see them kind of base up over at Crime City, trying to go ahead and take advantage of these teams rotating in that direction. That might not necessarily be the case with the amount of eliminations so far, as Mason does get taken down by Rapid. Bolts is going to clean that one up. First elimination so far for them as they start to accumulate Surge in a different manner than they have every game so far.
I was going to say, pay attention. These are teams that are finding consistency all throughout the day. And Kanata as well has had very, very unlucky day one grand final tournament performances. He's managed to constantly pull back right on day twos and kind of come back into these top 10s, look back at any of those years past events. But this time, man, he's off to a hot start. This is pretty exciting for him as we're starting to see. I mean, would you say they've kind of solidified a seat on the battle bus at this point to the globals? I don't know. It just seems like they're very, very close.
Yeah, as much as I want to say yes, I also don't want to be the one everybody blames as cursing a team like that, especially during a hot streak that they're in. And another team right here, Clixiamzo and Higgs, changing up their game plan. They found some success in that last game. It was a little bit of a clutch, but they went ahead, instead of hunting teams down for Surge, we saw how risky that was in earlier games, to setting up back to normal. The Surge bases, shoot off at teams in the distance. And another thing is the zone is pulling towards the north, so teams will have to rotate into them, which makes this more and more of a reason why this is a good game plan.
Yeah, it seems pretty much like a no-brainer for them right now to just kind of stand their ground here with the zone on top of them. Reets super tagged up there, but Phaser here finding Tyler and his team on their warpath right now, and see Josh right there in the mix too. No King here. They have an Elim, so it seems like they must have wrapped up a fight against Josh's trio. Found a little trade, but they're going to be the first to disengage now.
Looks like they're going back on over to Lone Wolf to get the reboot. It's in zone. In my head, might be a little bit risky, but they might have also pushed some teams out. They know not too many players are currently there, especially since they're using those dash sprites to cover the distance as quickly as possible. Next island is going to be appearing, and it does look like it's going to go all the way over towards Pump Power, which is a Vert, Ishao, and Taki map that they can kind of take. They already have the medallion locked down, which is honestly a little surprising considering this is the one few islands we know Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual spawn nearby and could potentially be a threat to.
Like the setup here. Nothing really opening to them just yet, though, even though they got this nice elevation.
By Spire is going to spawn this time around, which makes a little bit more sense whether or not keying over towards that island. And Peterbot sets his eyes on the north side of the map, the Supernova Academy. You know as well as I do, everybody else at home knows Clixiamzo Higgs. They not only land over there, but sometimes they do tend to take that railing, which boosts you all the way from Supernova to Brutal Boxcars. And usually traps his team or two off guard, but that's been a strategy Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual known for a while and know to watch out for.
Big fight going down right now for Pollo Ages and Acorn, though. Kind of like the setup here. This is right south of the Demon's Domain, so they've rotated down into Aimred's trio here. Trying to see if they can squeeze away some extra points. Seems like more than just a damage play. I think they're trying to close that gap to catch up to first and second. There's a lot going on here, too. Look at this. Two teams kind of lurking about.
Superman sprite, it's kind of scary to listen to because you know it's only a matter of time for the walls get taken down. Smiley and Iman up. They are right there. Smiley just went down to the zone. They had no extra heals to use to stay alive much longer. This Pollo Ages Acorn, I'm not even sure if they know that team was there, just kind of floating around, but Pollo is going to spot out that knock. Extra loot for them, damage for Storm Surge, not necessarily what they were looking for, but they're inching closer and closer to Aimred, Angel, and Gary. This is what they were after, using that Superman sprite to just melt through the walls, take control of those pieces, make it easier for them to find some footing in this fight.
And I just love how you can see like the play styles at play. Acorn staying like 3 boxes back. Pollo's the one first to step up and look to take that wall. Just everyone playing their role almost perfectly, methodically here. Agers on the side angle, just being that nuisance factor there, but comes that extra pressure. I'm thinking they got to wrap this up quickly. There's another team coming from the north pretty quickly straight south now. They're messing around those areas. Gotta be careful here.
I like this. I like this from Aimred. Instead of just kind of like taking the beating that's getting thrown at him right now, it looks like he was going to go for it. Lurk. Maybe try to mount some offense, push him back, make him think twice about this scenario. But he didn't really see anybody to go after. They're all hunkered underneath their own builds, just putting a huge amount of pressure, getting them to burn through their materials. So even if they do find a way to disengage and stay alive, they're going to have to farm somewhere.
Spire rifle structure damage is just too good. The pressure lasts too long. Who's this? Looking at this team in the distance here. Oh no! Gary was one shot away from getting taken out, and Boyo whiffs the tag there. Now
Boyo went down, chat.
into very dangerous territory. Sure, Aegis and Acorn might be able to clean this one up, but a new trio showing in and showing up pretty quickly here and now. They're going to be the first to be collapsed on because they're on the outside, so forced to go a little bit further inside. Meanwhile, Sleepsy takes the high ground here. This is bad now.
Yeah, even Angel's underneath trying to heal, but that's a huge signal that you're giving away in the audio visuals. But with everybody kind of stuck underneath in those builds, it kind of gives that team up above just no real sign of confidence. They're going to disengage on out. Does look like they're still looking for Angel, that solo, the audio visuals, but this is how Poyo got caught off guard. Gary, literally all or nothing. Poyo, a rare miss is what costed him that fight against Gary.
Just shows you, can't make a mistake. Doesn't matter who you're fighting. If you're in the grand finals, you're here for good reason. You are a threat, even to the best.
I was just thinking, I saw him with 2 eliminations. I was like, what? Uncontested? Where'd the elims come from? They get Noxy down across the map, and G-Money was already there. He immediately pushes over and gets the elimination onto Ozone. Oh my, what a sneaky, sneaky fella G-Money is.
Just look at them go. How they clean things up here at the Kappa factory. They'll be able to get their pickups going, get them right back into the game. More points going their way now, just making up for the lack of contested early game. And that's how they find their damage. We had some small concerns, some questions about what did they have in store, what game plan they had for making up some damage. They've managed to figure it out.
Braids visuals and Aminish are actually playing pretty good. Braids at the top of the damage leaderboard. Something that you've seen Peterbot at top of for 5 straight FNC.
Poyo's back up, chat.
I did not make a mistake. 5 straight is correct. Just shows the kind of prowess that he has. And now Braids is looking to threaten that one. Agers, Poyo, Acorn using every bit of resource on their way out. Knowing where these campfires are at are huge. Because you see Agers, no extra bit of
Wait
material.
A second.
Oh no!
Wait a second. Who just made a mistake? Who was that? Call him out now. Let us know. You cannot do that. That was crazy.
Oh, okay, double res. The other one will go down. Acorn should get
I don't think that was their fault. Them fire places have had bugs all season long.
Never see a team that experienced in a long time, and they haven't really left away from Demon's Domain at all.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about that. We all know it was a mistake. Those things happen. Sucks that it happens here and now when they're kind of in the race, still in the race, but hopefully that doesn't offset their, their mentality, right? Their focus. That could easily send you on tilt. They have a pretty tough day, It's like trouble comes in 3s. Maybe that's the 3rd.
Such like exactly what you're saying. It's such a high and low, facing kind of both ends of the spectrum overall. Back-to-back wins to start it off. Back-to-back games not doing so good. You have a decent game 5, and then again, a speed bump in your journey all along.
Holy cow, we haven't seen one of these bases since this one started up here in NAC until right now.
The zone that that suits a team like Booga, Craze, and Threads so well. They land over towards Utopia. They kind of set up that triangle formation in terms of surge bases to kind of cap out on their overall surge. And as the zone shifted towards the north, they immediately rotated along with it. And I think this is what you got to do to kind of set yourself up right. And even Craze trying to go ahead and converge a lot of those heals back at their second surge tower.
Definitely the way to play it. From the academy down to the pump power, this is Clixian's own Higgs strategy. No strangers to rotating into this draw spot. We've seen them fight here before, but this time it's for material. They are definitely desperate to kind of secure some metal right now. There's a lot of teams here.
Yeah, it's not just metal either. You see kind of all of them lacking in break as well. Liam finds a sneaky opportunity to land some damage on Yamzo, but Clix immediately jumps on over. He's able to slip his way on out, but they become a little bit of the focus of the lobby on the side of Pump Power. Clix realizing they're trying to disengage, giving them the confidence to try to mow him down. He's able to get the first knock onto Liam. Higgs is breaking through the side wall. He's feeling more and more confident. That knock gave him a little bit of a green light, but I think Reet and Curly are there on the other side as well, so they have to be careful.
That was just such a high-level execution by Clix right there. It may have looked like he was going to mindlessly key in, but you saw him just pause at the door, just watch and listen as the lobby joined in the fire, not putting himself into harm's way. And this is just, I feel like, again, the evolution, the growth of Clix as a competitive player is very nicely done. And again, Liam, Xavi, and Neko played very good early game fights. This is a team that does very well in fights, so you have to put a lot of respect on them.
And they've been pretty consistent getting up into this stage. Just honestly, when your day starts with a triple contested fight, it's not the most confidence building day that you can have, but you got to be able to close it out to make it so. As Aim Red runs into Acorn yet again. A fight earlier on from Demon's Domain, or at least the south portion. He gets his revenge. Gary falls as well, boxed up. Angel completes the full trio right.
Completely different team. Elims right there, very nice. Meanwhile, Minus, Bishop, and Braids not slowing down the action here by any means. They already had a couple Elims here, but they're cleaning up house here after Fred's trio. Oh, look at that pressure coming in from the side. More teams now joining in the action. This is bad. They're almost calling the lobby to focus on them, but seems like things simmer down for a second. That's going to be their third Elim right now. Calipper gets away. It's Bolts and Kanata who's watching this all play out below them. Short rotate as well for them, Jacob, here. So they can move anytime. Uh-oh. That reaction time. My gosh.
I would say they might be able to move anytime that they want. Doesn't mean it's going to be a safe one. Great damage by Acorn, Aegis, and Boyo, seeing that one from a mile away and really executing on it. And not even getting greedy with the amount of damage there. Some teams might have pushed on over to try to clean it up, but they know more and more teams are going to have to rotate through this side of the zone, or they're going to have to run into them. Fredbot feels the pain. Poyo's going to get credit for that knock and eventual elimination. Caliper's trying to go up and over, and Minish does well, but they are the ones holding down this side of the zone overall.
There they go. Already at 6 Elims now for Acorn, Agers, and Poyo. Short rotate here. As things go south, most teams have to move. They're going to be early, being quick to the draw here. Rise, G-Money, and Vito in the replay client. Look at that. Nice job onto VLEX. Cyclops comes in, but surprise, surprise, Aviv and G-Money are here to support them. They are playing excellent Fortnite right now. Game in and game out. Shadow Sphinx left as a duo. What happened to our boy Buzz?
Yeah, I saw the down in the feed. I thought maybe they can get the revive back onto Buzz, but nope, that is not going to be the case. And what a terrible time to lose your teammate as well. 19 teams still up. 2 more teams need to go down, though those placement points start to cascade in more and more with every team that does fall. As we're near the Brutal Boxcars Mountain, you're seeing the elevation that they've held throughout the start of the game until now. Kind of banking in the fact that it will pull in their direction. Teams will have to rotate, and then that's what they can use to get Surge. They're not 1,000 above like we've seen them in the 2 past games, but they're still 300, faring very, very well, especially compared to some of the other teams in this lobby.
Very interesting that they're also staying kind of like separate, still with these incredible structures kind of all around the area because they can. I almost feel like they want to solidify like a really strong lead, and they're not doing anything out of the ordinary here. Ooh. These pistols are definitely dangerous.
Peterbot, you better watch out. Remember the last time you used that thing, you eliminated yourself.
Does land some damage onto Josh, but not the first or the last shot, so no shockwave effect coming into play. Taki vert knee shell. Seeing a team roam around right below. That's Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs, who are doing the same thing to the team below them, which is King, Phaser, Cold's team, along with Monty. Reeds even further down that side of the mountain. But Phaser and King, they're just getting forced outside of the zone, but you're seeing why Clicks and his team are getting so aggressive below the damage threshold. Tagged up yet again, dropping down the side of the mountain. Clicks stuck on the side of that as well. He's going to get rescued for a short moment. They barely find themselves 29 damage above the threshold, but that's going to give them a moment to breathe, reassess the situation before they inevitably have to get active again.
Wait for Yamza to just keep his cool there and not throw down a med miss, because I know I would have been like, whoa, instant. Put it down. That was a little intense right there, especially with the surge right on top of them, but here they go, 2 below again, so the pressure looming above them. Clicks Yamzo has to make a move here. This is not the place to pause down. Here comes the med miss here to kind of force them in, but the lobby sees this as a sign of weakness. Skittles turns over, finds the knock off the Clicks here. No traded damage. There it is. Finally, they find a little bit, but Bolts Kanata Rapid, they have their eyes on the prize here.
Storm Surge is active too. That was a good chunk of the damage that kind of brought Clicks down. Higgs and Yamzo to reposition and barely run. Whether you're inch or a mile below that damage threshold, it does not care. It's instantly going to activate. 115 above though. Pressure has
snap. Clicks went down, chat. Oh no.
But not fully. You see their resource count very, very low. Heals gone out the window, and once again a singular damage below the threshold.
Acorn and Agers have the high ground right now as well. They're positioned well over the lobby here. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have opted to go into the ultimate low right now. Now up into another box here. They find a fresh trio, force that player out. He goes dashing across. This is still a rotate they have to make here, so they're not in the clear just yet. Only a single elim, a very slow and steady game right now for them. I'm looking at the bird's eye view. I see Kanata, Bolt, Rapid, Yamzo, Higgs still alive here, making the move as well. Kanata, Bolt, and Rapid running their way up the top as well. The more elims they get, the closer and closer they get to closing those gaps.
Unfortunately, you saw Reek get taken down. Shadow falls.
Wow.
Around 15th place for him, Muzz, and Sphinx. That's got to be a nightmare way to end the day. But luckily for them, 6 more games to pick up the pace tomorrow. Higgs still suffering for active surge. Storm.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh man, there goes Higgs and Clicks team. Dang.
He immediately goes down in seconds.
If only he wasn't a duo still. Higgs would still be in the game, but there you have it. Just shy of the top 15. We're just inside of it. Cold, Peterbot, Acorn taking their time now, even playing this med miss. And this is what I talked about. I can tell that they just want to ease their way into a nice, comfortable lead for tomorrow so they could just run away with this tournament. Likely to go for high ground now. We'll see. They want to play for this Victory Royale here. Boyo, Agers, Acorn give up the positioning here as they run out of material. They're forced to find a refresh here.
Yeah, and that's after already getting one. Agers took down Donnie on his 6th elimination. They have 9 total overall, which is crazy to think they're out of material. But Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual are the ones that are on the high ground. Poyo gets bounced up, trying to go for it. Ritual's shields go out the window, down to just a sliver of HP, looking for a way to survive. But it's Poyo that was the one that...
Oh no, Poyo's down. Oh, Peterbot's the only one standing on his team too.
Acorn, the last one alive, but Peterbot is in the same boat.
And Bolt's found Boyo there too, so this is all kinds of just exchanges happening right now. Messy, scrappy ending.
Oh, you know you want to mess up, Peterbot.
Wants a piece of the action, goes to get some of that. Acorn finds someone, but the misform saves that player. His is now recharged and ready. He's chasing him down. It's Cooper. This is a healthy Cooper, though. He's got to be very, very careful. Oh, nice little find here. Go ahead and chill out, get some heals.
Oh, there goes Acorn.
Effect gives him away. and back he gets sent. Meanwhile, it's Booga, Craze, and Threats who are setting themselves up for the potential win.
Yeah, who's going to give themselves some momentum going into day 2?
This game, Reet is no longer in it, but Curly and Cooper were able to get the high ground in that moment. Kanata finally getting cleaned up. Another elimination for Craze. They need this game. We were talking about the bubble.
By 8 HP.
Qualifiers, they're not even in the top 3 for those teams. But Craze finds and steals away that elimination from Peterbot. But he's ready to fight.
Oh, Peterbot goes down.
Those numbers, the math is math, and they're able to take it away. And now it's
Cooper on high ground. Curly on high ground.
are ready for this fight.
This is a big fight.
Curly's on high ground.
It's gonna be hard to win.
Booga's on low ground.
Fully healthy here, but the material count. Curly just has a singular build. Cooper burns through what he had left.
Trio v duo.
Team barely has any either.
Booga hops up.
This warms up, cancels it early. Booga takes the high
Watch
ground.
out, Cooper goes down. Threats goes down.
Here. Can the siphon come through?
Oh, and with the victory royale, Booga clutches up and gains momentum into day 2. What a day, chat. What a day.
Like I said, when it comes to the top 3 global championship spots, they weren't even one of those teams. They started this game in 7th place, 245 points. But with the amount of eliminations they got, Monster, with that victory royale, that was almost a 100+ point game.
That's exactly what they needed to put themselves closer and closer to that top 5, maybe even 3rd place seat. Remember, Mud Shadow Sphinx fell early, so they did need a little bit of, their momentum to kind of slow down, and they found it. But more importantly, they found so many elims in the end game there. Look at that, and then a full-on clash. Well played for Booga to just maintain kind of his strategy here, stay calm, and then take a Game 6 victory. It was just a matter of time for Booga, Threats, and Craze, though.
Yeah, especially since how consistent they have been playing up into this point. Every single game has been in the top 8, but that game number 5. And, well, they picked up the pace, they made up for lost time, and scored big to close out the day, Monster.
Yeah, for sure. Well, listen, that was a fun day 1 just to kick things off from myself and Jacob. We're out of here, so let's send it on Zeke to bring us home.
Thank you guys so much. As always, fantastic cast on the day. My gosh. Hey, Kelly, who won that?
What is it?
Booga! That's right! Let's go! Booga! 6th game victory. Thank you for joining on the joke with me, Kelly. I appreciate that. I cannot believe this from the trio in the last game of day number 1, right? We've kind of continued to see them place within the top 10, right? They've only had one game outside of the top 10. That was the top 15. And then every other game, it's like a 6th, an 8th, an 8th, a 3rd, and now a victory royale. Now, obviously, I think if we're trying to be critical, I think the one thing I would say is hey, overall, I'm loving what the team is doing. I think they probably just need to try and find a few more eliminations. But at the end of the day, and you'll see on the standings in just a moment, these guys are in top 5 right now, okay? This is a really strong place to be going into day 2. But I think we still have work to do for day number 2, right, Kelly?
Yeah, just to, you want to be confident going into day number 2, and you want to be confident going for that global championship spot. And if you look, honestly, there's a lot of teams within contention, especially considering that we still have 6 more games to go. But Zeke, you started off by saying I couldn't believe to see, we got to see Booga, Threats, and Craze do this in the final game. But honestly, I can believe it. Booga, Threats, and Craze, or just Booga and Threats as a duo, have consistently throughout the year performed pretty well and consistently placed themselves at the top of the leaderboard, just not within that spot of the global championships. And we can see Craze so many games. He is the one that has all the eliminations. He's the one that's making all the plays, and Booga and Threats are just making sure that they set the stage for him.
I mean, we saw the exact.
All right, chat. Clicks is in 7th.
Throughout the day, right, where
Booga jumped up to 5th. And of course, Peterbot's hanging out in 1st with no victory royales. 47 limbs.
Out there, they go ahead and pick up game number 6. But it's no surprise, Zeke. I mean, we saw the top of the leaderboard right there, right? Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual sitting pretty comfortably in the 1st place spot right there. But I don't know, Zeke, right? It was another one of those clutches. I mean, only 3 eliminations for the trio in the last game right there. Peterbot kind of had to dip out into the storm to make sure they clutched up the 3rd place spot. Of course, we know these guys. We know they can pull out the clutches, but I just want to see the win. I want to see the whole trio live. Both got a 100, 100. All of them got 100, 100. They're just chilling. I want to see that win. But we just didn't see that from the trio today.
What we did see, though, that I really liked from Peterbot's trio, sorry, Zeke, to cut you off there, but there was a moment where they actually used the pistol to launch themselves forward.
No, I got second.
That I don't personally, I don't know if anyone else has, but I haven't personally seen that as frequently, and they just did it so well. So even when Ritual Cold and Peterbot may not have
y'all
loadout,
just hanging out in four.
They're able to be very thrifty with their loadout.
Yeah, no, I love that too as well, Kelly. Thank you so much for pointing
Mars is in six.
I was gonna just say, like, I think that's a really good point, Vivid, because I think on paper, if you just came to me and said, like, hey, there's this trio, and it doesn't matter kind of what situation we see them in, they're always left as like a solo in the end game, I would not assume, hey, this is a trio that's leading in first place, right? Yeah. And yet, for some reason, they still are putting up these insane numbers. I almost I wish I could understand or like know what is causing them to be put into these solo clutch moments, because it's like, if we could just figure that out, if you could tell me there's an end game where Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot are all alive and are all kitted, they win that game every time, right? But for some reason, it's like, oh, maybe a person dips out or maybe a person takes a bad peek or something, they start to kind of crumble, and then it's always just one of them left alone. So I don't know, maybe something to show up for day number 2, Kelly. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe, right, they just keep doing what they're doing and they just end up winning it all anyway. I don't know.
I think that they're a very much high-risk, high-reward trio where they don't necessarily need to have the perfect loadout for heal-offs at the end game. They go for refreshes instead, and obviously it's a big question mark. Even if you get the elimination, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the loot that player drops. And so I think that when they go on these aggressives and they're kind of clearing out the low ground, it's so hard to actually focus on what's going on because you're moving around a lot, you're constantly rotating. So I think that's the case. I think when we've seen Peterbot dominate more strongly, like what we did from game 2, they do it from height and they kind of condition the rest of the lobby so that they just have it. No one looks for height and then they just control it from there, but they're sticking to the low ground now, Vivid. So I really think that it's these aggressive plays that we know for them to make, and it's just not panning out exactly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously playing well, right? First place, leaderboard, hard to kind of critique anything that's kind of going on there, but we know Zeke, second place right behind them.
Yeah, man, Rapid Kanata Bolts. I mean, to see them win game number 3 today with the 11 eliminations, rather, such a high point of the competition. And then they just continue to be consistent, right? If we just look at just their placements, 8th, 3rd, 1st, 4th, 6th, 4th, these guys have only placed out of the top 5 twice today. Like, that is so crazy. And when you just kind of look at the spread of their eliminations as well, it's very clear why they're in second place.
Excuse me, chat.
Obviously, they want to win, right? They want to come back for day number 2, and us to be able to say, hey, Peter, who, right? Kanata wants only eyes on their trio. So I'm excited to see kind of, obviously, fantastic first day, what adjustments we make coming into day number 2.
I think that the priorities for early and mid game are pretty on point. I think going obviously for Spires if it's nearby, also these dead side rotations that I've seen them take a few times have definitely put themselves into a good position as to why we're seeing them at the end game time and time again. But honestly, when it comes down to it, is that it's really hard to just be able to be a strong tree on the low ground when there is a dozen people just fighting each other. It's so hard to keep track of it, but looking at this leaderboard, going from 1st to 10th place is a 228 point difference. It is going to be quite a climb for the rest of our players if they want to get into that first place spot.
I mean, yeah, also looking at the leaderboard right there, right? We saw Booga 30 points behind that goal.
53 points separate first and second, chat. That's crazy.
Kind of leading into the Mar, right? Kind of gives that trio hopes. You know, allows them to see, hey, listen, we are very, very close to qualifying for Globals, only 30 points behind, and we know just one game can change so much. So game number 6 right there on day number 1, huge for not only Booga's trio, but also everybody else, kind of like that top 7.
Yeah, man. And I mean, obviously, we saw him in 3rd place, Aviv, G Money, and Rise. I mean, a performance. Guys, you're ending day 1 in 3rd place with 372 points. That is next level. Right. That is insane, right? This is such a strong start going into day 2. And I guess for you guys at home, maybe you've never watched or whatever, we're a 2-day format. So we'll have tonight to kind of go back, VOD review, talk to our coaches, talk to our team, look at the games, look at what happened, and then come back tomorrow with a new adapted strategy. So I'm so excited to see what this top 5 brings to tomorrow, because remember, we're playing for global championship spots, we're playing for prize money, we're playing for the Blade of Champions, so much to play for. in day number 2. Now, of course, that wraps up day number 1, which is a bummer, but it's fine. We'll be back tomorrow. 6 games tomorrow. Spots, global championships, prize money, bladed champions, all of it tomorrow. Before we say goodbye, I wanted to let you guys have the floor. What are you hoping to see coming out of tomorrow?
You know, it's funny, we did rehearsal today.
Quick,
and
Victory
when you
Royale.
asked me this question for day number 1, I made a joke, be like, oh, can we not get too many heal-offs? And we haven't gotten a single heal-off game today, so I would love
Zip.
to keep happening for day 2.
Nope.
I mean, everything was great. Hopefully, day number 2, right? All 6 games can kind of be uncontested.
Well, chat, that will do it for day number 1 of the Major 3s. We got day number 2. Today has been an epic day, and let's shoot for an excellent day tomorrow. Hey, who knows? Anything can happen. Like we've seen earlier, Polio and Ayers and his team was running it up, having consistently 2 victory royales back to back. But after that, they dropped down in the leaderboard a little bit. So anything can happen. One game can change it all. So y'all come back, join us tomorrow for EU first thing tomorrow morning, 11:45 EST, and then day number for day number 2, and then for day number 2 EST. Yeah, we'll get into that tomorrow. I'll let y'all know what time that should be. I believe that's going to be closer to 4:45, 4:30, something kind of close to that. But we'll let y'all know tomorrow, right at the end of the EU day 2. Other than that, that'll do it for us. Y'all take care. God bless, and we'll catch y'all all in the next one. God bless each and every single one of y'all. Peace out.